Cool. Yeah, I can say. Okay. Yeah. Every time. Every time. Yeah. Oh. You guys have somebody named Jim Bob? That's pretty cool. I don't know if I've met Jim Bob yet. I haven't met Jim Bob yet, and all the time I've stayed after. Maybe I have. Evan's my favorite. Evan's my guy. Oh, that sounds like something I could. Yeah, I'll come check that out if I ever want to lose a boner. That sounds cool. It's just, I'll actually do the same. Good time to take a. Hey guys, I know you can't hear uh, Rob or Sarah. They're just giving instructions, so that's why you can only hear me. As soon as we go live, you'll hear everybody. You go handwritten on the notes, huh? That'd be toast. Good to go. Crack. Sounds good.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Okay. Oh, that? Very large, you said.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live Moderator Monday. This evening, we are going to discuss the the statement, we are better off having elected Trump than Kamala. With me this evening, I have Rob Noir and RTP Talks, both ready to duke this one out. Rob, would you like to start off with your opening statement, please?
Sure. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I've been looking forward to this. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So the statement is that I'll be affirming that we are better off having elected Trump than Kamala. Now, the first thing we have to do is get a couple definitions out of the way. The first would be the definition we. Now, it sounds stupid, but I do think that this is important as potentially a point of contention. When I say that we're better off, what I mean are the citizens of this country. I'm uninterested in how people in China, for example, are doing better if we elected someone who's weak on China, like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, versus that they may be worse off if the competitive nature of our economic relationship against them favors Americans more than them. And so I think for the purposes of this debate, when I say we are better better off because it's intuitive that we're talking about voting. It should be the people that could legally vote that we're saying are the ones that are better off. And so that's what I mean by it. We'll see if RTP disagrees, but that's the lens through which I will be using this. Once we get that out of the way, semantics should all but be done. And the question becomes, in what way would we be able to decide whether or not Trump would be better than Kamala? Now, it's always difficult in the best of times to know what a person would do if elected president if they don't make it. We could go back and question, what would Gore have done? What would Romney have done? And so forth. However, it's going to be even more difficult in the case of Kamala Harris, who Joe Biden may have been a human vegetable, but Kamala Harris is just an empty soup. On the debate stage, she'll call Joe Biden a racist one night for saying that he's against forced busing, and then the next day say she's against it as well. So it's difficult to know what her actual positions would be. I think that there is two possibilities that we could look at when looking at her positions. One would be her radical Green New Deal-esque policies and her more progressive nature that showed forth in her 2020 bid for presidency that she failed miserably. Or, as she admitted on The View and other places, the fact that she could think of no substantive differences that she would have done different than the Biden administration. That means that either we're comparing the 6 months we've had of Donald Trump right now with either the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration previously, or a more progressive version of that. I'll leave you pick which one would be more of a desire or disaster, but I think that it would be evident that most people would say in almost all metrics, Donald Trump has been far superior to either of those two outcomes. In this debate, it'll be crucial not just to look at the record of Joe Biden, but comparatively, which is what we're talking about, that he would be better than Kamala Harris. This means that I don't have to prove that I like everything that Donald Trump has done, nor do I have to prove that he's the perfect president and that he's better than anyone ever. All I need to prove is that he's better than what Kamala Harris, which is just an extension of the Biden administration, would have been. And there's several ways that we'll be able to use this. I'll give 4 in general that we'll look at. The first would be domestic policy. That would include things like immigration, which I think it is obvious that Trump has been far better on immigration. The truth is that open borders were a choice. We were gaslit by the Harris-Biden administration over and over that the border was secure, that it wasn't a problem. Then once they saw it was an issue come election season, they tried to pretend to care about it all of a sudden. And Donald Trump has lowered from the peak times of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's administration anywhere from 95 to 97% of border crossings. Well, shit.
Did he freeze?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but you have a very funny face that you froze.
My entire computer screens just went black.
Oh no.
That's my bad. There's a lot of witches in my audience, and this could have been them. Guys, could you not do that? We've talked about this. We do not cast spells on debate opponents.
I'm so sorry, Rob. It's okay. You take your time and figure it out if you can. Are you still with us, Rob? Oh no, I think we lost him.
Did I win? Did I win? I think I won. It's a forfeit.
It's okay. Oh goodness. Well, we'll rattle off until he gets sorted out. And I don't want to let you go yet because I want him to be able to hear anything, but I will go ahead and announce number 1. I'm super excited. We hit 16,000 subscribers as of last night. Keep the ball moving, my darling maters. Keep sending this to your friends. Your mama will like me. Your dad would probably like me more because I'm just cute as a button. So keep sending this out, sharing, and do what you keep doing best, Mater Nation. Also, DebateCon 6 has officially been released for ticket purchases. They've got an early bird special going right now. Get in while you can because I think those tickets are going to fly. And once they're gone, they're gone. So you want to go ahead and run on over to Modern Day Debate. And they have the tickets available and ready for purchase. Do it now. I will be there. Go ahead. Rob, are you back with us all together?
I think. Give me 1 second. That's never happened to me, so I don't know what it is, Sarah. Every time I do your channel, something disastrous. Something disastrous is
Everyone
happening.
Else who comes here is perfectly fine. So maybe it's a you problem, Rob.
That's most likely the case. So let's take that up. Okay. I think everyone could hear me. We should be good. Mm-hmm. RTP, Sarah, you could hear me? Mm-hmm. I'll try to continue where I left off. So what we can see is, and apologies, I don't think it'll happen again with my computer, but I don't know. That's never happened. Anyways, we'll just keep going and hope it won't. So I think what we could see when it comes to the border, that Donald Trump has almost completely eliminated that. We'd also look at domestic policies like things with the economy. And we could see with the economy that things that really matter, like real wage growth, are up incredibly. Gains for the group that we're looking at, voters or citizens of the United States, are up immensely. So job growth when it comes to the domestic population is through the roof. The jobs that we are losing are people that are foreign-born workers. We also see things like government jobs that are declining and meaningful private sector jobs that are being created. And again, the most important thing is going to be that inflation number and real wage growth, which is markedly better under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden. We could also see that there is other things that are going on with immigration, terrorism, etc., that we could get into if you want. Then there are foreign policy issues. I think that you'll see that there are a bunch of peace deals. And even if everything hasn't been perfect, like we haven't ended the war with Russia, Ukraine, and maybe some people don't like a lot of the stuff that's going on with Israel, Palestine, I think that it's no different than what we would have saw with the Kamala Harris at best, or at worst. And at best, we could see that it's actually markedly better than it would be with Donald Trump. The third category that I'll talk about is sort of important issues of corruption. And we can see when it comes to issues of corruption, my personal first reason for voting for Donald Trump was exposing the corruption of the institutions that are going against them. And I think that you could see, one second.
Take your time.
For some reason, it's saying that I'm muted, and I can't figure out why that would be the case. Okay, now I should be good. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
It's fucking... It's always technology and lets me do it. Anyways, when it comes to these issues of corruption, I think that you could see that it's actually far worse under Joe Biden, and things are going to be exposed that we've seen since 2016, the corrupt efforts to go after Trump. All of that's a precursor to be able to do anything in this country, because if we actually have an FBI and other institutions that are putting their thumb on the scale and are corrupt, then what we'll see is that it will be impossible for the will of the people to ever be instituted through voting. And the fourth reason, and maybe the most important, is that it shifted the Overton window on cultural issues. So a bunch of these 80-20 issues like trans issues, or sort of the idea that we have to be wilting flowers, you're starting to see more and more conservatives that are unwilling to put up with that. They're calling out things like degeneracy. They're calling out things like the murder of babies and other things of that nature, and that's a good thing. They're no longer worried about cancel culture, and the Overton window and the pendulum are shifting back. So I think all those are reasons that we're going to prefer Trump. With Kamala, we could see that she would have been negative and all of the things we talked about. In addition to that, though, she was the person who the disinformation czar was put under, and so we'd have probably seen more censorship like those we saw on the Twitter files. She wanted to ban fracking in states like Pennsylvania. We could see the disastrous Democrat policies in places like New Jersey right now that are leading to 3 times the cost of electric bills. She lied about Biden's health for years, which shows that she's one of the most dishonest people imaginable, including on a blatant issue such as Biden's cognitive health. And we would see more of the Luigi Mangione sort of left-wing people that think that they could just go ahead and use violence against people they don't like, including the left-wing attacks that we've seen against ICE agents. You would see all of that normalized even more. Last thing I'll say is, when it comes to me and RTP specifically, I think because of that disinformation board, we should actually prefer Donald Trump for both of our careers as streamers, because there's less likely that will be censored. And in fact, RTP should really favor Donald Trump as an individual. One, because it gives him content to talk about, because it was impossible for him to try to defend the Biden administration. So at least now he has red meat about Orange Man Bad he could talk about. Plus, I believe his primary platform's TikTok, and I don't think it would exist without Donald Trump at this point. So yeah, for those reasons, I'm willing to get into the debate, but I think I'll be able to win on those issues that Trump is marginally better than Kamala Harris on all of those issues.
Thank you, Rob. RTP to you, please.
First, I'm good with your definition of we, Rob. That works for me. I'm good on that. Rob's position here is that he's going to be able to justify that Donald Trump is a better candidate than Kamala. Rob, just out of good faith, can you say her name right, or is it like do you do it on purpose? Do you purposely say her name incorrectly?
Tone policing already. Kamala?
No, I'm just wondering. Yeah.
Is that it? Kamala? Is that how you pronounce it?
Is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala.
Cool.
Oh, I always say it wrong then.
Cool. I just making sure. Sometimes people do it like they try and trigger people. I don't care. You can say however you want. I just didn't know. Donald Trump, I listened actually, you debated my friend Adam, and on that debate with Adam, you said that the only reason you needed to justify Donald Trump is that he's better than the status quo. I would make the argument that Donald Trump is the epitome of the status quo. There's nothing about his first presidency that really stood out and left him above everybody else. Now, it seems like you want to ignore his first 4 years and focus only on these 6 months, but you're willing to take Kamala Harris and only Joe Biden's first 4 years. I would probably make the argument that the first 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency are also important. There's nothing remarkable about his growth of the GDP. He was largely on pace with his predecessor pre-COVID and then post-COVID with Biden. So far, this presidency, GDP growth is well below average at 1.5%. If that continues, he's on pace to be an all-time loser. So if I were you, I would take the first 4 years too into account. Under Trump, wage gains are steady, not exceptional in his first term. I think the average monthly gain was 0.24%. Under Joe Biden, the average monthly gain was 0.29%. So pretty damn close, but Joe Biden was just slightly better. So in both of those instances so far, Joe Biden's slightly better. One of the few places I will give Donald Trump and Republicans credit is that they are better than anybody at exploding the deficit. When you factor out pandemic relief, Trump added $4.7 trillion to the deficit. Biden added about 2.6 trillion. If you leave in the COVID pandemic, Trump increased the deficit by the debt by 7.8 trillion, and Biden grew it by 4.7 trillion. Fiscal responsibility is not really something that conservatives know much about. It's something they love to talk about. The place where we can draw a distinction is Donald Trump better than the status quo? Because if we have to take Kamala Harris based on what she ran on and what Joe Biden did, I think it's a fair comparison for Rob to say, like, I don't get to be all sunshine and rainbows. I don't get to do the what ifs if she was president and make up all these phony numbers. I'm actually pretty comfortable comparing Donald Trump with Joe Biden. Now let's talk about strategy, because I know we have a lot to cover and I know Rob's very prepared. I like Rob. I have no issue with Rob, despite somebody trying to make it seem like I called you a bitch earlier. I was just calling a fascist in the chat who was threatening a bitch. So I want to be clear on that. I didn't call you a bitch. But I've watched you debate, and I've created some handheld signs to avoid over-talking, so we don't have to do that. So what I'm going to do is the things that Rob likes to do, his strategy, instead of interrupting him, I'm just going to hold up signs when he's doing something. The first thing Rob loves to do is gish gallop. This is a strategy that's employed by people who play the game of politics, which is what Rob is playing. Rob's going to gish gallop on points where he can't make a standalone point, so he's going to give a bunch of unverified definitive claims into a sentence. If I can debunk one claim, he will require me to go back and debunk all of them. So instead of that, I'll just hold up the sign. The biggest thing Rob's going to do, he's called reframing the argument. You will hear a lot tonight when I say something, Rob will respond by saying, what he means is, and then Rob will change my words into a different argument. And if I don't just hold up this sign and I say, that's not what I said, Rob will scream at me. So I'm going to hold up the sign. The third thing he's going to do is he's going to poison the well. Any type of source that he doesn't like, he's going to poison it in that statement. It's going to be a lot of this straw man, because what Rob may not know about me is I'm not a Democrat. I've only voted for Democrats one time in my whole life. So you don't get to use like the generic Democrat straw man positions with me. You're going to have to ask me what my position is. And last but not least, Rob's dessert. Whataboutism. So I've prepared these signs for Rob. I hope we can have a good debate. It's good to be back on the Raging Tomato. Let's go.
Fair enough. Thank you to both of you. And I do want, for full transparency, I already spoke with both gentlemen backstage because they both can talk for long periods of time. We are just going to accept that, and nobody's going to interrupt. We're not going to make the claim of filibuster or this or that. We're just going to allow them to talk, and then we'll get back to responding. Outside of that, please be sure to like, subscribe, share. Both gentlemen, I believe, are restreaming, so feel free to go over and send your love their way. We will also get through the debate. We will run into closing statements, and then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. If too many come in, which is a good problem to have, we might have to only read $10 and up. So just be wary of that. Outside of that, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
When you say we should compare to the status quo, define status quo. You muted, I think.
Shit, thanks. I do that a lot.
You should have focused more on that than making signs. But
yeah, that's solid. My joke was still funnier though. I think the status quo. I went back the last 8 blocks of 4 years, and I said, like, where's the difference between? I would say like 2 or 3 different administrations that ideologically are quite different, and you can see that a lot of the things that we argue about, the president really has very little impact on them. And so that's why you see like GDP growth, wage growth. I broke down wages, the smallest possible gap, which was monthly gain, and I compared Trump, Biden, and Obama.
In your estimation, then, what issues would you say separates Trump from the status quo? If you're going to say wage growth, we shouldn't really count. There's a bunch of things that we say the president doesn't have an effect on. Then what are the things that you say are a negative for Trump that separates him from the status quo?
Deficit spending.
Okay, deficit spending. Sure, we could start there. Is there any other, though, before we get into that, so that later you don't say, well, there were these other issues? Like, can you just give me a general outline of other areas that you think that would be rife for comparing Trump to, quote, the status quo?
As far as like economic policy?
Doesn't matter in general, foreign policy, economic policy, etc.
I mean, there's a lot of ways he's different that I don't necessarily care a great deal about. We could talk about him, but I don't care a great deal about it. Obviously, ideologically, he and I don't align. I don't like his delivery. I don't think he's like an effective leader. I don't think he's very unifying. There's a lot of ways I think he's unique, but those are pretty hard to quantify.
So if we were to say, you heard me say a list of things like immigration, you don't think he has an effect on that?
Actually, no, that's where you're right. I do think that the border being closed up is probably the greatest accomplishment of a Trump administration, and I don't think that Vice President Harris would have closed the border in the same way. In fact, I think we would be living in a pretty different world right now.
Okay, so Trump did good on immigration. The economy, I promise we'll get into. Do you think that a status quo president would have released evidence of the corruption we saw in like 2016 with the release of like the Russiagate files?
Yeah, I know that you desperately want to talk about Crossfire Hurricane. I'm not that interested in that. I've seen your opinions on that. I don't think they're very good. I've seen what was released. I covered the ICA report that they just released. It's a nothing burger. You posted it. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing there. I'm not super interested in spending 3 hours on like relitigating Crossfire Hurricane with a non-attorney when we've covered it a million times already. It's been covered and covered and covered. It's been investigated over and over. No, I don't really.
Okay. Do you think that the status quo presidents would have moved the Overton in window on things like trans issues?
I don't think it's moved nearly as much as you think it has.
Okay. Do you think that a status quo would have defended a human vegetable like Joe Biden for 4 years?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that interpretation.
Okay. So then we will get into those issues. Now, I'm more than happy to take it to the direction you want, but I will say that I don't think you've said anything whatsoever about negatives of Trump at this point. And despite the fact that you have clever cards that are going to say things like, what about it?
Is that a positive?
No, we'll get to that. And I promise that's basically all that you've said. But what I want to get to is the fact that it seems that you did a lot of time like coming up with clever cards and saying what I was going to say, but you didn't really say much in your opening statement.
That's
and
right,
so I'm more than willing to get into like one by one these things. But we're going to talk about a lot of things that you're going to say is whataboutism. But when the prompt is that we're comparing Trump to Kamala Harris, not to your nebulous vision of what the status quo is, I think that you're going to hinge on saying whataboutism every time I say that Trump's marginally better than the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay.
You're going to want to compare it to things like Obama and W. Bush and Bill Clinton, which wasn't our option.
You're strawmanning my objections already?
I mean, the clever sign means nothing to me. If you have nothing to say, that's fine. We can move on to the deficit spending argument. Fine by me.
I thought that's what we were talking about. I've been waiting to start on the deficit spending.
Okay, your numbers were, how much did Trump in total add to the deficit?
7.8 trillion.
And how much did Biden add?
4.7 trillion.
Okay, can you show me the source for those numbers? Those aren't the numbers that I'm getting.
So that's from CRFB.
CRFB. Okay, can you link that in the private chat? Can you screen share? Anything of that nature?
I can pull. I'll get it. I can drop it in the private chat. Where'd you pull your numbers from?
I can't remember. I think maybe it was Self.Inc., which was taking numbers, I believe, from the Treasury Department. But it said the national debt started at 27.8 trillion on January 1st, 2021, and raised to 36.2 trillion by January.
I should say that StreamYard was having an issue lately. We were fine last. I can hear you. I think he's probably going to take him a second. If his did whatever it did to yours. Are you both out? What the hell is? You're frozen.
I'm frozen.
I think. Is Rob frozen too?
He looks frozen on my end.
This is terrible. It's my fault. You all have my permission to blame the woman of the evening. I will take it. It's fine. But somebody did mention that StreamYard was having issues, but all of my stuff is showing excellent. Everything says fine. My signal's fine.
I'm checking mine. It's good on my end too.
You're just frozen. Okay, Rob's gone.
Wait, is my picture frozen on yours?
Yeah. All I see is just your face. So actually, let me. Yeah, that would help.
All right.
Total L for Sarah this evening. Nobody won the debate, but I definitely lost my entire reputation thanks to StreamYard. The show is a squash.
Let's see, guys. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can get back in. I can fix my spelling.
Now I'm afraid to bring up any sources because
we'll play with it. Let's see if it works. I mean, it should be fine. We'll take it. I will take the tomatoes in the chat for the big tomato L of the evening. Both gentlemen won the debate. I lost everything. It works. We're fine. All right. Everything up for you two.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. And we were back to wanting to share a screen, I believe.
Okay. I'm afraid to try, but here we go.
We'll give it a whirl.
All right. Here you can see national debt under Biden's risen from 28 trillion in January 2021 to 36.2 in January 2025. That's an increase of $8.4 trillion. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that this is correct. That's why I'm asking where you're getting your information from.
I'm trying to pull it up from CFRB right now. Give me one second.
I'll stop screen sharing.
What did you have Trump's debt at?
I don't know that I had those numbers in front of me.
Did you need to go back up?
I will. Is it cool if I? And that's okay. You did that, yeah. That's screen share.
And what are you polling here? Just total debt. So I'm polling gross federal debt. What are you polling?
That was total national debt, which I believe is the number that we should be looking at.
Okay, let's see if it holds. If the weight holds the same, like if the ratio is the same.
Do you want me to pull that one up?
The ratio is the same.
Okay, so you want me to try to use the same source to see what they said about? I'll see if I could find that here. It would be helpful to get from the same source. But what was the starting debt under Trump, and what was the ending debt? Do you have any?
Let me look.
Your numbers? I mean, what did your numbers suggest?
Oh, my numbers?
Yes.
We were at excluding COVID 4.7 trillion, and adding COVID 2.6 trillion.
Let's see. This says from the same site. It's not listed the same. It's a different article, but if you don't mind, Is that the right one? During Donald Trump's presidency, the U.S. national debt increased $8.18 trillion.
Where are you at? Oh, there we go.
So that's less than it increased under the Biden presidency.
Is that including COVID?
That is the total national debt numbers for both presidents.
Okay, so roughly the same.
Yeah, a little worse under Biden.
And then if you look at gross, then a better performance for Biden. So yeah, status quo.
What do you mean if you look at gross? I don't understand what you mean by that term.
Gross federal debt, I believe. Let me make sure I have this right. I believe gross federal debt factors in the debt you owe to yourself. Let me make sure.
It sounds to me that like the number one attack you have on Trump, it's like, oh, he was a little bit better than Biden. That's what it sounds like. That was your big attack.
It looks like a little bit worse, actually.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the total,
it refers to the difference between the total amount of money the government spends and the total amount of money it takes in over a specific period, usually a fiscal year. Okay, so I don't know where you're getting these numbers from. I'm getting my numbers are from the. I think I have a better source here.
Okay,
I think your numbers.
Throw them on stage. Throw them on stage. Let's see.
If you go to cfrb.org,
just screen share, so we could all see it.
Okay, I've got to pull it back up now.
So this is going to be the total debt that when they entered and when they left office.
Let me pull it back up. Oh my God, how do I get to that?
Your numbers sounded ridiculous, which is why, like, you said that the total debt of Biden was something like 4-point-something trillion. That sounds ridiculous. I'll admit that Trump spent a lot, but comparatively to other presidents, it's sort of right on line, especially with Biden.
That's what I said. He's basically status quo, right?
No. You differentiated. You said your one differentiation on his negative was the fact that he was a really bad debt spender, which Biden did worse.
On gross, yeah. Let me pull this up. I don't know.
If that's your offense for this debate, I think you're in a very weak position because I've outlined about 7 or 8 things.
Bud. You're the offense. I'm playing defense.
No.
Or no, you're defense. Excuse me. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like, I'm saying that there are offensive reasons to prefer Trump over Kamala, and you're saying that's not true, right? And I gave a bunch, and the one argument you gave is offense against Trump because you're like, basically he's the same as everyone else. The one piece that you articulated was, well, he deficit spends more than others. He drove up the debt more than others. It doesn't seem that's the case.
It is the case, and I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. Where does the check?
Should be if you want to just bring it in the private chat, should be on the right hand side.
There's a button at the bottom of your screen yard that'll say share.
Yeah, I'm clicking it and it won't pull up. It's weird. Can I send it to you on just Twitter, Sarah? Is that all right?
Yeah. Is it a link, or you can put it in the private chat? I
just DM'd it on Twitter. It won't let me pull up the private chat. That's the thing. I'm clicking on the button and it's just staying still. I think it's a problem of mine. So I just sent it to your DMs on Twitter.
Okay, I'll bring it up. Give me just a second.
Meanwhile, if that's all you have, the deficit spending, like when we look at the actual economic numbers under that, it is clear by almost every available metric that Donald Trump first term, which I'm shocked that you want to talk about because he absolutely cleans Biden and Kamala Harris's clock in that first term. So I don't know why you would bring that up when it comes to economic numbers.
Well, I gave you the monthly average monthly gain when it came to wages, and Biden outperformed Trump there too.
But wages are irrelevant. Wages are irrelevant. Real wage growth is what's going to matter.
This is real wage growth.
No, it's not.
It is.
Say you're going to be wrong about a second data point. Your argument is that real wage growth under the Harris-Biden administration was positive?
Average monthly gain.
What was the total real wage growth under the Biden-Harris administration? It was negative. I believe it was about -8.
What's your source there?
What's your source?
Bro, I just gave you my source, the CFRB. I've given you. You're the only one that hasn't given a source yet, Rob.
First off, I gave a source before you. I don't know if you remember that. Is that straw? Am I supposed to hold up a sign that says straw man?
You just said I don't. You literally said I don't know where the source is from.
No. I didn't know where the source was from when it comes to. First off, I didn't say I don't know where the source is from originally with the Trump stuff, with the numbers that you're talking about, the deficit spending. But I said. I gave the number about the negative growth under Biden. I could find the source if you want.
Yeah,
let's start one at a time because I think that for someone who prides themselves.
Can we come back to the share screen and let me know what I need to be looking at? Let's
President
go with that. Is this where you want me to be at RTP?
So again, I mean, what are you trying to show here? What date was this from?
Future borrowing.
What date is this from?
When you look at deficit spending, you can't just look at what's current. You also have to look at what's projected. So they have a 10-year CBO score.
Nope.
You don't have to look at what you're on the hook for.
Nope. Let's look at the real outcome of what happened.
No future expenditures?
Yes. That's what we look at. We look at the real outcome.
Factor out future expenditures.
We look at the real outcome. We're going to look at the real outcome of what they spent. Now you're misleading.
Why would you?
You go ahead. You get it out.
Why would you factor out future expenditures?
You get it out. So that's misleading. What you originally said.
Why don't you answer this question?
I am answering the question.
Hold on.
It's misleading with what you originally said. You're now moving the goalpost is what you're doing because you were incorrect. You said that when it came to the debt, that it only went up about 4-point-something trillion under Biden. Now you're saying, well, we should just look at estimations of what will happen in the future. That's markedly different. No, we shouldn't do that. I will answer specifically the question. We shouldn't do that because oftentimes
future spending, Rob. Gross federal debt includes it. You're not using the data correctly.
Oftentimes, those predictions are inaccurate. They say all sorts of stuff about what they estimate, and it's not true. Furthermore, your data that you're using right here, I strongly suggest, isn't even from the end of Biden's term. You know how I know that? See if you could take a guess how I know that this wasn't from the end of Biden's term.
This is not including the last year of his term, correct?
Oh,
we don't have those numbers updated yet.
So just to be clear, so far he has approved
have the updated numbers yet.
$6.2 trillion in gross borrowing, and that's just 3 years. So I just want to go through the ways that you misrepresent.
It includes future spending, Rob.
Please,
you don't know what you're looking at.
I do know what I'm looking at.
What are you looking at?
I'll leave you go ahead and get out what you need, and then I'll say unfettered.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the actual debt that was increased. I'm looking at the number of what the debt was when they came into office and the number it was when they left. You claimed that that's what you were doing. Now you've misrepresented twice. The first misrepresentation, you said this has to do with estimations on what they think that the future may be. The second was that you pretended that this data was comprehensive and was through Biden's full term. And it took me actually pressing you to show that that's not true. Even your numbers that you show here show that he approved $6.2 trillion, and that's with a year to go. That would be right in line with what my source, which is going to be better, would actually looked at what the debt was the day they came into office and the debt when they left. And in that metric of the actual spending that occurred and the actual amount that the debt went up, Joe Biden was worse. You can't defend it.
By the data that I'm using, and I'm looking at gross federal spending, which you seem to not want to address. You have to look at the spending that's approved. When you do a CBO score, whenever you release a new tax policy, that's why they score it for 10 years, and that's why they have expiration dates. So you have to account for the spending included in your bill for when these either tax cuts or spending expires. You have to account for all of that. What you're right about is that you might not be able to project revenues accurately, and that's why you get inconsistent CBO scores. But I'm talking about approved spending here.
So again, my data is going to be better because it looks at the actual total amount that was spent, period, at the end of Biden's term. And it says that number was higher than at the end of Donald Trump's first term.
Barely.
So you saying, but it's predictive of the future is irrelevant. We already have the final totals. And in those final totals, Biden was worse than Trump.
Are we done with the screen share, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
with
you.
2 COVID stimulus too, right?
I mean, you can move the goalposts. That's fine.
No, I'm just saying, right?
I want you to admit that you were wrong.
No, you didn't understand my claim.
No. I understood exactly what your point was. Admit that you were wrong, that come the end of the day, all estimations aside, that the debt went up more under Joe Biden in his 4 years than it did under Donald Trump in his. Admit that you were wrong.
I told you guys that what Rob does is he takes your argument and he reframes it. And that's what he's doing right now. You didn't understand what I was looking at, Rob. We have you want to talk about 2 different data points. Those 2 different data points are different. But I think it's
what is the prediction?
The source
that you just
more impactful. I think it's far more
we'll stand this. I'm fine. I'm fine with this.
Spending.
I'm fine with this.
I also think,
gentlemen, that's enough.
When you pull out the COVID spending, it's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious.
Not
which one is
interested in
fiscally
moving the
more
goalposts right
responsible.
now. We're gonna hammer in on this. So that source that you just linked us, it's predictive. What's it predictive for what Biden would spend in it? So far, it says that it predicts he'll spend $6.2 trillion. What was its predictive nature for what he would spend in the 4th year?
I don't have that report in front of me. I'd have to pull that
Okay,
up.
so then how would we know that based on the data that you gave us that you're correct in your estimation that it would have been less?
You could go look it up.
Why don't you? You're the person who's using it as a source.
Yeah, but you also didn't do yours either, right?
That's not true. I provided you with a source that was comprehensive
Is that
and
what
accurate.
we're going to do, Rob? We're going to chase down source. We can just go to the next
No.
point. If you disagree on this,
No,
we can just go to the next
we'll
point.
go to.
I'm not gonna,
I'm more than
I don't
happy.
have time-
I'm
I
more
don't
than
have
happy
to go over an entire economic study with you live on air. If you want to,
I'm more than
refute it,
happy.
you've got
I'm
a
more
show,
than
you can
happy.
Go refute it. I think that's a reputable source. That's how debates work. If you have a reason to believe that that data is incorrect, please cite your reason. But right now, all you're doing is you're
incomplete.
attacking a source that you know nothing about
That's
as
not
a
true.
way to try and escape the argument. We can move to the next point, Rob.
Now, I know you want to move to the next point. I'll take your concession that you were wrong. The reason that your data is unpreferred to mine was you were misrepresenting what it actually says. This data came under your own claims that you knew this was only 3 years of spending of Joe Biden. You make this big claim about, well, it's about predictive spending, and yet you refuse to acknowledge that that predictive spending would be done at the time of the close of Biden's administration in 2025. You could say it's reframing. The only person reframing the argument's you. You initially came in and said this was about the total debt, that Trump increased the total debt more than Biden. Then you tried to reframe your argument and said, no, it's about predictive spending. But it's not about that because we have the complete numbers of how much each president spent. You already admitted that, okay, they can't predict revenue, but they can predict how much it said. So the total numbers would be best. And then lastly, you misled people that this was comprehensive. It wasn't. It was only for 3 years. And you're too bullheaded to just admit, I was wrong. I was wrong about this central point. Just admit you were wrong.
So what you'll see, you can go back and you can rewatch this. You'll notice that everything Rob just said, I never said, which means he's reframing the argument. This is what he does. Well done, Rob.
Total
I
amount
can
of deficit.
predict-
Who increased the deficit total more, Trump or Biden?
Looks like Biden by a hair.
Okay, cool. That was your one argument. Great. Sounds good.
That wasn't
All
my
right, so you're wrong. You were wrong about that argument. Now, next thing we're going to move on to, you said that real wage growth was up under Joe Biden. It went up like 2%.
Rob will also declare he wins every argument
Hey.
without any proof.
Hey, you're doing great in the sign game. I think you're doing
Thank you.
fantastic here. Next argument that you made was, by the way, without any proof, you just admitted it. You just admitted that Biden spent more than Trump. What do you mean? What proof do I need when you admit it?
Well, so you have to look at future spending as well, approved future spending. That's
okay.
important.
We did, and those numbers took into account how much the total deficit went up under
Yeah,
other
and then
each,
Trump
and
was
Biden
way
was
worse,
worse.
right? And Trump was
Biden
way
was
worse.
worse. That's not true.
No,
Biden was worse.
Wait, excuse me.
Want to read the numbers again?
Yeah.
When Trump came into office, the total debt was.
Why are
let's
you back
see.
to total debt? Why are you not looking at gross federal debt now? Now you're back to total debt?
It has gross federal debt would have to take into revenue, which you admit
So the
you're
gross
incapable
federal-
of predicting.
The gross federal debt grew by approximately 4.7 trillion. Right?
The total debt went up more under Joe Biden than
We already
Donald
did
Trump.
this part. We already did this part. We can move on to the next thing. Right?
You don't even know. Okay, next part. You're saying
can
you
move on to the next.
definitively claimed. Now you'll say I didn't say this, so I'll
didn't.
ask you again. Did you claim that real wage growth was up under Joe Biden?
I said monthly. Average wage growth was up according to the CFRB. If you have a better
Okay,
source
so
of that,
that-
I'll gladly look at it.
Just to be clear, now you added the term monthly, fine, but that would mean
No,
on
that's
average.
what I said the very first time,
Okay.
Rob.
Okay, so that would mean on average, if it average was up every month, then in total it had to be up, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, can you explain to me how the average monthly wage growth was up, but totally it was down? Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, it would depend on how you pull the number, right? So if you pull the number, if you take the total amount that it rose and you divide it by the months that they were in office, that would work. But if you said like in January it rose 0.24, in February it rose 0.3, and you had some down months, you could get a different number there. I think the most accurate number is average monthly gain.
Okay, why wouldn't we look at the total real wage growth because what you seem, correct me if I'm wrong, you're like, well, if the question was on average, were there more months that it increased than it decreased? That's what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I think that it's important with both of these presidents because both of these presidents had COVID, which are significant outliers. COVID skewed both of their numbers. And I don't think that it's an accurate depiction of their policies when you factor in COVID. So that's why I like looking at it month by month rather than in totality for both of them.
It would be irrelevant to the point that you're trying to make, right?
What point am I trying
Why
to make?
would so what you're suggesting is we should literally the number of how much real wage growth increased or decreased is irrelevant under their term. What matters is how many months it went up versus how many months it went down.
Yep.
Okay, I think that that's an erroneous standard. Nonetheless, I'll enjoy you showing me proof that it went up more months than down. Go ahead.
It's same place. You can go check it out. I didn't know you were going to ask
Link
my
it
source
again?
for literally everything. No,
Link
it's
it
the same
again.
website. I
am guessing that it won't say that. I'm guessing that it's not going to say that. Just to be clear, before we get to this, you're claiming that what this is going to say is that real wage growth went up more months than it went down.
I can pull it up for you.
Sure,
are we going to do
let's
this?
do it.
Are we going to do this all night? The affirmative.
You're the
position
one.
is gonna ask for sources.
You're the
all
one
night?
making these claims. You're making claims that I think that almost every economist disagrees with. It is known that real wage growth decreased under Biden. What you said originally wasn't real wage growth. What you originally said was that wage growth was up. And I agree, wage growth was up. My estimation is that's probably what you're reading and you're not understanding it. Real wage growth takes in the amount that wages went up minus.
What's your source for that?
But I'll get to them in a second.
Can
First,
you
we're
post
talking about. Yes, we will after you get to posting yours. Real wage growth. Real wage growth is. Real wage growth is how much wages went up minus inflation. And so inflation was higher than wage growth, which is why real wage growth was negative under the Biden term.
And what happened during Biden's term? We had record inflation, right?
We can move on. Listen, I understand.
Because you had
I get the
inflation
moving.
That had nothing to do with Biden policies.
Okay, hold on.
You had a global. Let me finish this answer, please.
Hold on, just a second. I'm starting to already get a little aggravated because I know you guys are getting aggravated and you're starting to chime in on each other a little more. So let's back it down. Take a deep breath. Put a bubble in your mouth if you need to. Back to you, RTP.
Yeah, look, if you're going to, I understand you want COVID in there to skew your numbers because that massive inflation number is going to fuck with wages, and you know that. And maybe, do you think that the inflation under Joe Biden was caused by Joe Biden, or do you think that was caused by, a global supply chain, businesses shutting down, or do you think that was just Joe Biden policies?
I think it was the policies of Joe Biden. I also think that you're moving the goalpost. I answered your question, and now I'll make my point. You can answer another question as a follow-up if you like. I sat here patiently. I sat here patiently as you made your point. You'll give me the same dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm bringing this, it was a yes or no question, and I'm still going. It's not your turn yet, Rob. It's definitely not your turn yet.
Yeah, give him all the time he needs. Go ahead. He keeps moving the goalpost and shit. He needs the time. Go ahead. You stick in the hole every time he talks. Go for it.
Yeah, keep patting yourself on the back, Rob. If we're going to talk about the policies, and you're going to say that all that inflation is on Joe Biden, I think it's up to you. You have to say, you have to explain to me why the whole world had inflation due to Joe Biden's policies. The whole world just had inflation at the same time as us, but it was a Joe Biden policy. When I ask you to explain what caused the inflation, you don't want to do that?
I have no problem talking about these conversations. However, I first want to articulate before we talk to the reasons that Biden's or Trump policy may have been what they were, we have to talk about what the accurate numbers are. You've misrepresented the numbers so far on the two issues that we've talked about. You're wrong. I want to see your source. I want to see your source. You said that you were going to provide a source that showed that real wage growth was up more months than it was down. That was the initial number. You said something like 2.something%.
It wasn't. No.
Then what was that number?
You're changing the claim.
No, you're the one. You made an initial claim. You said in your opening statement, wage growth was up more under Trump.
0.24% under Trump. Average monthly gain under Biden, 0.29%.
And that number, I said, no, we're not looking at wage growth. It's more important to look at real wage growth. And you said this is real wage growth. I said, prove it. I don't think that's true. Then you moved the goalpost. Then you moved the goalpost and you said, oh, no. Actually, what I'm just talking about, on average, there were more months than it went up than down, which isn't how anyone would say that it's average. I'm not reframing the argument. I'm accurately articulating what you said. You hold up a sign every time that you've been shown to be incorrect, and you're actually the one who's moving the goalpost and reframing the argument yourself. Bring up the source. Let's see it.
So
bring up the source.
I'm can I get a sentence out at some point, Rob? Or are you just going to keep spazzing? The reason I don't think that we should factor in inflation, the COVID inflation, is because you know that this is the only way your numbers hold up. You know this. You're not this stupid. you know that the inflation is why wage growth looks worse under Biden, and you can't articulate that that was a Biden promise, or policy. That's why I factored out I factored out COVID for Trump and Biden. That's the best way to look at it. If you don't want to look at it honestly, like if we can't come to an agreement that the best way to compare these two presidents honestly is to factor out COVID, then I don't know what we're doing here. And maybe this is the reason that you struggle to get debates, Rob.
The reason I struggle to get debates is because
you always win, right?
The reason that I struggle to get debates is because it's hard to find people that argue in good faith. Now, what most people would do is they would actually...
All right, stop. Both of you, we already had this whole freaking conversation backstage. We did. And I know we all agreed to move forward with a good discussion. Stop it. Rob, get back to your point.
Thank you. The reason that I may struggle to get debates is because people don't want to debate if they're incapable of doing it in good faith, and it seems that seems to be the case more often than not. You made claims of what these numbers are. You can't back up what those numbers are. I was correct. You were incorrect. And now what you want to do is say, yeah, but there's a reason for that. I'm more than happy to discuss the reasons for it once you admit yet again that I was correct, that real wage growth was down over the Biden presidency and that it was up under Trump's presidency.
I'm going to once again say that that's not my argument. I'm arguing that the way you're viewing the data is a silly way to view. I didn't move the goalposts. I'm saying that the way you're looking at the data, including inflation from COVID, is stupid. And the reason you want to do that is because you know what happens to the numbers when you factor out COVID inflation. You know it doesn't look good for Trump. That's why you desperately want to cling to this number. What happens to that number when you factor it out, Rob?
When
do the numbers get better or worse for Trump?
I'll answer that in 1 second. So I'll say, it's clear that he can't defend that he was inaccurate with the numbers. I'm willing to move on once more. So far on 2 numbers that you can see that he was incorrect. This is someone who claims to pride himself on the truth, and looking at data, it's clear that he's incapable of doing that. Now, we'll talk now that I'm correct about the data, and actually real wage growth was up under Trump. It continues to be up under Trump in this term as it was in the first term, and it was down under the Harris-Biden administration. How would we even begin to determine how we could factor out COVID, for example, in the Biden administration? What years should we look at that COVID didn't affect it, that we could say, okay, that's the real wage growth that we should look at?
I think when you start with when you had the massive disruption from supply chain, which is going to be about the time we started seeing massive lockdowns, first overseas and then here. And then you're going to go through, I don't remember when Biden declared the emergency over, but essentially when we got rid of the restrictions on importing through, and then we had to catch up after that. So you're talking about like mid-2022?
Mid-2022. So you're saying if we look at the data from mid-2022 until, and go year to year for that, we'll see that real wage growth was better than Trump. If we're factoring out COVID year of Trump,
I don't know. I haven't polled that because that's not the data that I pulled. Again,
okay, but that's the data that you want.
Wage gain. No, it's not. I'm using average monthly wage gain, which is from the CBO. This comes from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. If you want to go look up average hourly earnings and wage growth data, and then you take out the COVID years, you can do all this stuff yourself. I didn't know I was going to have to make a graph. I had no idea.
And it's nothing to do with making a graph. And what we're seeing is you're conflating numbers yet again. Now you've moved back from real wage growth back to wage growth. Yes, no one disputes if you massively inflate the monetary supply that wages will inherently grow up. The question is, what is your purchasing power? For example, if I get a raise one year of 25 cents and normally I get a 10-cent raise, that might seem acceptable. Like, wow, that's better than normal. But if the prices of all of my living expenses increase 30%, then that extra 15 cents in my wage growth will be irrelevant. In fact, wage growth almost always goes up. I would say that that's generally the way things go. So I don't know why that number is a number that we should look at as opposed to real wage growth. And you keep going back to just regular wage growth. Why would we not look at wage growth minus inflation?
I didn't mind. I looked at real wage growth, just so you know. And if I didn't just barely say real wage growth, like I meant real wage. But the thing, once again, Rob, you are factoring in inflation. The very thing you just described, the thing where like inflation, if prices go up above what you're making, then you don't really have wage growth, right? It's measuring the value of your dollar. And when we had inflation at 9% due to COVID, you want to keep that number in because that's the only way statistically that you can back up wage growth with Trump. If you factor that out, you know what happens to your numbers. You know they're not good.
Again, we're dishonest. I mean, and it's incredible. Like what I'm trying to do is I'm like, okay, let's together figure out how we would factor that out. right? And so what we would do is we'd find a starting point where we could look at Biden and say, okay, here's the real wage growth under Biden. You say, I said real wage growth. You didn't. You keep pivoting back to just regular wage growth. Okay, can you define what real wage growth is? I don't think you can.
Yeah, real wage growth is it's your wages, and then it factors in inflation. So it's more like purchasing power.
Okay, so then you're saying, the question I asked you then was, real wage growth, if we start in 2022 and we look, you're suggesting that it was better under Biden than it was under Trump. You keep saying it over and over. If we factor out the COVID inflation, you'll see that the numbers are terrible for Trump. And then when I ask you specifically, okay, then let's look at that data set, which I haven't looked up, but if we look at it, and you're like, nah, I haven't looked at it, I don't really care, it's not important, you could look at it some other time. But this seems to be the crux of your argument.
I'm giving you the source. I don't remember the exact date ranges that they took out for COVID. That's the only part I'm unsure of. And in order to get that number, I would have to go back into the report and read it again. I think that the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, I think that's a solid source. I think that you and I are saying the same thing. The only disagreement that you and I have right now is whether or not we should factor in the 9% inflation from Biden's term, and we should call that, we should blame him. I've asked you again, Rob, have you ever done the numbers with factoring out COVID? Have you ever run those numbers before?
I'm trying to ask you specifically how we would do that. What point would we start looking at with Biden?
How the fuck is that an answer to what I just asked? I just asked you a very simple question. Have you done it? This is yes or no, and then you can answer. But have you ever factored out the inflation and looked at the wages, Rob?
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference then?
It's worse under Biden.
It's worse. It's just, what's the numbers?
I don't know. Look it up. You can find it yourself.
Now I need you to give me those numbers. Now you've done it, and you said it's still worse under Biden.
Yes.
Where are you getting those numbers from? Because my numbers say that it's better under Biden, and I'm using the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. What are you using?
You can't even make these comparisons, and I'll tell you why, right? Because when I said, okay, where would we look? What time frame would we start to look? When you say, have you factored it out? Have you factored it out? I have to ask you, where would you start to factor it out? How would we do that? You can't give me an answer. And now you're saying oh, I've already done it. I looked and it's better for Biden. Okay, so the data that you're looking at right now, you're looking at data right now, is what you're telling me. And you just said, I gave you the data. It says it's better under Biden.
Yeah, I said it's from Bureau of Labor
so what
Statistics,
date did you start at looking at that? What date?
Listen. This was a report. It was not, I did not pull the report. This was an analysis done by, I think in conjunction with the Yale Budget Lab, and they pulled, I don't know exact dates what they pulled from. We could find that, but it still doesn't change the fact that you just made a claim, which now you won't defend. Now you're going to pivot back to me. Why is it, Rob, that you, in the affirmative position, you can't justify anything that you say? You haven't validated a single claim. And when you just said that when you factor out inflation, the numbers are still better for Trump, and I ask you where you get those numbers, you say, I don't know.
Okay, so we'll look at it. The reason I said I don't know is because it's intuitive that we need to know where you want to start from. So what I just did for you, as you were sort of moving,
Rob.
please let me finish. What I just did for you, because you'll be slimy about this and you won't tell me what dates we should look at. I looked at the real wage growths under Joe Biden each year. All right. So you tell me when we can start counting. It looks like real wage growth from January 2021 to December 2021 was negative 1.2%. Should we use that year?
No.
Okay. From January 2022 to December 2022, it looks like real wage growth was a negative 2.9%. Should we use that year?
No.
From January 2023 to December 2023, it looks like real wage growth was 0.4%. Should we use that year?
What was inflation during that time?
Inflation average 4.1.
No.
So we shouldn't use that. Okay, from January 2024 to December 2024, it looks like real wage growth was 1.1%. Should we use that year?
What was inflation at?
It was at 6.3%.
No.
So we can't use any of the 4 years under Joe Biden to determine what his numbers would be.
Wait, inflation was 6% the entire last year?
No, it wasn't. I'll be honest with you what it said. Yeah, I'll be honest. I misread it. Right, 6% was the month before. I'm sorry. Inflation was 2.9. But even I just want to be clear.
Then, you could fact. Yeah, then you can
okay.
say that.
So I just want to be clear. When you thought it was 6%, your argument was we could not use if inflation was high under Biden, we could never use those numbers no matter what. That's your argument.
Unless Rob, you can explain to me how Joe Biden policies led to that inflation.
What I'm saying is, you asked me to
Right?
differentiate. You said we can't look at the COVID years. We can't look at those. I said, what year should we start at? You said maybe somewhere in mid 2022. That's what you said. Then when I went through the numbers and it turned out, whoops, those numbers weren't very good. You did exactly what I knew you would do, and you moved the goalpost and you said, no, we can't count that year either. We can't count that year. That's what you did. I don't give a shit about your sign. Do you have an argument or not?
I just would like. What's weird is that every time I make it. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I do find like if we're going to make an equation, we have to be agreeable what the variables are that we're putting in. And I think I could be wrong, but to my understanding, that's what Rob's trying to do, is to formulate the equation that you're utilizing to get to the answer, but you're both using different variables in the equation.
Yeah, look,
is that right?
Yes, in order for me to accept wage growth numbers, you have to be able to tell me that inflation was caused by Joe Biden. When you asked me when the pandemic ended, when they pulled the numbers, I said, I don't know. I think when we started shutting it down was about mid-2022, and then however long it took for inflation to catch up, to be back to a normal rate, right? Unless you can show me what Joe Biden did to cause that inflation, then we can have the discussion. But I'm looking at the whole world the whole world's having the same problem, and you want me to believe that's a Joe Biden problem.
So I'm just going to mention this. And so even if we take the best, so cumulatively, real wage growth under Biden was down about 1.3 to 1.5%. Under Trump, in totality, it was up, 1.4%. So in all 4 of his years, it actually surpassed the best year of Joe Biden, when we would say COVID had the least. And if we take out Trump's last year, the COVID year, real wage growth for Trump was 4.2%. Absolutely shellacking.
And you're pulling these numbers from where?
That number, the specific 4.2, is from economicsense.com.
Where are they getting their numbers from?
They are getting them from the Atlanta Fed, I believe, is the numbers that they're getting from it. The wage growth tracker of the Atlanta Fed, and overall CPI from the Bureau of Labels and Statistics.
I mean, when I look over, when I'm over on Fred, these numbers don't match up very well.
Okay, so give me the numbers you're getting from Fred.
You see declining wages from quarter 3 of 2020 to quarter 2 of 2023. You see growth through quarter 4, another dip in quarter 2, and then you see wage growth from quarter 2 of 2024 virtually until now.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, you're looking at a graph, obviously. So what are the specific numbers on those graphs? Because what you just said adds up to what I'm saying. That yes, you saw massive declines under Biden, and then it sort of leveled out and it never got that high, and that it was going way up under Trump until the pandemic, and now it's going up much higher than it was under Biden again.
It wasn't going way up under Trump. Under
4.2%.
So what you saw in 2019, where you saw that big spike in wages, what you saw is a lot of people like low paying jobs. A lot of those fell off because of the COVID pandemic. So you saw a massive spike from quarter 3 of 2019 all the way through quarter 3 of 2020. There was a massive spike, and that was due to people like a workforce, low salaried workforce being removed from the market. That's the only time you really see any explosive growth.
I disagree. The numbers I'm looking at show that's not the case, so I'd like you to show your data. The numbers that I just provided for you.
Show yours at some point?
Yeah, sure. You want me to screen share it again?
I mean, yeah, we can.
I could do that, no problem. Yeah. But I would like to see your data. My data suggests that actually that 4th year of Trump's, when COVID hit, was when wage growth was worse for him, that it was 4.2 previous to that. And so that would have nothing to do with COVID if it was 4.2 previous to that. Correct?
To when?
You would previous to 2020, before COVID.
I believe, yeah. Quarter 4, didn't COVID start in 2019 in quarter 4?
I believe that we started to see it really in 2020, correct?
I think 2019 is when, if I remember right, like November-ish.
No, I think that there was 1 or 2 cases, but I don't think that would have been enough to affect. In fact, Fauci was saying in February of 2020 that the flu was going to be worse. So certainly we weren't seeing these dire numbers then.
Yeah, so March is when we said it was a full-on pandemic, but you started getting cases in November. So that would have been
okay. So I just want to be clear. Your argument is that in the fourth quarter of 2019, because there were a handful of potential COVID cases, that explains why Trump's real wage growth was really high.
No, I'm talking about Q1 of 2020, Q2 of 2020, and Q3 of 2020.
Okay, so real wage growth was up under those times.
Well, if you go look at the graph, you'll see there's a massive spike right there, right?
No, I don't think so. Again, I'd like to see your graph. The data I'm looking at doesn't suggest that. The data I'm looking at actually shows that it looks like the majority of the wage growth for Trump was actually previous to 2020. 2017, 2018, 2019. 2020 was actually yeah, it did grow every year, but it was actually grew the least in 2020.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking at?
No. And I'm looking at total. So you're looking at what? You're looking at I'm looking at total wages. You're looking at what?
Let's see. It was let's see. First 3 years, 1.4 annum under Trump. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if this is talking about that specifically in 2020. So show the data you're looking at and we could look at it.
You're not going to show your data? This is
I don't think that this is talking about 2020. It's previous to 2020, the one I'm looking at right here.
I'm confused what we're arguing. All right, I just left that one. Let me go back. Real median. Here's median. Would median usual weekly real earnings be good for you? That's from the Fred?
Yes.
All right. I can screenshot this.
Nonetheless, like it seems to me, the data I'm looking at shows 1.4 per annum per year under the first 3 years of Trump. That's higher than the highest year of Biden, even at the end of the pandemic. So even if it does show that the fourth year of real wage growth was actually higher under Trump, again, that's not going to help your argument.
Does it show?
You could say, well, the fourth year was an anomaly. What's that?
See the screen that I'm sharing?
Yeah, I see it. I could pull it up.
This is where I'm talking about. So this is median usual real earnings. This is the spike that I'm talking about right here. This is the COVID spike.
Okay.
And then the oh shit. What did I just do? Oh shit.
Might have zoomed in or something on it.
Maybe. How do I go back?
On the graph. Usually for graphs, yeah. You just kind of have to.
All right, well, we can still look there. And then here's the crash. And then it levels out about, let's say there. And then you have wage growth again. But again, all of this is kept hampered down. If we're talking about the rate of growth, like this is not significantly different. If you cut out this peak, and you pick up here, and that's even I don't know what inflation was here, but if we pick up there at 362, and here at 366, or even if we want to bottom out at 365, that rate of growth looks similar to me. All of this wage growth stuff that you want to factor in is due to the pandemic. And that's all.
No,
I
disagree. I disagree. I don't think that you could say year 4 we're still looking at due to the pandemic, and it's not because of the policies of Joe Biden. I think that's absurd.
What policies then? What policies led to that?
For example, Joe Biden's policies of an open border, Joe Biden's policies of lockdown strategy.
One at a time, please. Because remember, we're not going to gish gallop. So let's talk about the open borders policy. How did the open borders policy drive real wages down?
Bringing in
inflation. Excuse me.
It brought real wages down by bringing in competition for labor.
And you would back that up. Where are you getting this data?
This is the laws of supply and demand. If there are more workers, then wages decrease.
If there are more workers, then wages decrease.
Yes.
Okay.
You disagree?
Well, look, I think that, it's potentially you could have less workers, wages increase. Less workers, wages decrease. We had less workers during COVID when we had Remain in Mexico still in place. There were less workers. And we saw wages dropped, right?
Less workers and wages drop.
Yeah.
Well, there could be other reasons. You just said that wages went real quick. Wait. You just said that real wage growth.
Just real quick. So supply and demand isn't always like a universal principle then, right?
Well, no, it seems to more often than not be a principle. And you contradict yourself. You just said that wages went up when we had Remain in Mexico at the end of 2020.
No, I said they went down. I said they
Your
went
entire
up,
argument, you pointed to that.
Down. Up,
Your argument.
And then they went down. So it's both.
When did they go down? When did they start going down?
When was that? Q4 of 20 or Q1 of 2021, I think.
Okay, Q1 of 2021. So that would be Biden's first term?
Yeah.
So you mean when Biden on day one had an influx of people crossing the border because he proudly announced rescinding Remain in Mexico, you're using that as evidence that Remain in Mexico drove down wages?
I'm not making a claim at all. I'm actually just testing the logic there. You said that that if there are more people working, that you will have higher wages. Is that right?
That is what I said.
Okay,
no, I said if you have more competition for labor, it drives down wages.
Okay. Well, I don't think that this graph proves that one way or the other. Would you agree with that?
I don't think that your graph's seeking to prove that. I think, however, the way that you interpreted it would show that you were exact opposite of what you were interpreting. Your argument was, well, Remain in Mexico meant that there were less people for labor, and yet wages were going down. And then what you showed is your graph shows once Remain in Mexico was removed, wages went from going up to going down.
But why did those wages go up, though?
The wages probably went up because the specific jobs that we were looking at for the people that were counting as wages were jobs that tend to make more money. And so we probably got rid of, through calling people non-essential, a bunch of low-wage work.
People lost, low-wage workers lost their jobs, right?
Correct. Okay.
Right.
All right. So what's that have to do with Remain in Mexico meant that wages? That was your claim. That was your claim.
What you're trying to prove right now is that Joe Biden caused inflation.
What I'm saying is that, yes, that the policies of Joe Biden, the buck stops with him. The policies he's had of increasing the labor.
No. I need to know why. I need to
because the laws of supply and demand. Because the laws of supply and demand. Yes or no? Would you just you could articulate afterwards if you could
drive up inflation?
Stop. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes or no? The laws of supply and demand. If there are more people applying for a job, does that increase or decrease the wages?
It can do both.
Explain how it could increase the wage.
Because wages are set by the employer.
Okay, so
it's not perfect.
Okay, so the employer, right? If there's only one person that applies for the job and they really need that, then that person's able to negotiate a better salary or a better wage because there's nowhere else for the employee to go, correct?
Maybe.
Okay, give me the circumstance when that's not the case.
When the employer says no.
Okay, the employee says no. Is that normally how businesses would work?
I've never once went into a job interview where I was able to negotiate my salary. Never once.
I think that this is nonsensical. What you're doing is saying that there could be some sort of exceptions to the rule. But would you agree that overwhelmingly that if you have more of a supply of something, that decreases the demand?
If you have more of a supply, if people want it.
Okay. Did people want labor?
You could have a supply. Well, I don't know. Because we have people that are unemployed. We also have 10 million jobs that are sitting there unfilled. I don't know. I'm confused by our
I'll just say that with
here.
this whole conversation, I'll just say this. It's clear that wage growth was higher in Trump's second term than it was. It was clear that real wage growth was higher under Trump's second term than it was under even the best years of Harris Biden. It's clear that Trump's real wage growth was better the entirety of Trump's first term than it was under Biden Harris, which is a reason economically to prefer. The Biden administration, along with Kamala Harris, gaslit people that the economy was great. It wasn't. People were struggling, and that's one of the primary reasons that they voted for Trump.
Great. Now, how did Joe Biden raise inflation?
Because he massively imported a bunch of people, which drove down.
How did that drive up inflation?
Increases the supply of workers, which lowers their wage.
Do you have any evidence to back that up?
Yes, the law of supply and demand. Second,
the law of supply and demand is not a sufficient answer for me. I'm going to need some data on this, Rob.
Yeah, that's the data that we could see. Study after study shows that when you increase the amount of labor, pretty much every study that's ever been done on economics shows that when you increase the supply of labor. Okay, why would COVID all of a sudden take away the laws of supply and demand?
Because what you need to do, Rob, is you need to explain how the whole fucking world had global inflation, but somehow it was Joe Biden's fault here. And so far, what you've come up with is the law of supply and demand. And I'm asking just for some data.
Okay, so what I started to do was talk about the policies that Biden issued that would have lowered real wage growth. You demanded that I stop at the first one, which I did. Now that I've successfully showed you that that's a logic of supply and demand, I'll move on to the second, which was the massive spending that was done under Joe Biden, and that the Democrats, I'll admit that Trump's responsible for some of this in his first term, as is Republicans, but Democrats certainly wanted to spend more and embrace more lockdowns. Those sort of things are what led to supply chain crushes and our economy stagnated, as as people like me predicted. I'm sure that you cheered on lockdowns. I was against it because I said that this is going to cause massive inflation and supply chain crunches, which it did, and it was worse under Joe Biden.
There's that straw man position to make yours seem sane. I would like to once again point out you have shown no evidence that that for some reason our inflation was different than everybody else's. That our inflation. Now, I would grant you that stimulus does raise inflation. I would grant you that, and I would say that both presidents were doing that, and I would also say that like you'd be hard pressed to convince me that Trump wasn't going to offer stimulus those other 2 times as well. But what we also see is that recovery drove down inflation eventually, and we got it back on track, right?
No, so I find it funny that you say.
Why wouldn't we say that those were deflationary policies if
Well,
they
I don't
drove inflation down?
I don't understand why you ask a question, then immediately start talking again before I get a chance. So you interrupt me.
Because you don't wait. You just got to wait a second.
So you ask a question, then I wait to make sure that you're not going to further.
That one.
I mean,
RTP, I am agreeable with Rob on that because you'll ask and then he'll start to answer it, and then you're like, and then.
Yeah, what I do.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I'll say it and then I'll reframe it so that you don't. So it's not like you don't have to remember everything I said. It's just illustrating that main point.
Can you hold up that sign that says reframing the question? Can you hold that one up for yourself? Go ahead. I'll wait for you.
It's reframe the argument, but I didn't reframe my own argument. I reframed the question, and this says argument.
All right.
Okay, thanks so much.
Well, hold on, and I'll say it this way, RDP. You're assuming he doesn't hear the question in what you're saying, and then you're taking more time to repeat that and reframe it. So let's try not to do that because Rob, I'm sure, is comprehensive enough to pick up what you're putting down. Rob, back to you.
Sarah. He is every time I say something, he fucks it up. So I'm trying to be very clear with my words so that I don't have to hold up this goddamn sign 800
and then we come back
times.
for clarification if
it.
it's needed. We come back for clarification if it's needed. All right, go ahead, Rob.
Okay, so these lockdown policies and the massive stimulus policies of Joe Biden, first off, when you say, why wouldn't we consider them deflationary? Again, it's very interesting when we talk about the record of Joe Biden and the massive inflation, you're like, we can't count any of that. That was all outside of his scope. Even in year 4, we have to say that was because of COVID. But we can assume that his policies made inflation worse than they otherwise would have been, which is a nonsensical argument. What we could see is when it comes to the rest of the world, the reason that there was inflation in the rest of the world is because they also embraced these terrible policies, such as the lockdown policies and massive stimulus. And it's even worse for those countries because the United States is the world reserve currency, which means that if the US dollar is devalued, it doesn't just cause inflation in the United States because this is the reserve currency. That means it would also cause inflation around the world. So a country, for example, like Germany would not only have to rely on the US being the reserve currency and the inflation that comes from devaluing the US dollar, but then also devaluing of their currency on top of that. So that's why that we saw inflation around the rest of the world that was commiserate to what was happening in the United States, but it's still on balance worse in the United States because we had the advantage during the Biden presidency of being the world reserve currency.
Great. So when we did the Inflation Reduction Act and it brought inflation down, you're saying that it's not right.
When was the Inflation Reduction Act?
I can look when it was passed. You know off the top of your head?
I thought they named these differently. My guess would be
2022. So it went into effect 2023 and inflation went down?
Okay. When was it passed in 2022, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't have the date on it. If anybody else has it on there.
Okay. Let me see if I can find this.
I think what I'm trying to nail down here is I would love a specific outside of like generically you just saying what you think. I think if you were being honest right now, Rob, what you would say is you're not really sure which policies drove up inflation and that you just have like this general understanding of supply side economics and you think that everything works inside of a supply side economics perfectly and that's a sufficient argument. I'm just saying that's not a sufficient argument. This entire thing, like in order for you to justify the wage differences between Trump and Biden, you've got to explain this. You've got to explain inflation and you're not doing a very good job with it.
I am explaining it. I have explained how stimulus and lockdowns that were done more by the Democrats and Joe Biden are actually worse for causing these sort of things to occur. I think that what you're seeing, is that you can't defend the record of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
I don't have to.
And you do when we're saying who would have been better. We already went through this at the beginning. And so when we're comparing Donald Trump to a Harris presidency, when she admitted I would have done nothing different than Joe Biden, it's reasonable to extrapolate that her economic policies would have been the same. And what you want to do is give an excuse to all of Joe Biden's policies. Yep. I'm saying that we could see that real wage growth is up better than any time it was under the Biden administration in Trump's second administration. And that's something to cheer for. That's more important than things like GDP or wage growth that doesn't include inflation. And so people's standard of living is marginally increasing. That's the argument I'm making. I think that I'm clearly winning the economic argument. I have like 10 other arguments to get to if you'd like to get to other arguments, but you're going to say Trump doesn't matter to any of those, which is funny. Well, this is the one area of disagreement you had, and I don't think you're doing so well.
Well, it's ironic that you're now you're giving Trump now credit for the real wage growth now. None of his policies are in place. We're still under the policies of Joe Biden for this real wage growth under Trump. But you're ready to give Trump credit for the real wage growth in these 6 months when clearly his policies haven't gone into effect yet. So that's him, right? He gets the credit for Joe Biden's wage growth right now. Joe Biden takes all the heat for COVID. And Trump doesn't have to take any heat for COVID. If you could just take his dick out of your mouth for 12 seconds and look at something from a 50,000-foot view and look down and say, oh, are there extenuating circumstances? Sometimes. But you don't do that. You just you guys all want to circle jerk Donald Trump. I don't think that you have made a compelling argument at all that he's a better president. The only way you could do it is if you factor in a fucking global pandemic. And even then, I think you're struggling. Anybody watching this is going to have a hard time coming up here, Rob, and repeating what you're saying. They're not going to be able to repeat your argument. It's nonsensical.
Someone sent me a clip of this. I don't normally consume your content, but is it true that the other day you were complaining about prices of things like steaks and other things like that at your local grocers?
No, what I was talking about was the tariffs, the willy-nilly tariffs that are slapped on places like Brazil that drive up the prices of beef.
Oh, so what you're saying is when you were complaining about the prices, you're saying that specifically the negatives that you see in the economy right now is Trump's fault, but the positives are Biden's fault? That's your argument?
No, I didn't make the argument that the positives were Biden. You made those arguments. But I would say, and that's a silly fucking thing to say.
What are you talking about? I never said that.
Because the reason that the price of beef went up is because of fucking tariffs. Now, I asked you, why did inflation go up? And you're like, supply side economics. And you can't really substantiate that. There is a direct correlation between the price of beef and the world's dumbest tariffs. A direct correlation.
Okay, so I think that it's evident for everyone
to see. By the way,
your
fans watch my show. I appreciate them.
I mean, someone has to, I guess. But it's evident for everyone to see.
If you compared our views on YouTube, you took a shot at me at the beginning of this. Do you know that I have more subs than you and I get about 20x your views?
I believe I said backstage to leave the personal shit off my screen and stay
Sarah,
off
he
topic.
Opened with that.
Stay on topic.
Sarah,
I'm going to tell you both.
He opened with that. What? This is getting a little old, honestly, Sarah. You have never once corrected anybody on your side that I've debated with. Rob has taken personal shot after personal shot. He just went back to this. I'm allowed to take the same personal shots.
That's fine. Wait, I'm more than happy.
Are you talking about the steak thing?
I'm more than happy
about the TikTok thing. He, in his opening statement, he basically said, I'm only on TikTok. First of all, I'm never on TikTok. And now he's saying somebody's got to watch your show. My views compared to yours, Rob, he literally insulted me and said, someone's got to watch your show. I'm not entitled to be like, oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Your last video got 1,000 views and mine got 80,000.
All right.
Okay,
now let's shut down and everybody can just go home, or we can just get back to the fucking point.
If I may, I'm happy once we're done with this conversation before we get to open panel to talk about his botted views. I don't have a problem with that. We could do that. I have no problem doing that. But for now, we'll talk about.
Sarah. That's not an insult.
We'll talk about the subject at hand. That's fine. I'm sorry that it hurt your feelings so much. Maybe you need a sign to remind yourself to.
Listen, gentlemen, when I say something, I mean it to everyone on screen. So RTP, even though you were the last one to talk, saying, talking shit, when I say it, that means both of you are in trouble. Okay, you always complain, well, you did this with this person and not this with that. No, when I talk, I'm speaking to everyone and shots are fired. End of story. Now we can sit here and I can act like your mama and put you in timeout and yada, 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 or we can actually get back to the fucking debate.
Okay, so I'm happy to talk about that at the end, though. No problem at all. So we could see that anyone who's paying attention could see anytime that I'll bring up positive things that are happening under Trump's economic, he'll say, oh, that's just because of Biden. Then he makes this absurd claim that I'm the one who said that the positives under Trump was because of Biden. That's not true at all. And so you can see that actually what ends up happening is that he's going to pick and choose and say, the things that are bad with the economy right now, it's not Biden's economy anymore. The tariffs have been effective. We could see massive trade deals. That's another difference that we've seen. That's brought in huge amounts of investment. Let's see, the total that I'm looking on that is, it looks like the numbers are showing best estimates. Trump's team's claimed 8 trillion. Best estimates are showing, though, that it's probably 4.3 to 5.5 trillion dollars in just investment guarantees alone from companies and countries as a result of Trump's tariff strategy. In addition to that, we could see that there's revenue that's coming in from those tariffs, and it's encouraging more manufacturing and better trade deals in general with countries like Japan, European Union, Indonesia, and others. So those are all positive things that are occurring to this, in addition to the rest of the positive economic developments that we're talking about here, that he hand waves away and say, trust me, bro, it's because of Biden.
What guaranteed investments do we have?
So, for example, you had Stargate, Apple, NVIDIA, TSMC. You had places like the UAE, Japan, China that have all agreed. I believe the EU trade deal talks specifically about guaranteed to invest in, or to spend $500 billion, I think, alone in energy that they're going to purchase from the United States and other things of this nature.
How do we collect on that guarantee?
I guess the guarantee is that they've written that into the actual negotiations that they've signed. Yes.
You've seen that negotiation signed?
No, I guess I haven't read the entirety of the negotiation.
So you're aware that that's private money that they're talking about, right?
What would that matter? That would still be good,
how would
right?
How would they guarantee $500 billion in private investment into the United States?
Because
do that?
The EU, how would the United States guarantee that?
No, how would the EU guarantee that?
The EU would have to fall through on what they signed via the treaty, or the United States would rescind it. Then they'll increase tariffs again.
Okay, so we don't have a guarantee, right?
No, we do have a guarantee. They've claimed that they guaranteed it.
You can't
again. The numbers I'm looking at
you can't guarantee, Rob. You can't guarantee private money.
It's not just private money.
Like,
there's two pools of money.
I'd like to respond. You made a bunch of points right there. I'd like to respond to this one specifically. Rob, we have 7 trade deals. He's completed 7 trade deals, and in almost every one of them, we're paying more tariffs than we were before. This is a tax on American consumers. Donald Trump has raised taxes on American consumers, and the craziest part about it is this dumb bitch doesn't seem to know what a tariff is. He literally shows up on TV every day and says other countries pay it. And then he forces all the other dumb bitches that follow him to say the same dumb thing. Just for clarity, Rob, do other countries pay tariffs? And I'm not saying can they absorb the cost of tariffs. I'm saying who writes the check?
The person that's going to write the check would be the person that is importing.
Okay. Do you also accept that Donald Trump doesn't seem to know that, or at the very least is lying about it?
No, I think that he does know, and what he's talking about is that it'll be absorbed and the United States will make more money in other ways. That's what he's talking about specifically. You mentioned there cleverly, yes, some of them could absorb. The difference is between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden type policies that would just massively increase taxes on people that are creating jobs in the United States. At least with the tariff, the burden's shared on multiple people. So it would be shared on the person that is exporting from a foreign country. It would be shared on the business that is importing that. And then there could be some level of that that's shared to the consumer. However, we've seen that the inflation numbers haven't borne out, even with these tariffs. My understanding of this was that I predicted that there would be significant short-term pain that we would see as a result of Trump's tariff strategy, but the status quo is not sustainable because the manufacturing class in this country, particularly blue-collar people in the Rust Belt, were becoming more and more disheveled and losing these opportunities, and we were relying on places like China for things that are important for our national security. And so Trump realized that our negotiating leverage will never be better than it is right now and decided to negotiate these trade deals, and he's getting deals that people are shocked by how good they are. Even people like on places like CNBC that traditionally wouldn't favor him are admitting that this EU trade deal was amazing. And we still haven't seen massive inflation or anything of that nature.
Yeah, so two responses to that. I think saying I've watched CNBC, I've covered it. I don't know who over at CNBC is saying it's an amazing trade deal. I think that they kind of like it. The Yale Budget Lab did an analysis of Trump tariffs, and this is going to cost middle-class consumers on average $5,000 a year. This is a tax increase on the middle class, and this pace means that by the end of Trump's term, middle-class Americans are going to lose $20,000 in purchasing power. Now, you mentioned inflation, and I think it's fucking brilliant that you brought that up. I think you were right, by the way, when you said that these tariffs would lead to short-term results, and I think that actually that logic was unflawed. If Trump was going to use these tariffs momentarily to negotiate as a strategy, then yeah, it would be short-lived. But the reason that we haven't seen inflation is because Trump's a pussy, and he keeps backing out, and he never puts the tariffs in. He literally just backed out on China again today. But as we start to see some tariffs hitting, which we are seeing, we're starting to see a rise in pricing. We're starting to see it now, and this is going to come at the cost of middle-class consumers. So I just want to be clear, while Donald Trump says that his tax policies are for the middle class, they are the ones that are getting a $5,000 tax increase at a time they cannot afford it.
So, one, inflation was far worse under Joe Biden, and none of the Democrats that are complaining about this seem to care. Second, their strategy of taxing more to people would have meant that those prices would have been passed down to middle-class consumers, as we could see happens all over the place. And third, these experts that you're talking about actually predicted that we would already start to see massive levels of inflation. Many of them were predicting we would see that by July. That didn't occur. The inflation numbers still that we've seen, the most recent ones, are still lower than on average of Joe Biden, and they're right about what we would expect in normal times. Now, it could be the case that we'll start to see some more inflationary pressures. In fact, I think if Jerome Powell lowers rates, we're more likely to see, which Trump wants to do, we're more likely to see inflation. However, I think that the status quo, which I'll ask you point blank at the end of this question, was not sustainable. We can't afford to rely on places like China for manufacturing that's so important, such as our personal protective equipment when it comes to viruses, ammunition, other things that if we ever get into conflict with China, we can't rely on them, and we can't continue to see the erosion of the manufacturing and middle class in this country. And so something radical needed to change, and I think that was good. Because it's bad for the people that enjoy those sorts of jobs, and we would rely on countries to the manufacturing that's necessary for our country to survive that we may be at war with someday.
Why is it necessary for our country to survive to onshore manufacturing?
Because two reasons. One, let's do them slow, one by one. Relying on China for things like steel, ammunition, etc., when they are our biggest geopolitical rival, means that we will be under their heel if we ever go to war. Your response?
My response is, why don't we just not go to war with them?
Okay, so what if they then decide to pressure us because they know we can't go to war with them?
Well,
and we rely on them.
I don't think destroying our economy on the fear that one day China, who is not very aggressive, you look around the world, like China's not like us. They're not out there fighting a new war every fucking 12 minutes. China seems pretty restrained. I have real fears of China coming over here and starting a war with us. So I don't think the fear mongering of we have to reshore American manufacturing because maybe one day China will come get us is a compelling argument. We've survived pretty well with manufacturing going to China.
Okay, cool. I guess we could say the same with Russia. Let's just not go to war with Russia or any other country. It's a fool's gambit to suggest that our biggest geopolitical rival, that we should just say, as long as we never go war with them, they'll never pressure us, that we become totally reliant. I think that's a childish view that you have there. Second argument is
I didn't say totally reliant. Don't reframe it. Don't lie when you reframe shit. I said we don't have to onshore all manufacturing.
Secondly,
totally
manufacturing.
Right? No, Rob, can we get on the same page real quick? Right?
I'm not interested in.
I'm tired of the dishonest reframing. I said that we don't have to onshore American manufacturing, and you said rely totally. Can we at least be honest about the way that how dishonestly you frame everything?
No, what we'll do is I'll say that the way that this was framed initially was that we would rely on them like ammunition, steel, and things of that nature. Now, you didn't seem to dispute that. You said we don't have to onshore all manufacturing. That's a different claim. The only person that's been dishonest in their framing this entire debate's been you, who, including from your very first economic statistics that you suggested, we went through point by point how you were misleading people and what they said. You've continued to do so the entire debate. I'm tired of your whining and complaining to me because you have this thought in your head that I'm doing what is actually you that's doing. Nonetheless, the manufacturing sector, we could see that there's been a hollowing out of the manufacturing sector in this country. And as that's happened, we've seen that there has been more of a wealth divide. The middle class is eroding in this country that you claim to care about, and bringing manufacturing back and real jobs as opposed to just jobs in the financial sector would be key in bringing back that middle class dream.
Yeah, this is Republican dipshittery at its finest. This is Ronald Reagan trickle-down economics, a failed fucking experiment for 50 years. You know when we started to see the massive increase in wealth inequality? When we introduced trickle-down economics. And you're a smart enough guy to know that if you draw a correlation between trickle-down economics and wealth inequality, it's a far better line than offshoring American manufacturing. Yes, sometimes they go together, because it turns out when we let rich people keep more of their money and we give them more access to our government and we allow them to lobby our government, then they want to make as much money as they possibly can. And so undoing trickle-down economics, going back to the progressive tax policies that built this country, that built the American working class that our parents and our grandparents grew up in, and they had I guess the good fortune to grow up during that time. We could go back to those progressive tax policies, but we can't, because Republicans are such cucky bitches to the 1% that you guys think if we tax these folks, then the whole world will collapse. It's trickle-down economics that's causing this wealth inequality, and you would be hard-pressed to make a compelling argument that the offshoring of American manufacturing is what has driven wealth inequality. That's insane, Rob.
I disagree with that. I do have a question to ask you,
then back it up.
Okay, I have a question to ask you. The companies that will have to pay, you said that it's the United States that'll pay that tax, correct? People in the United States. Can you explain who that would pay the tariffs?
Anybody who's importing something.
Okay, so those would be businesses. Is it traditionally poor people that import things, or wealthier people that own businesses?
Not poor. Not necessarily wealthy, but not poor.
Okay, so then my question to you is, if you say that those people that have to pay those import taxes will pass, in the form of tariffs, will pass them along to the consumers, then why, if instead we just tax them outright without a tariff, wouldn't they also pass that along to the consumer?
Tax who outright?
If you're saying that there are these wealthy business owners that are importing things that are going to be tariffed, and they'll pass that cost on to the consumer, if instead of doing tariffs, we just massively increase their taxes, why wouldn't they also pass that on to the consumer?
Well, are you talking about income tax, or are you talking about the corporate tax rate?
Doesn't matter. Any tax whatsoever.
Well, income tax that's a silly thing, because the richest people in this country don't pay income tax. They mostly pay capital gains tax. Most of them don't take a large salary. The richest people in this country avoid taxes at all costs. So we're talking about, I wouldn't raise taxes on anybody whose income is less than $400,000 if I was in charge.
Okay, so how many people that didn't really answer my question? Those wealthy people now. The question was, if wealthy people now having to pay tariffs would pass that along to the consumer, then why wouldn't, if you increase people's taxes, wouldn't the people you're increasing pass it along to the consumer?
It'd be hard to show that it's just wealthy people that are like. I think that the people who are being hurt the most by this are not wealthy people. This is evidenced by, like, Tim Cook went and gave Donald Trump a really pretty iPhone, and Trump carved out an exception for him. You see Amazon gets exceptions carved out for them. Nike has exceptions. Google has exceptions. Apple has exceptions. Nvidia has exceptions. All the richest among us are the ones that are avoiding all of this. It's the middle class that's really suffering the most. And even if you want to talk about like total, like, we'd have to pull the numbers. I would guess that you're probably right that that rich people pay a higher percentage of this, but it's the mom and pop shops that are closing, that can't afford these kind of margins, that can't negotiate tiny margins and operate off 1 or 2%. Those are the people that are hurting.
Your argument is that how much more revenue do you think we need? Because you also would want a bunch of, and I think we could tie this into Kamala Harris as well. She would want a bunch of new spending programs. You say you would only tax people more that make over $400,000. How much more revenue does the United States need to do to end this trickle-down economics? Like, per year, what would you suggest?
Like, how much? Well, we just have to start reducing deficit spending. Like, we've got to get to at least revenue neutral.
Okay, so how much would that require per year if we don't create one more program?
I would have to do them. Are we doing with like compound interest? I'd have to do the math. I don't know if you've done the math on that.
I will just say this: you said you would only increase taxes on people that are making more than $400,000 a year. How much would you increase the taxes on those people?
I would take the capital gains tax to somewhere around like 25%, and I think you take the top corporate tax of 21 to 28%.
Okay, so how much money do you think that would raise?
And then back to 37%. I think I have some of those numbers written down here. Let me see.
How much money how much money would your tax policy that you're recommending, how much would that raise a year?
Yeah, I have this. So the CBO scored the 2025 budget, which was the one Harris was running on, saying it would reduce budget deficits by 1.4 trillion between 2025 and 2034, which is at the same time Trump is increasing deficits by 5 trillion. So it's about a difference of like $6 trillion $5 trillion between the
It wouldn't
two.
matter if Trump's increasing it. Kamala Harris's plan, you said we would need to get to deficit zero. So if
she would
if I believe this CBO, which I don't believe that I think that you're probably misleading the data because that's probably that. Let me finish. Is that comprehensive of the plans she wanted to add minus the tax revenue that she was putting in? And so then how much was she going to increase the tax burden according to that CBO plan?
Like receipts? Are you looking at total receipts?
Yes, like I don't know exactly the way they'd phrase it. I'm not going to claim to understand the exact language they would use. My question is, clearly Democrats like Kamala Harris, they wanted more social programs. And so the idea that they were going to spend more but lower the deficit by $1.4 trillion, that would have to be a massive increase in the tax burden.
Yeah, it was 4. So the Yale Budget Lab scored this. If you don't like the CBO, we can look at the Yale Budget Lab. They are a little more conservative. They scored a trillion in reductions, and the net deficit reduction results from 2.6 trillion in gross costs and 4 trillion in gross savings from the proposals within the 2025 proposal.
So they would spend 4 trillion in taxes. That was the argument, that they would raise revenues 4 trillion.
It's in gross savings, so it's essentially through
okay, so we're going to raise an additional 4 trillion in taxes a year from just people that make over 400,000.
No, not just people that make. It's also corporations. It's the 400,000 is income tax, but you also have capital gains kicks in at 25%. I think was hers at $100 million. I think.
Okay, but I would assume that there's a lot of
you're going to get a tax increase. That's pretty fair.
Okay, so how many people would that be that are sharing this increased burden?
I don't know.
People that make
the Yale Budget Lab.
Just the people that make over 400,000. I think there's where did I see this? 2.8 million. So 2.8 million people are going to contribute to 4 trillion. That's, if my math's correct, that would be about 1.6 million of taxes a year increased on these people?
Could be. I don't know. You can go look at the Yale.
And you don't think they would pass that on to working class people?
Well, there's also part of what Harris also wanted to do is control prices. But yeah, you potentially could have that passed along to customers.
Yes, sure. and a great argument. You're right. Forgive me, I forgot we're comparing Trump to Kamala. You're right. Harris did want to institute price controls, and we could see the failures of that all over the place.
Can you show me a place where grocery price controls failed? And not like it was profit control, right? So it was margins. It wasn't like you can't operate at a loss. It was saying your margins can be 10%. Can you show me places?
Yes, Can you show me a place they've worked?
Oh, you just made the claim that they wouldn't work. What are you saying?
Yes, they wouldn't. Every time we see these communist policies where we tell private businesses how much they're allowed to charge, we see a rich history of these sort of things failing. In the Soviet Union, for example, they failed.
A question and you just throw it back at me. Why won't you answer that question, Rob?
Okay, I will show you evidence of when price controls failed.
For groceries, right? Because that's what we're talking about with Harris. We're talking about margin control?
Right, the Bernie Sanders, I think bread lines are a good thing. Right, we get it.
It's another cute quip by you while you don't defend a fucking thing.
Let's see. World War II, Canada, 1939 to 1945. Strict price controls on groceries led to rationing and long lines. Black markets emerged. Food quality declined as retailers sold inferior goods at controlled prices. True inflation was likely 48 to 70%. United States, 70. Let me finish.
Wait, hold on. No, I need to ask that question because we have to make sure. What were they controlling? Were they controlling the price or the margin?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, it's significantly. It makes a difference, doesn't it, Rob? Because a margin doesn't allow you to operate at a loss. A price control, like a fixed price, you can have a loss there.
I will repeat, I think that it was a disaster there. We'll read more examples, and then I'll get to answering that. United States, 1971 to 74. Nixon's price and wage freeze aimed to control inflation because grocery shortages. Producers cut supply due to unprofitable prices, and consumers face empty shelves and gas lines.
Yeah,
Venezuela.
You just said it. It's unprofitable prices. Kamala Harris, her proposal didn't give you unprofitable. It was allowed, or it stopped from price gouging. So you can't make a 600% markup. You're comparing things that didn't that aren't the same.
What we can see is when these price controls happen, although you could say, trust me, we will allow just profits. It would just be profits. It's impossible for the government to be that efficient to know exactly what they need to charge that would cut into their profits. And it ends up meaning that things would be unprofitable. That's the history of price controls.
Rob,
all right, what's the price gouging? Show me. So give me the groceries that were at 600%. Go ahead.
So the way that no, I'm just, that was a hypothetical, Rob. What the price gouging was, is it was saying you can't raise your price over a certain amount, right? Over your cost. So you can't go under cost. And cost, that's all in cost. So they're just saying, let's just say that you have bananas and there's a shortage on bananas. And you're like, oh, I know we're gonna have a shortage on bananas. So instead of $2 a pound, they're $12 a pound. And your cost didn't increase because we saw this during COVID. Specifically, you brought up like PPE. People were buying up in bulk PPE, and then they were selling it back at these massive markups, and that hurts our economy too. So this is a smart thing to do. If you don't want businesses to take advantage of people in the middle of a pandemic. You want to learn from that. Why is it not smart, Rob?
It's just to be clear. As I said, that these things, even if you get in saying we're just not going to allow you to raise your profits, oftentimes what happens is it causes scarcity, which means that the government goes in, does more and more. The government is inefficient.
Give me an example of that.
Okay, let me give you some examples of that. World War II, Canada, 1939 to 1945. United States, please let me finish. United States, 1971 to 74. Venezuela, 2000s to 2010s. The Bengal famine in 1700s. When the government comes in and says you can only charge this much, it leads to a disaster. Nonetheless,
this is Rob. This is pathetic even by your standards. I just told you that we're talking about margin controls, and you're talking about price controls. Where in your own answer, it specifically says that they were operating below profit, that they were below cost. That's not the same thing here, Rob. Just admit you don't know. Don't read the same dumb shit again. In the answer, it says that we're not talking about margins. It says we're talking about cost. Doesn't it, Rob?
So why don't you tell me an example of when these prices? I don't know. I would have to read exactly what was deemed to be done then. Maybe they tried to just say we're going to stop profits, but actually those price controls didn't take into account that they were inequipped to determine what the margins would be, and it led to people. That's right, and you've yet to provide one example of where it's worked. I'm at least providing you examples of price controls not working. Show me one example.
Of operating on like limiting the percentage that you can make?
Yes, on groceries.
On groceries? I don't know if anybody's ever done that. I have no
Wait
idea.
a minute. You said that I had to limit price control to groceries. That was the data that you were looking for. That's what you said. Now you're saying, well, no one's ever done it.
No, I said I don't know if they've ever done it. But the reason I brought that up is because I wanted to make sure we were talking about what her actual plan was. She wasn't talking about capping the price of everything. She was talking specifically about groceries. This isn't a principle that like I stand by. I'm saying that when I look at what happened during COVID and I looked at people who were gouging American consumers, I think that it makes perfect sense to add a control mechanism in there so that people don't gouge Americans in the middle of a crisis. I think that's just smart government. You don't think that's good government?
No, I don't think it's good government at all. I think that when we start to have these sort of price controls, that they create scarcity and lead things to spiral out of control. We could see the history of socialism doing this. Nonetheless, all of this is irrelevant to the fact that Kamala Harris's policies would have been a disaster. These sort of socialist policies would have caused all sorts of government intervention into the market that would have been a disaster. We can see right now policies like this in New Jersey have actually caused the price of electricity to increase threefold since they've instituted instituted sort of policies, socialist policies, determining what sort of electricity could be able to come. Again, I don't know if you think that you're making a point here. You're not doing very well in this debate
Kamala
anyways.
Harris doesn't run New Jersey, so by citing New Jersey policies, you are using New Jersey as a straw man for Kamala Harris. If you're going to cite Kamala Harris, cite her policy, but instead you're just picking a state where there's something you don't like. Which policy is New Jersey doing that Kamala Harris proposed?
I was citing socialist policies like this and the unintended outcomes, but fine. I'll cite Kamala Harris's policy banning fracking in Pennsylvania.
She said she was against banning fracking.
No, she originally said she was for it. Then she said she never said it.
changed her mind. And then she changed her mind. So I'm going to stick with her last answer, which is no.
Okay.
And you're going to stick with her first answer, right?
No, what I'm saying is that it's clear that she would embrace these socialist policies, and the only reason she backed off was because she know that people have more common sense than her and know that these policies would be a disaster.
Now we are straw manning hypothetical. Now Rob has gotten to the point of the debate. He has a value left to say, so he's straw manning a position and calling Kamala Harris a fucking socialist, which is crazy because like she literally. My biggest complaint with Biden and her is they brought in corporations, like they were in bed with the corporations. These were corporatists. To call Kamala Harris is a socialist makes me feel like you have no idea what socialism is. It means that you're doing the same thing that Republican pundits always do, Rob. You run to socialism because it's a security blanket for you. You know to your audience that if you scream socialism, they'll wet their pants and agree with you, but you don't have any real good arguments right now because you're just straw manning Kamala as a socialist.
Price controls are socialism. Next, we'll move on to the next topic, immigration. We could see that crossings are ridiculously down. In some cases, 97% down to under the Kamala Harris-Biden high points. Remember, Kamala Harris was said to be one of the people that was a key advisor to Trump or to Biden on the border. So the border is much more secure, and we've stopped seeing millions of people pouring in that are illegals because of that. That's
how many
obviously
illegal
a good
immigrants
thing.
do you think came in during the Biden administration?
Well, we could look at the actual data from sort of immigration studies, Department of Homeland Security. There were, on total encounters, the majority of which got in, I believe, was 10.3 million from February 2021 to January 2025. This includes 9.3 million apprehensions, which were typically illegal crossings, and about 1.2 million inadmissible migrants. Over 48 months, the average is 214,583 encounters per month.
So you understand that number you just cited means 1 million came in, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay, what's an encounter, Rob? How do we define an encounter?
An encounter is someone that crossed the border into the country that was met by Border Patrol, ICE, etc.
Anywhere within a 100-mile radius of the border, right?
Correct, yes.
And those people, it's any encounter, so these people could have been here, they could have crossed over, it could just be any encounter, it could be the same person 500 times, right?
Theoretically, it could be the same person 500 times, right?
Okay, but when you just read those numbers, you cited encounters, and then you cited a number of apprehensions, and then there was a number right after that was like 1.2 million. That's the number of illegal immigrants that came in. The rest of the people that came to our border were legal immigrants here on asylum claims.
It doesn't matter. The people that came here under asylum claims still show the problem with our open border. The fact that they were left in, the majority of them never were processed to be allowed to stay here for asylum. And it was a system that was being intentionally abused.
100% agree.
Yes, it was being intentionally abused. That was the system. And so now those numbers have curtailed tremendously. And that is clearly a good thing for this country in a litany of reasons we could get into if you like.
Well, this is where we have a fundamental disagreement, I think. I'm guessing. Maybe we agree on this. I concede that Donald Trump's actions have led to less people coming to the border. I think that there's a lot of reasons for that. One is a strong presence. Two is that the humanitarian crises that were caused by COVID, those are mostly over. We've kind of stopped meddling, like Venezuela. A lot of that was our own fault, why we had a bunch of Venezuelans here. But I would also say that what Donald Trump has done if you like these policies, can be completely undone, because the thing I don't like about what he's doing is he's choosing to do it outside of Congress. Like, we're not changing our asylum laws. So if somebody comes across here now and they seek asylum, one of two things happens. They either are granted the asylum claim, or this administration goes against our own asylum laws. Those are the two options that we have. Either they're allowed to claim asylum, or this administration is unilaterally bypassing Congress to do kind of whatever the fuck they want. I agree it's effective. I don't like how we're doing it. I don't like the precedent that it sets. I don't like that we're ruling by executive order here.
I don't like the fact that Joe Biden, by fiat and rescinding executive orders, allowed these massive things to increase. And I also, it's not whataboutism. Are we not comparing the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden administration to the Trump administration? Is that not what we were doing? So your claim is when I point out the failures of the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration and how they allowed these people in by rescinding executive orders, that's whataboutism, even though that's literally the topic of the debate.
No,
that's your claim?
No, the issue is that you never address what I say. You just literally say, you just go straight to whataboutism. It's literally like talking to like a random Republican word generator. Not once have you ever responded to a claim. And you did this the last time we debated. You literally walked away in the debate last time. You don't listen. You're not a very good active listener. So it's frustrating to talk to you and then just have you go straight to whataboutism. It would be nice to have like a conversation where you respond to what I say without like going whataboutism. Right.
Nonetheless, your complaints on these sort of things are relevant. It is the topic at hand. When it comes to sort of executive fiat being able to solve problems, as long as it's done within a legal scope, so far the courts have said that it is predominantly legal for him to have policies like Remain in Mexico. Yeah, I agree. It would be better if Democrats weren't actively cheering for open borders and would work with Republicans, some of them who actually want the open borders as well. It would be better for the legislator to do that. Nonetheless, that's not a reason to prefer Kamala Harris over Joe Biden.
Name one Democrat that advocated for open borders.
Yeah, the ones that were fine with the border under the Biden administration. When we,
just one of them.
Kamala Harris, Joe Biden.
What did she? And she advocated for it. How?
They said that the policies under the Biden administration of rescinding these executive orders and allowing tens of millions of people in were okay. So that it was good. That the border was predominantly secure.
She was cheerleading open border policies.
Yeah, she was cheerleading the policies that effectively made our border basically open.
And by that you mean they were keeping our asylum laws as they were written, right?
They were rescinding executive orders and knowing that the asylum process, knowing that the asylum, knowing the
Rob, because what you should do.
What's frustrating to you is I'm going to start doing the same as you since you're interrupting. So I'll have no problem doing that. I've been more than generous of allowing you to sort of filibuster when you feel, and then to constantly interrupt me.
All right, gentlemen. Listen, we've got maybe about 20 minutes left since we had some tech issues in the beginning. You were doing so good. Let's get back to good, okay?
We weren't doing good. He wasn't. I was. That's what was happening. So I'll answer the prompt as I see fit. Since we only have 20 minutes, I'll get to the other reasons that I had that Trump was good, since he's not doing so good on any of these. We see, for example, what I said was the Overton window shift on a lot of these sort of woke things. This is fantastic that Trump's did that. The cultural shift is probably going to be more lasting than sort of the policy shifts that we could see that I think overwhelmingly the ones we've talked about have been good with Trump.
Where do you feel the Overton window shifted?
I think that it's shifting more away from this woke shit, things like transing children and other things like that that are horrible.
What do you mean when you say transing children?
Like, for example, the idea that we should have this sort of stuff normalized in schools, the idea that we should be pushing for things like hormone blockers, trans issues, telling children.
Like people being allowed to identify how they want? Is that what you mean?
No, pushing that this is something to be prideful for and instructing these things in schools.
Telling people they could be proud of who they are?
Telling people that it's something to be proud of, to be trans, and instituting these things in schools. Other policies.
Can I ask a question? Why do you think the federal government should be dictating what people can and cannot be proud of?
Because the federal government should dictate what we're allowed to teach in public schools, because my tax dollars go to it. Would you be okay if the federal, real quick, would you be okay if the federal government was teaching people for white pride and white nationalism? Would you be okay with that?
That they are allowed to be proud that they're white?
Would you be okay if the federal government said that it was okay to have curriculum of talking about white pride and teachers talking about how prideful they were of being white and celebrating their kids talking about being proud to be white? Would you be okay with that?
If somebody can say that on their own? Because I don't think there's a curriculum that's teaching children to be trans. I think there's curriculum, and I've looked at the curriculum in my state. In fact, maybe you could point to one specific I'm unaware of. These are largely done on a local level, but I've never seen a curriculum that is like, hey, we have this whole day where we're going to talk about how it's cool to be trans. Do you have an example of like a curriculum that says that?
Now, I don't have them in front of me right now. What I could say is that not only are their curriculum, it's not even necessarily its curriculum, it's the way that these teachers are doing things. We had policies, for example, that said that if a kid came out and said that they wanted to change their pronouns, that teachers were not obligated to tell the parents that. There was an entire discussion about
the teacher have to tell the parents
Let me finish, please. I know the impulse to interrupt is strong with you. Maybe you should hold up a sign. Please hold up a sign and read. Please hold up a sign and read your sign.
Let Rob finish.
There you go.
Remember, put the bubble in. Let Rob finish, and then you can respond to all of it.
Yes.
Remember, we talked about this already.
So go ahead and read your own sign and let actual people that know what they're talking about talk a little here. And so what we could see is there are actually policies that suggested that parents not be allowed to hear these sort of things that were being discussed in school. In addition to that, we could see that it wasn't just about the policies, it was about the ways that these teachers were interacting with children, oftentimes shoehorning many pride things and things like that into schools that there was no business talking about that stuff whatsoever. That Overton window shift is just the least of those things that are good going against woke. And I think we need much more of that. And I'm happy to be on the correct side of this 80-20 issue. I'm more than happy for you to be on the 20, and that's where Kamala Harris would have been.
I think the interesting thing is that we're not on different sides of this issue. You want the government to force speech, and you want the government to be selective in the speech that is allowed. I just think everybody should be allowed to identify how they want. Look, I don't understand what it's like to be a trans person. I have no idea. I can't even fathom it. It's nothing that I've ever dealt with. But at the same time, like, I don't have a problem if somebody wears a cross around their neck. To me, that's just as foreign as somebody identifying as a gender they weren't assigned at birth. It's the same thing to me. I don't like the government being in charge of social aspects, especially the federal government. If you want to do this on a local level, that's one thing. I think that's more acceptable. But these federal bans, and then you guys acting like there was some big push. I would challenge you. Show me a piece of federal legislation that pushed any sort of trans ideology outside of you're allowed to identify how you want.
It's not just about federal legislation. It's about the Overton window shifting and the cultural conversation changing. And that's one of the good things that Trump's
but that's not the question I asked, which is another weird.
I don't give a shit. I don't. You're reframing. You're reframing.
What the fuck are we doing
show
here,
me. Show me. Show me what.
You're not going to answer a question.
I've been answering your questions the entire. I've been answering your questions the entire time, even when they're irrelevant.
You federal legislation.
I'm uninterested. I'm uninterested. Yeah. Where did I ever say, okay, I want you to, that question implies that I claimed that there was federal legislation that put in trans issues, correct?
Or a Harris policy, because you
show me where I said that. Show me where I said that. Right? Show me where I said that. Show me.
Okay. So
show me where I said it.
Wait, hold on. So you don't
show me where I said it. It's pretty frustrating, right? When this shit happens. Go ahead, show me.
No, so
you want me to hold up a sign? Here.
Yeah. No, go ahead, RTP.
Reframe.
No, I'm waiting for Rob.
Reframe, right? Go ahead, show me where I said that.
Did you already do that? Did you have that ready already?
No, I wrote quick. Not everyone operates at a snail's pace like you.
Are you saying then that Harris didn't have any of those policies?
I asked you a question first.
No, you didn't. I asked you a question.
Show me where
Rob.
I said that.
No, I'm asking for clarification. I'm asking if
all right,
that's
moving
what
on.
You're saying.
Moving on. The Overton window shifted.
All right, Sarah, Sarah, let's just end it. Like, this is absurd.
I bet
this
that
guy
you want to
answer a fucking question. This is crazy.
I bet you
won't answer. You won't answer if you think Harris had policies that pushed a trans ideology.
I said that the idea was the Overton window shifting on these things. That's what I said.
So
onto the
yes
corruption,
or no, or maybe you could answer
onto the corruption
issues.
Onto the corruption issues, I think that the evidence that we're seeing now, coming on limited time because you did so poorly in the first two subjects that you said there was a difference. Onto the corruption issue, I think that you're seeing great evidence coming out now that showed just how corrupt the Democrats have been since 2015, 2016 in their war going after Trump, illegal spying, censorship, etc. And I think that the more of that evidence that comes out, the better both Republicans and Democrats will be, because we'll be able to rein in these corrupt impulses and be able to do something about our government operating outside of our control in the future.
What would you say is like the best example of this administration exposing corruption?
I would say currently what we're seeing is the evidence that's being released by Tulsi Gabbard, including things like the Durham Annex that show that it was concocted by the Hillary Clinton team to say that Trump was colluding with Russia and that Russia interfered to help Trump. A conclusion that they never had evidence for and concocted.
I've got a question about that, because the email that's referenced in the Durham Annex that says that cannot be validated. It's the one email in there that they can't find an originator. Nobody can find evidence that it was sent or received. The one email that you're referencing right now is kind of like the crux of the Durham annex, Rob. Have you told your audience that nobody can confirm whether or not that email is correct, but they can confirm basically every other email? And that's the one that they also had to translate that email from Russian. Have you told your audience that, or do you just pretend that that was like a legit email and there's no question about whether or not that email was real?
Yes, I've read through the actual documents. Two things to say on this. Two things to say on this. One, I'm glad you agree that every other email in the Durham annex was confirmed. There's plenty of other things that it says in there that show corrupt. It's not all hinging on this one email. Secondly, did you tell your audience that the Durham team said that the agents said that even though they couldn't confirm the veracity of this one email, it was most likely a compilation of true facts that they had? Did you tell your audience that?
That's a lie.
Did you tell your audience that?
No,
it didn't say that? Do you want to go to the record? So
yes, because
you're claiming, okay.
Let me make my claim then. What that actually said is that they could not confirm that that email was correct, but that some of the language found in that email directly corroborates with other emails, which, by the way, Russia had also intercepted. So what this looks like to me, and you're making a bold claim that this is somehow corruption, what it looks like to me is that they can confirm all of these emails. And then there's one email that is in like kind of broken English that they had to translate from Russian, by the way. The other ones they didn't have to translate from Russian. This is the only one.
It's not true.
And that email takes pieces from other emails that Russia would have read and puts it together in one email. It does not confirm the email is real, and you know that, Rob.
That's not true. It said that
it said unbelievable nothing burger.
It's not a nothing burger. First, you've already admitted that the other things said when there was true. For example, did you agree that all of this was true? That was your claim, that all the other emails were authentic. And the information they had was authentic. Okay, one of the things it said in there, for example, was there was a bunch of information that Russia had about China, of emails that they or about Clinton that they intercepted. One of the things it said, for example, was that the Obama State Department, I think it was either the DOJ or the State Department, reached out to religious groups in the United States and offered to pay them money if they supported Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
You think that's legit? Okay.
No, I covered that. I think that that's corruption.
Oh, thanks. Then you agree that you're glad that Trump's team exposed
this. I agree there's some corruption. I asked you what the corruption was, and you pointed to that email. However, I would also say that this literally, like, that's no difference than the Heritage Foundation. That's no difference than the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This happens. Like, I'm sorry, our governments are corrupt, but if your big claim here is that the State Department reached out, and by the way, that's also an unverified claim, but they do say it. They don't say that they have verified it. They just claim that somebody said it, right? Would you agree that they just say that somebody said that?
They said that was emails that they had that showed that they had confirmation that was...
That somebody said that. They don't have the emails between. It's that somebody said that, right?
It said, I can't remember the exact language that it used, but this was emails that they had intercepted that Russia had a hold of. So the question becomes, one, it seems like this is what you conceded that, yes, you already concede that's corruption. We'll get to that in a second. The second question is, if Russia was intervening to help Trump, why wouldn't they release this and the evidence that they had about Obama's team talking about Hillary's failed health and about evidence that they had that said that Hillary's team was concocting this scheme with Russia? Show me.
Do that.
Show me.
You said about Hillary's health?
Yes. Show me.
Dude, there were news stories everywhere on both.
That was released by Russia.
Yes, Russian state TV was released. Yes.
The claim was that they had specific emails from people in Obama's administration talking about Hillary's poor health. The analyst shows the Durham investigation that looked into this showed that they never released this. They never released the one about the religion.
You're talking about the specific emails?
Correct.
I think the emails exist in the same way that the P-tape exists, in that it doesn't. I think Russia lies all the time about the compromise that they say that they have, and most of the time it doesn't come true. In fact, if you look back at the Trump Tower meeting, that was largely a nothing burger because Russia promised all this dirt, and they showed up and there was like nothing. Like, John Jr. You don't have anything. Even though Trump did that night go out and say, on Monday I'm going to announce all this dirt on Hillary, and then that never showed up. They did.
I want to get back
to her.
real quick because I know we have limited time. I want to get back to even you said yes, it was corrupt that the Obama DOJ offered money to religious groups, and you say that sort of thing happens all the time.
No, it was not the Obama
Can you show
DOJ.
me?
Wait,
it was the Obama.
No, it was a claim that a representative from the State Department reached
Okay,
out
State
to
Department,
groups.
my mistake. So you said that sort of thing happens all the time. Can you show me any administration State Department offering to bribe religious organizations to vote for their party? Can you show me that?
I could show accusations of it, just like you're showing accusations of it.
You said that it was corrupt. Can you show me? You said that stuff happens all the time. Show me proof.
The accusations, the exact same thing that
show
you're
me
showing.
proof. Okay, let's see it.
I have the same level of proof that you do.
Let's
Somebody
show me.
said it.
You made the claim. Show me.
Okay, that I could. Let me see if I have this in an email.
Russian Federal Security Service in August had details of secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which U.S. State Department representatives offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton, significant increase in financing from department funds and patronage of the state in dealing with post-Soviet countries. So it's not just someone said it. They had details of these meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations. Now, do you think that this accusation was at least serious enough to be investigated?
It was investigated.
Who investigated it?
Durham, I believe, sent no, he didn't do a criminal referral. The Republican whatever committee that investigated it, and they have not submitted a criminal referral for it. In fact, in the Durham Annex, it does not state that there was a crime committed.
When did they
include that? Right?
When did they investigate this?
I think it was that Senate committee, congressional committee in 2020. The
2020
Durham Annex, right?
Okay, so then why, if the FBI is using all this unverified shit to investigate Trump, why, when all of these damning accusations are being made, also through communications intercepted by Russia, was not the FBI in 2016 investigating the Hillary side?
Well, she did get investigated, but not for working with Russia.
What'd she get investigated for? Just curious.
She got investigated. I think it was for her emails, and then I think there was also an investigation about that tarmac meeting with whoever the fuck that was.
Loretta Lynch. You mean when the head of the DOJ that refused to? This is what you're talking about. The head of the DOJ. The head of the DOJ, who actually was the one with the charging decision and whether or not to charge Hillary Clinton, was meeting in secret with her husband, and then refused to recuse herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that that's not a good sign. That's the level
agree.
of
That's
sort
why
of.
I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton.
Nonetheless, the point that we're starting to see more and more evidence of this is good. The people need to see how corrupt this stuff is, and that the entire Russia collusion thing was started by Hillary Clinton's team, and Barack Obama went right along with it in order to sabotage Trump's first term.
Wait, the Russia collusion was started by Hillary Clinton's team?
Yes, the Russia collusion narrative to smear Trump as being connected to Russia in order to distract from her email server was concocted by Hillary Clinton's team and the Obama.
Are you adding stuff from the Durham Annex? The Durham Annex doesn't conclude that.
No, the Durham Annex not only says that, but we also knew prior to this from the handwritten notes of John Brennan that he personally briefed Barack Obama at the end of July or maybe the very beginning of August that this was a plan concocted by Hillary Clinton.
No, that's not what it says. Can you read that specifically?
Go ahead. You bring it up.
I don't have it up. You're the one with it in front of you.
I don't have it in front of me.
What are you citing then? Are you not reading something?
From memory.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're making that claim. Now I have to disprove all your claims?
You have yet.
Can you just show? Can you show? You haven't proved a single claim, bud. Can you just show me where the Durham where they conclude that this was concocted by Hillary? I'd like you to read that for the audience here, please.
Let's see. I'd like to share screen here if that's fine.
Sure.
We're going addition right into attire from blank. Cite the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton of a proposed from her foreign policy to which to vilify Trump as being connected to Russia.
And then
according to his handwritten notes, please let me finish. You asked the question. According to his handwritten notes, former Central Intelligence Agency Director Brennan subsequently briefed President Obama and other senior national security officials on intelligence, including the alleged approved by Hillary Clinton on July 26, 2016, the proposal of one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services.
The what approval? What was that word right before approval?
The word right before approval.
Yeah.
Is let's see, including including the alleged approval.
Who made that allegation?
It would be communications that they had from Hillary's team.
So this is a report. If you read the Durham Annex, you'll know that everybody on Hillary's team that was questioned about this specifically from the email, they all said, I have no recollection of that. I do not we didn't plan that. If somebody if somebody did, they didn't tell me about it. There is no evidence that this is real. That's why it says alleged. So what John Brennan wrote is that people are alleging approval by Hillary Clinton. And in order for you to say that this is true, Rob, you would have to prove that that's true. But your evidence that something is true is a handwritten set of notes from John Brennan, who didn't work for the Hillary campaign, who is writing down notes saying that somebody is alleging that this happened. This has the same amount of evidence as the P tape, which you guys all wholesale reject. This is not evidence.
No, what it does is you could is see the double standard, and there's other evidence that's given in the annex and with Tulsi's files that have been released. It shows the double standard where the FBI took any unverified accusation about Donald Trump and they ran with it. In fact, included in the ICA, the bulk of what it's talking about from the Durham Annex shows that there was all sorts of disagreements and incredibly shady, non-verifiable evidence that previously, before Barack Obama ordered that they redo the ICA, was discounted by intelligence such as the CIA.
Rob?
For example, there was a sentence fragment that was used in this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a sentence fragment that was used. And what they say is they cite unnamed officials, and they say that the Obama officials, some of them believed that this showed that Putin had a preference for Trump, and some of them didn't. And what that ICA report concluded is that the solution to fixing this is add better footnotes and be a little more clear about how sure you are of this one sentence. That sentence, Republicans pretending that one sentence alone launched the Russia investigation is so fucking stupid. This is different people disagreeing. And by the way, it's ironic that the Republicans are citing unnamed sources. It's ironic that we don't know who those people are, right? It just says a senior intelligence agent. It doesn't say what administration they work for. It doesn't say what their position is. It just says somebody that's like a senior, and it's even blacked out. Like, we don't know if it's CIA or FBI, if I remember correctly.
No, that's not true. It's not.
I just before you respond, I just want to say I'm giving you exactly 5 more minutes to finish up, and then we'll conclude, okay? Because I wanted you to be able to at least have something to finish here.
Okay, that's not true. It says that it was of the 5 CIA analysts that were appointed under Brennan, 2 of them said that they were not comfortable with much of this evidence. Secondly, the thing that this shows is that there was almost all the accusations that Russia was trying to intervene to help Trump were bullshit. It was things like we were told specifically by Brennan that it didn't include the dossier, but it did. It included a reference that said, see the appendix for the dossier. There were 4 things, including this sentence fragment, the dossier, and a couple other things that were unverified, just bullshit. But that was enough for the ultimate ICA report to say, yes, Russia did interfere. You're right, it was unverified. You're right that it was bullshit. And what this says, the idea that it's like, well, we don't know the exact CIA person's name because it's been redacted, and therefore it's somehow ironic, is laughable. Durham knew who that person was. They redacted it because they don't want to put the CIA analyst's name out there, I guess. But nonetheless, the accusations are stark. When it comes to investigating Donald Trump or making claims about Donald Trump, they went, even if you say alleged, you'll acknowledge this, that Barack Obama knew, and John Brennan knew, and James Comey knew that there were at least accusations that this plan was concocted by Hillary Clinton, correct?
They knew that someone said that. I don't think that they knew that there was any evidence there. And by reading the Durham Annex and the ICA report, I don't see any evidence there. Everybody involved said, no, this never happened.
How does that have to do?
They can't provide any evidence that there was ever a plan concocted. It's just one person said it.
So then your answer to me is in the affirmative. I said they at least knew that there were accusations that this was a plan concocted by Hillary.
But that's
great.
Only
okay. And so despite that, when the intelligence community never said that Russia was interfering to help Trump, and then Barack Obama is getting their ICA and decides on December 6th or 7th, no, you guys have to redo this. And then within days, it's being leaked to the press. Oh, there's a consensus on this. Don't you think that Barack Obama knew how bad it would look if they're actually using unverified information like this to come to this conclusion? Would you admit that this sentence fragment is nothing, or the Steele dossier is nothing that should have been included in the intelligence community assessment to make a definitive claim? Why should they be included?
Well, because I don't think they made a definitive claim based on that sentence fragment.
What were the claims that they made that Russia was interfering to help Trump? Give me the evidence.
Well, let's first talk about this sentence fragment, because what this sentence fragment is somebody saying, like, this is part of the evidence. We believe that Russia wanted to help Trump. I think there's plenty of evidence to support that going forward. I think that from the ICA report, which, by the way, could we also be honest? The ICA report's not an investigation. There were no charges. There was no accusation. It was simply a report of what the intelligence agents had gathered. That's what the ICA report was. This isn't like some investigation where they were framing Trump. They were literally putting together the information that they had, right?
Nonetheless, what we could see is, yes, they were putting it because it was part and parcel. Barack Obama specifically was talking about wanting to get this information out before Trump came in, because in order to smear Trump as colluding with Russia, they needed to make the argument that Russia was interfering to help Trump. I want you to show me the evidence that the ICA, which previously did not make that claim, and then after Obama said, I want you to relook in it, give me the evidence that they used that is sufficient to say, yes, they could make the judgment highly confident that Russia interfered to help Trump. What's the evidence that they cited?
Well,
a sentence fragment? The dossier? What else?
They said how confident they were. If you read that sentence fragment, they explain exactly. They say, and it's mostly redacted, but they say this is a source. It's a confidential source. I believe it's somebody that's like one step away from the Kremlin, and they say that this source has been accurate in the past, but all that stuff's mostly blacked out. So that's why in the ICA report, the suggestion is not even. And by the way, this review of the ICA report was done by Republicans, and the Republicans at the end of that ICA report basically said, yeah, this was all pretty standard, pretty by the book. In this one instance, when it came to did Putin have a preference, I think they could have been more clear on how sure they were.
Give me the evidence. I noticed that you didn't answer the question. Give me the evidence.
One more minute.
For what?
Give me the evidence that led them to the conclusion that Russia interfered to help Trump.
That it was that sentence, and they didn't conclude that Russia wanted to help Trump. They said this source is telling us that Russia wants to help Trump.
That's not true. They said that it was high confidence. The assessment said that they had high confidence that Russia interfered to help Trump. And you're saying based on a sentence fragment.
Based on who the source was.
It doesn't matter.
It was a
who was the source?
It's redacted.
Okay, so the argument that I'm making is this: previously we had two analysts that said that they didn't believe this, that could have meant anything, right? And that's clearly not enough evidence. My entire claim on this has been, when it comes to things, no matter how nebulous, how unprovable it is against Trump, it's always go after him as much as possible. When it comes to those sorts of claims against Hillary, it's, well, we don't know, it's just alleged, etc. The FBI, James Comey, Brennan, Barack Obama knew that there were at least accusations, which we can now see is verified true, that Hillary's team they're the ones that came up with the dossier trying to smear Trump as connected to Russia. We do know that's true.
With Republican? No, Fusion GPS was, it was started by Republicans.
That's not true. We did this last time. That's not true. Show me the Republicans.
Was not started by Republicans?
Last thing I'll say about this is show me.
Hold on. I want him to wrap it up, and then we'll move to closing. And then listen. Hold your thought, Rob, for just a second. Keep it in your head. We're going to let Rob wrap that thought real quick. RTP, you're going to start with closings, then Rob will close, and then we'll go through super chats, and then all of this other bullshit can be brought right back up when we go into open panel.
Now, wait, before we go into open panel, I would like to discuss the issue real briefly of the channel thing, which I think we've been polite and allowed it to go towards the end. Is that fair?
Let's do closing statements.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then you guys can start taking stabs at each other, and that's when my little
problem.
Okay.
So the point that I was making is, no, it is true that Republicans were doing opposition research. However, they stopped that research before Fusion GPS started to fund the dossier.
Okay.
Did they pick up on that opposition research? Did they jump off of the opposition research from the Republicans and build off of that?
No, they started to fund a dossier that had nothing to do with Republicans, nor would it matter to your argument whatsoever anyways.
All right, RTP, why don't you go ahead and maneuver into your closing statements? You can wrap and bow tie that last thought that you had right into it as well if you want. You still have technically 8 minutes, so you're welcome to take it. But go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. What I think we saw. It's crazy. We got to Hillary Clinton here, and well done, Rob, getting to Hillary Clinton. That's in Crossfire Hurricane. I know that's always a goal of yours. So kudos to you. I do think that what we've had tonight, at the very least, or at the very best, could be Rob has an ideology that he likes. I don't like that same ideology. there's been no evidence that Donald Trump is better than the status quo, which is what I've heard Rob for months now say is all that really mattered. I think that if we would have gotten further into this, I do think that we could argue about the cultural implications of Trump being president versus Harris. I don't think Trump is nearly as popular as Rob thinks. I don't think Trump's positions are nearly as popular as Rob thinks. But mostly, what I will say is that no other president in the history of our country would have had this tariff policy. It's moronic. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a tax on the middle class. It's not making our economy stronger. It's cutting off our relationships with countries all around the world. And China is more than happy to come in and scoop up the contracts that we dropped through USAID and scoop up the countries who no longer view the United States as a honest trading partner because we have a dishonest president who changes his mind every 12 seconds. I think that the worst person we possibly could have had to be president is Donald Trump. And I think that you have a lot of people like Rob and this audience who really just like Donald Trump because he's cruel and he doesn't back down. But the reality is Donald Trump is a dumb guy and Rob is a smart guy. And so that's why it's so hard for Rob to defend Donald Trump, because you have to go into like 4D chess. You have to pretend that Donald Trump not ever stating publicly the correct definition of a tariff is somehow like evidence that he's brilliant. Donald Trump has never spoken about any policy in depth at all. He's just a dumb guy that was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, which is why none of these policies make any sense. It'll be interesting to see 6 months from now if Donald Trump doubles down on these policies and he tries to generate revenue from tariffs. I do think that the predictions of inflation will come true. Now, Rob leans on this argument that there were all these people who said inflation was going to hit and it didn't. And what he leaves out every single time is the reason inflation didn't hit is because Trump didn't do the tariffs, because Trump's a coward and he backs down. But now we're starting to see some of the tariffs hit and we're starting to see prices rise. And this idea that more tariffs will somehow stop this rise in pricing and bring it back down, I believe on its face is asinine. Sarah, I appreciate you having me again. Rob, I appreciate it. I'm done.
Thank you, RTP. And Rob, to you.
If only my opponent would have put more time in actually coming up with reasons that Donald Trump was bad instead of just putting time into making signs that weren't funny, even at the onset, let alone as he did it through the millionth time, maybe we could have had a better debate. But probably wouldn't have been the case because it seems that he either lacks the intelligence to be able to do this or he's not good faith enough to do. We started off, for example, talking about the areas of disagreement we had, particularly on the economy, and he misled people right out of the gate in the first place, saying that it was just about the total amount of debt that was spent under Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Then he said, no, it was about projected debt. Then he led us to believe that the data set that he was using was comprehensive for Biden's entire term, but somehow specifically chose to only use something through year 3. It's this sort of thing that you see constantly. And it's ironic because he claims that I'm moving goalposts and reframing questions, etc. This is constantly what he did the entire way through the debate. I'll go back to my opening statement and be able to discuss quite easily how my opponent was unable to argue anything or any substantive issue at any level as to why Donald Trump wouldn't have been preferred over Kamala Harris. He makes this argument about the status quo or something like that. He's never able to clearly articulate why that would be the case. We talk specifically about how when it comes to Kamala just being an extension of the Biden administration, his policies were worse off. When it comes to economic gains, such as real wage growth and things that we should prefer, clearly it's been better under both terms of Donald Trump than it was under the Harris-Biden administration. It would have continued to be better. He just says, no, all the good things with the economy are because of Harris. All the bad things because of her economy were because of COVID. And we don't know when we could look. At one point in this debate, I shit you not, if you're just catching this now, he literally said we couldn't use the years of Biden that were affected by COVID. And then when I said, okay, what year can we use? Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Each time he said, what was inflation? What was inflation? What was inflation? And when I accidentally read year 3's number on year 4, he said, no, we also couldn't count for year 4. That means that we can't hold Biden to account for anything during his term that has to do with inflation. But then as soon as we get to the Trump Years, all of a sudden we could say, now finally we could judge Biden's policies because the good economic data under Trump is because of Biden. But not when it comes to steak prices. That inflation is all Trump's fault. You can see the nonsensical nature of this. Inflation was a disaster under the Harris-Biden administration. They gaslit us that it wasn't bad. Real wage growth was down. It's up so far under Trump. There's also the idea of the status quo was going to be a disaster for working class people in the manufacturing sector. It would have made us rely on places like China that are our enemy. He simply says that's okay. Give China that sort of leverage over us. We'll just choose not to go to war with them. That's the argument that he made there. As long as we don't go to war with them, it'll be okay. That's the argument that he said. And so we could see to bring back that manufacturing sector. I even thought that we would see short-term economic pain, which we haven't really seen. Actually, things have been markedly good, better than most people expected. And so I think with the economy, it's going great. We get to immigration. He's basically just like, well, I don't like that he's doing it via executive fiat. Yeah, straight W for me. Cool. You don't have to like how he got it done. He's legally doing it. And it is showing that it was a choice to have these border policies that we had that were a disaster. Kudos Donald Trump for shoring that up. That's fantastic. He doesn't make any other substantive debates on the immigration. We didn't get to things like the peace deals that Donald Trump helped broker, which I think were very important. We talked about the Overton window shifting. He didn't really have an argument in that. It's to just say like, yeah, but what were the federal policies on trans stuff? We don't have time to get into the details of it because we're already at 20 minutes left in the debate, because it was like pulling teeth to get him to admit that when he was even wrong about the data that he was putting forth. Nonetheless, I think that that's an important part of the Trump administration shifting this Overton window, and it's starting to get rid of this woke shit. I think that'll actually benefit the left going forward as well, as they understand that they were wrong on this 80-20 issue and will continue to be. The more radical of them will stick with it, but I hope that more sensible people actually come to the conclusion that this was wrong. This also goes with things like degeneracy that's been pushed, and I hope that these cultural impacts will actually have more of a positive effect than even the political impacts that Donald Trump could seek to have. None of this would have had a chance of happening under a Kamala Harris administration. They'd have doubled down on all the, what's the biological difference between men and women, and biological men and women's sports don't matter, blah, blah, blah. It would have been a doubling down of all of that shit. Woke stuff would have surfaced again, and we would have seen that it would have been a disaster. Now, my opponent, as you can see, he's very good at one thing, and that's looking like a complete and fucking total goober as he holds up signs, because he's incapable of actually making arguments in the debate, so he had to rely on props. I'm sure he does the same in the bedroom. Lastly, we look at things such as sex trafficking numbers and things like that have been down. We didn't get a chance to get into this, but we see all the people that were lost, children particularly under the Biden administration, which we're starting to find some of those. I'm not as happy with those numbers as I would like to be with Trump, but I still think that at least there's a net gain. Thousands of kids that we've lost contact with now being found, which is a good thing because we lost thousands to hundreds of thousands, depending on how you count it, under the Biden administration. Ultimately, I don't feel that my opponent made any substantive arguments as to what would have been better under Kamala Harris or why Trump's not better than Kamala Harris for those numbers that I just gave. We didn't get into a lot of foreign policy. I would have been happy to get into it, why it was better under Trump than it would have been Kamala Harris, but I mentioned these things in the opening statement. His opening statement was just talking about, I made signs, it's going to be cool. He literally made no arguments. It was actually pathetic. It's sad to see. I was hoping for a more challenging debate. When it came to the Russiagate stuff and things like that proper, you could see he even at one point says, it's very corrupt for the Obama State Department or whatever to offer money to religious organizations. Yeah, that's corrupt. I agree, that's corrupt. And then says, yeah, but everyone does it. That's how it happens all the time. It's just utter insane horseshit. He doesn't have an answer for the clear double standard and the fact that it's good to be transparent and release more of this information, which hopefully shows us that there was corruption. And hopefully we start to see indictments. I'm not hopeful, but it could be a chance that we'll see these indictments. And if so, I'll be interested to hear RTP say how that's a bad thing. When it came to things like price controls, I think he does a terrible job of showing where they've ever been successful. Price controls are a form of socialism. It's something to be rejected. Kamala Harris talked about banning fracking before. We see the disastrous policies of affecting the energy infrastructure in places like New Jersey, which is the things I was talking about, and how that's leading 3 times to the price of electricity for people there. And we didn't get into this much, but how Kamala Harris is one of the most untrustworthy people ever, seeing as how she lied, was connected to Donald Trump, and lied about his obvious cognitive decline over and over again, something that most Democrats, I don't know about RTP, but most Democrats were happy to do, despite the fact that the evidence was right in front of our face. And that's one of the most insane lies that I've ever heard. It goes right along with their gaslighting that the border was secure, that the economy was doing good, but to see evidence of Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline to the people that are connected to him most to tell us to not believe our lying eyes was absolutely insane. Also doesn't answer for the fact that the left is becoming more radical, and an election of Kamala Harris would have encouraged even more of that. So we'd have seen more Luigi Manciones, more things like the riots against ICE agents, etc. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I just think that my opponent failed to make any arguments. He exhibited that he's either bad faith or that he's incapable of understanding the very evidence that he's putting forth. Anyone could go back and watch and see this. I wish that my opponent would have made more arguments, but basically he's just saying Trump's just basically the status quo, so he wouldn't have been better than Kamala Harris. I'm at least making substantive claims as to why it's different and why I am hopeful that he will actually have a lot of benefit in this country, not just for people like me, but for all of us included in that we, which is citizens of the United States. So far, it's been pretty good, even if it's not perfect. There are definitely things to criticize Trump about, but his policies have been geared to or benefiting the people of the United States instead of people around the world, and I think that that is a net positive. Hopefully, next time we debate a topic like this, we can get someone who's more interested in debating than holding up signs.
Woo!
The signs got to you. I made a prediction. No. I told you it would get to him, guys. I told you.
That's not getting to me. Yeah, I'm glad you did it. You made a fool of yourself the entire debate. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
And I'm happy to get into the difference of our channels. I would love to, RTP.
There's actually some super chats about it, so we can get down to that. There's quite a few of them about it. While he's stepping away, cool. V1C coming in with a big 20 just to say hello to all of you maters. For the record, I am dropping the open panel link into the chat right now. If you want to come join Open Panel Dumpster Fire, now is the time to start jumping backstage. Let me end that poll too. That way it doesn't get in their way. Okay. Chad comes in with a big 10. To fix problem, kick Ryan. Poor Ryan. Ryan wasn't even on screen and shots fired at him. I'm sure he'll be up in a little bit. We love Ryan here, but, well, I love Ryan here, but Ryan gets kicked a lot from stage. So
sorry, Ryan.
It's okay. K2 keep on trucking says Sarah and her bangs working hard for the money. She works hard for the money. Rachel says maybe in the future, this little Nancy can spend less time on crafts and cute little signs and more time supporting his arguments. They were cute signs, though. They are.
I would also like, I'd also like to point out, I didn't make the claim. It's Rob's job if he makes the claim, and I know that this is like a thing that this channel doesn't understand. Because when I made the positive claim with Andrew and with Steven, this whole channel was like, it's your job to defend the claim. But now when Rob makes the claim, they're like, it's your job to disprove his claim. That's how this works. I thought that was the structure here.
I don't think you understand what Andrew's argument. I didn't watch your debate with him, but the idea as an affirmative, you have to defend a claim. I am. When I say offense, what I'm saying is I'm giving you offensive reasons to prefer Trump to Kamala. You don't have to. You could argue that Trump's no better than Kamala. That's certainly a path, but it's a very poor strategy to just be like, I'll say Trump's just the status quo. A better debate strategy would be to say, no, actually, Trump's worse. Trump's bad.
I'm not looking for advice from a guy that nobody wants to debate anymore. I'm not looking for advice from you.
They don't want to debate me because they don't do so well.
No, I've talked to everybody. Like I've talked to the people that don't.
Give me the people you've talked to.
Adam Kahn.
Okay, that's one guy that I debated from TikTok once that muted me the entire time.
No, it was like 3 months ago, and you didn't ever. He never muted.
Oh, on Jake Rattlesnake's show.
I don't know who Jake Rattlesnake is.
I don't remember who Adam Kahn is. Okay,
a moderator. Yeah,
Adam Kahn doesn't want to debate me anymore. Fine. I mean, I thought that debate was very cordial. Cool. You talked to him. What did he say?
There's a lot of people that don't want to debate you, Rob. I'm not.
Sarah, do you want to get through super chats first, or do you want me to argue with him about the personal shit?
Quite frankly, I mean, a lot of people reach out to me to set up debates, and Rob is on my Rolodex of options. I haven't experienced that with Rob. Nobody said no when I've offered him up as a sacrifice.
Yeah, but he talked to one guy.
I took it too, right? I took the debate too, so obviously I'm okay doing it too.
Disproving your own point.
No,
you talked to one guy that said he didn't want to talk to me. I'll reach out to him. I'll say, Adam, apparently you said to RTP that you never want to debate me again. I thought it was a cordial debate.
Actually, that's not what I said. I said you've debated my friend Adam, and I said specifically I won't tell you the people who told me they don't want to debate with you.
Well, I don't believe you.
And I think maybe the reason is because like last time I debated you,
I don't believe you. I think you're lying. I don't think those people reached out to you. You're a nobody.
Well.
All right. Okay.
Why are you hiding? You can't tell me who they are?
It's not I never do this. I did this with Andrew too, and Andrew thought I was lying too, and I was proven right on that one too. I don't lie about shit.
I can't tell you, but people hope that no one wants to debate you.
If I were you, Rob, Rob, if I were you, I wouldn't get closer to the camera. It makes your face look even fatter. It's tough, but
that's a good one. By the way, Sarah, if you can put the super chats away for a second, if you don't mind, we'll get into the channel stuff here. One of the things you said that I saw a clip of today was you said you didn't know what my marital status is, but you're assuming I don't get any or I don't get much. That's what you said?
Did I say that?
That's what you said?
I could have said that.
Okay. Are you married?
No.
Really? Please explain. You're such a catch.
You want me to explain why I'm not married?
Yeah, explain. Clearly, I must not get much, but you clearly are raking it in. Why aren't you married?
I do just fine. Thank you.
No one could stand you? I've talked to Adam Kahn, and he said, my friend Adam, that says, no chick can stomach being with you.
Cool.
Yeah. Do you make signs when you're in bed with those ladies, too, that says poor performance?
Oh, no.
Sorry that I'm crying? Is that the sort of signs you make there as well? Reframe the dick? Is that what you're doing to try to help you out there? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Now, to go to the channel stuff specifically, you say that my channel is much smaller than yours. That's your claim? Yeah. Okay, so I actually went, we could share the screen if you like. Can you explain if it looks suspicious or not that your recent videos have like 90,000, 100,000 of views, but only like 1 or 2 comments?
No.
That's weird. Then when I look,
hold on, I know why. Hold on, I know why. Because he does
Sarah.
horizontal streaming, and the reels like that, I call them like pseudo watches because it's when they flip through, it counts as a watch. So it doesn't mean, no offense, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily watching.
Let's take a look.
You get put in front of more eyes, and I'm a live streamer, so the comments during the live stream. So the comments, then if you vertically live stream, the comments don't show up in the replay, do they, Rob?
The comments that people are making after the channel do. Now, if you could share that screen, share that screen, Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
Is this crazy?
All right, so here is RTP's followers. Now, look, when he starts here in August, look, he's getting a lot of followers here real quick. Now, wait a minute. When you look recently, December 2024, like almost nothing, like almost no interaction.
That's actually not correct.
Really?
I can show you I'll show you I can go to YouTube Studio and I can show you right now the numbers. I don't know where Social Blade's pulling these numbers. I'm more than happy to show you my YouTube Studio right now. Would you like to see YouTube Studio numbers?
Sure. Let's see it. We also have Playboard here. Oops, sorry, I'm using.
Playboard's pretty good. I think you can actually on Social Blade, I'll pull it up on my end, but you can actually do a actual comparison between 2 channels. I'll play with that on my end and see what's going on.
I'm trying to share now. Let's see. Let's do that one. Let's look at some of the engagement here, RTP.
Sure.
Your like rate, very low. Your comment rate, 0.04, very low.
Yeah. That's because
now you got a lot of viewers, average viewers. You got a shitload. How are you doing financially? Let's see. Not bad. Okay, now you're so much better than me, right? Right?
That revenue's where was that revenue? Total revenue?
Is that Playboard?
Yeah.
That revenue's incorrect too.
Mm-hmm. Now let's see how I do comparison. Is that fair? Let's do that. Because you're right. You're doing so much better than me. Just like you are in life, not being married. So let's bring me up.
This is crazy.
You're the one who brought it up.
No, you did. You brought it up in your opening statement.
What did I say? That most people watch you on TikTok.
Which is
and that you should be happy.
Most of my views are actually on YouTube.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that you were someone who predominantly streams on TikTok, and I just made a simple comment that you should be happy that Trump kept TikTok.
Well, the last time we debated, the part that you're leaving out is the last time we debated, your little dude Aftershock and you made it a point to say that I was a nobody because I was on TikTok, and it's hard to get real views on YouTube. And
I didn't say shit.
And I would just point out that if you look at my growth, it's pretty good. In fact, my growth is on par with Sarah's growth. You're pulling these Social Blade numbers that you don't understand what you're looking at. I appreciate it.
I didn't say shit. Just because someone else said something, I didn't say shit to you. Did I? Did I say anything about you being a little TikTok streamer? Did I say any of that?
On the stream? I could go.
I don't think I did,
but I think you did.
Here's my engagement.
Two more minutes to finish this one.
You're right. When it comes to sort of subscribers and average video views, it's low. But look at that engagement, 7.9%. What was yours again?
Yeah, the 1,000. Well, see, the difference is
comment rate very high. Viewers low. You're right. Revenue. Oh, 71,000. That's close.
Sarah, do any comments count for my comment view that happen on a live stream when it's in vertical? Do you know the answer to that question?
Live engagement?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't count in the regular comments, but there you actually have a chat. So,
but when we look at this number that he's showing here, would any of the comments during my live look, dude? There's people in this audience right now that make 500 comments per live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, does that count? Does that count to comment rate?
That engagement rate, look at it. Click on engagement rate. That's not your vertical live stream engagement rate. That's your video's engagement rate.
So wait, I just want to be clear. You're saying that you have someone in the chat that comments like 500 times in your video.
Easy.
Okay, and so even with that one individual, your rate's still that low.
No, the rate doesn't factor in live comments, dummy.
You would have to pull up. Well, hold on, hold on. Let me pull up Playboard. But you can just
drop in my live tomorrow, and you can see how many people are commenting. There's usually like somewhere between 800 and 1,200 concurrent viewers in there every day. You think they're just sitting there saying nothing?
No, I think that
look, there's people in this chat that will back me up. There's people that don't like me that come to my stream every day who will come. I think that
the idea that you're bragging about how viewed you are. I think
you made $12 today, and what did it say I made today, Rob? If we're gonna compare, let's do that. What was your revenue today versus what my revenue was today?
All right. Wait.
Because you brought up money, right?
I made up $12 today.
Okay.
And you made how much?
I think it said like 127. I think is what it said.
Let's check.
Today's revenue. Well, it's not going to put today's in. We can go. I can look at. We could do month or even week. How much you made?
I'm not interested in this. I don't think the audience is interested in this either.
I
don't care. Like my growth has been phenomenal. I've got 1.1 million views in the last month. What are your total views? You have 1.4 million. Is that total?
Yeah, my claim is that your views don't seem.
In the last month.
My claim is that your views don't seem organic, seeing as how your like rate's very low.
That's why I say we could take this off. That's why I say the vertical streaming. I tried it like a couple times. And I hated it because I felt like the numbers were flying, but the engagement was low, right? So I just call them pseudo viewers because they're just literally scroll and then they see your face, they stay for 3 seconds and scroll. And there's like 500 people who happen to land on your face at the same time and then they flip out too. But
I would just challenge anybody here.
And I'm not saying that's yours. I'm not saying that's yours. I'm saying that's what I perceive as the vertical views.
I think that
it's easy to settle. Show up tomorrow and look if there's people commenting. If they're not, then I'm obviously faking it. If there are a lot of comments, then maybe I'm not faking it. You guys can decide yourself. I'm not interested in debating this any longer. This silly dick measuring is dumb.
I just want to be clear.
You can show up.
I just want to be clear. The silly dick measuring was you. I said you get views on TikTok. You should be happy that Trump saved TikTok, and you're like, no one watches you. Then when I prove how suspicious your numbers are, you're like, this is silly. It's dick measuring. Much like your stupid fucking signs. Much like your stupid fucking signs and things like that. I could go to Playboard and see my name with super chats near the top every month. Last month, I think I was 17th in the country. Where were you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
When we go to Playboard, right, and we
never looked at Playboard.
Right. Well, that's because it keeps a comprehensive amount of things like your viewers, your super chats, etc. I'm like 17th in the country, a nobody like me, and yet somehow you don't even make anywhere near the top like 100, 1,000.
Well, you looked at my numbers. They were a lot higher than yours on revenue today, wasn't it?
No, I don't think that it's even counted today. Right now, I have something.
Right now, I have showed whatever day
you want to know why? You want to know why?
Why, Rob?
You want to know why? So just today alone, we'll see comprehensive. Once we pass the night, we'll see who had more today. I had 800 and something this morning, and now I have 55 individual super chats on this video alone. Let's see who does better for today. How about that?
I don't care about any of this.
That's right. You don't care because you tried to measure your dick that, by the way, no woman's interested enough to marry. And then once you got fucking smacked around, you're like, I don't care about this. It's dick measuring. You're one of the
Rob, you
worst
didn't-
debaters I've ever seen. Your undue sense of
yet-
arrogance and confidence
and
belies the stupidity and bad faith that you exhibit. But at least you're good at making props and making excuses and whining to the moderator when you're getting blown the fuck out. That you're good at. We'll give you that at least. Maybe that's not worth a lot of super chats.
Are the dicks put away now? Can we move on?
Mine's been away.
All right.
Rob
Don't forget.
hasn't seen his dick in years. What are we talking about?
That's not true. I
Good
see
luck,
it all
man.
the time. So's my wife.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
What's
I
your
don't
wife think
wanna
of
know.
yours?
I don't want to know.
I don't
RTP,
talk about,
do you
I
have
don't talk
kids?
about my personal life. I do have a kid.
Oh,
yeah.
you don't. You just talk about others. Well, then I'll talk about it for you. How's that sound?
Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, I will. I think before you insult other people and say that they're not getting laid and shit, maybe you should look at that mirror yourself. People
I'm
like
doing
you
gr-
that want to
I'm doing
accuse
fine,
someone
bud.
like me of being an incel, where I'm actually married and have
I
children.
didn't
And what are
accuse
you
of
doing?
being an incel. Actually,
You
what
said that
specifically
I
said
probably
is-
don't get much.
Oh, you may not. I don't know. Do you?
Why would you even bring it up? Why are you interested in my sex life?
Because I think you're kind of like a miserable fucking person, and I can't
Very
imagine
happy,
somebody wanting
actually.
to be around you.
Well, you'd be
Mostly, yeah.
wrong, and yet you're the one that no one wants to be around.
Oh, I'm doing great, bud. I'm doing
I'm
fine.
sure you are. I'm sure you're doing great. Do you have kids?
I do.
Wow. Where's mom?
It's none of your fucking business. Nobody ever.
That's
talks
right.
about
It
my
is none of
personal
my
life.
business. Just like my sex life and personal life's none of yours. So
I
maybe
didn't
you ought to
ask.
keep it out of your fucking mouth when you yourself shouldn't cast stones when you're living in a glass house, my friend.
Right.
Why don't you worry about taking care of your fucking kids and finding a lady that could be a mother to them before you try to insult someone like me, you fucking loser?
Are we done, gentlemen?
Is
Dicks
that
put
it?
I'm
away.
having a great time.
Yeah. It's just. It's
Dicks put
awesome.
away. All right. We're going to move on. You got it all off your chest, correct? Everybody done?
I'm fine.
All right. Rachel says it's literally impossible to factor out COVID. It's just one variable. It would be a cascade of infinite variables. Can't be done. And by the way, the panel link has been dropped in the chat. It's pinned at the top. If you want to hop backstage, there's still some more spots back there. Maybe RTP should have used some of that sign making time to actually construct real arguments. They were cute though. I would
you.
have been happier if it had glitter on them or something. RTP has moved those goal posts so many times we need to space shuttle to bring them back to Earth. And you guys are welcome to respond all you want. I'm just moving along. Rob 2, RTP 0. If economy is so badly affected by lockdowns, why did states who locked down do better?
They didn't. Places like Florida were economically doing much better than places like New York.
Fair enough. Kokomo says, move past the economic figures and talk more about word salad lady.
I don't know what that means. I have no idea.
I don't know, word salad lady. Or maybe they're saying lady. How much to kick discount Dave Smith? Who's Dave Smith? Is that someone?
Libertarian debater.
Oh, okay. RTP, 125,000 views on your last video, 2 comments. That's suspect numbers, brah.
Yeah, I'm
RTP.
not. Once again, nobody knows what they're looking at all. You can. I'm happy to show my analytics, and you guys can come here tomorrow and you can look. I've never paid for views. I've never paid for views in my life. You can look at my channel growth. It's steady. It's organic.
It's okay, bud.
It's going
So
great.
we believe you. It's okay.
I understand the vertical streaming. I understand how that works. I'm not hyped up about it. RTP, 125,000 views and 2 comments on your latest video. Only 16,000 subs. Explain.
I
All right,
started
I'll
doing
keep this
I
thing.
started doing YouTube about 3.5, maybe 4 months ago. Before we would just post like TikTok content, I started using YouTube as a live streaming service. Maybe it was longer than that when TikTok went down. And since then, we've had steady growth, roughly 1,200 subscribers added every month. It's really steady. It's going great. What we're doing, people like. So
Fair enough. I think all content creators should be doing well and hopefully continue to do so. I'd love to see everybody grow. Kissy Cat says, my late fee. Yes, you were late, Kissy Cat. Unacceptable. RTP, square this circle, the middle class, which was manufacturing jobs historically. If we send them overseas, it doesn't destroy the middle class.
this is a pretty normal problem with this channel, is that nobody understands the argument. The argument wasn't that if we send manufacturing jobs over there that it doesn't hurt the middle class. The argument was that it wasn't the offshoring of manufacturing jobs that led to wealth inequality. But I know that's difficult.
Well, no, it's it's an argument that you made, but it's nonsensical and non-responsive, right? The fact that these
I asked
jobs
you for
were
data.
the fact that these
Couldn't swear
jobs
it.
were a path to the middle class and had rising wage growth, and now we see wage growth that's going down because, or it's stagnating because these sort of jobs don't exist anymore. You just said, no, it's about Reagan. It's about trickle down. That's all you
Actually,
said.
no. What I said is I was far more specific about that. I said that you give the richest among us. They promise you that if we give them more of their money, they'll trickle it down. We gave them more of the money. They offshored manufacturing. They offshored everything they possibly could, and they didn't pay their workers more. We have all-time highs in wealth inequality. That means that trickle-down economics, by definition, isn't working. It's not trickling down.
That's not true. What it shows is that it's also true at the same time. What was happening was that we had these policies that were particularly about benefiting these same wealthy people that you're against by allowing them to offshore. Things like tariff are a policy that is designed to bring manufacturing back. Thereby, it would upset the very people that are now sending their businesses overseas, which you just admitted happened. They would be upset because, as you admit, those business owners would have to pay the burden of this. They would have to pay the taxes. Yet somehow you're against that, and you want to protect these wealthy people that have shipped jobs overseas.
I'm responding to this comment that he thinks what I said is that the middle manufacturing jobs were middle class jobs, and if we send them, it doesn't destroy the middle class. I'm responding to that question, Rob.
Yeah, unresponsive to everything as usual.
It's amazing how often you give yourself victories. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, when you're earning them, I guess it's easy to.
You're doing great,
talk
bud.
about.
You're doing
Buddy,
great.
Maybe someone who was actually a competent debater and wasn't just an amateur sign maker could have done better. But
you're doing great, bud.
We deal with what we get put in front of us, right?
You're doing great.
RTP 4,000 on YouTube. Rob makes 22,800 on YouTube. 30-day. What's up, RTP? You cheap. Okay. I mean, I always will say, like, the people have other means of
wait, Rob, you're making $22,000 a month on YouTube, Rob? Do you want to clear that up?
That's what I made last month, I think.
You're making $22,000 monthly on YouTube on average?
I think that's what I made last month. Since I've been streaming full time, I think I've been making over $10,000 a month on YouTube. That's net after YouTube takes their cut. Anyways, you were saying about how shitty my channel is?
I've never said that.
Thanks, bud.
Want
to make a sign? Want to make a sign on that too? Fuckface.
All right. And same thing from Anthony L for RTP,
mad,
the master
bitch.
debater.
Stay mad.
Rob Noir.
I'm fine. I'm not mad at all. It's funny to watch you squirm.
Made over 22 on YouTube compared to your 4K. Take those numbers and shove it.
He's looking it up right now. He's like, can that be true?
No, I wasn't. Jesus Christ, Rob.
RTP, big fan. Allow me to express my admiration in a language you'll understand. Bleep, blurp, bleep, blurp, burp, beep, bunk, burp. What the fuck? For grocers, are you going to also limit wage costs, utility costs, property taxes, and other inputs? Leftists can't match math and engage in hopium.
Brian, let me help you out here. Grocery stores already have margins they work within. What Harris was presenting is that during a pandemic, you should not be able to expand your margins just to take advantage of people who need food. That was the argument. So that wouldn't limit anything. It would only expand, right? Because that margin is already there.
Okay. Lost Advice says, what is RTP claiming? Rob is poisoning the well. He's actively poisoning the well with those rainbow signs. I still would have preferred glitter. That would have made it more fun.
I don't even know what that means.
I guess, well, if you're holding up a sign, like, then it kind of extracts attention from whatever Rob is saying. Says Rob, bad faith and poisoning the well literally came with stupid signs. Big L, not one step back. Rob?
Yeah, and I mean, that was the intent. The intent was that he was going to distract from when I was talking, and he was going to use a gimmick because he's incapable of defending the substance of the debate. I was fine. Every time he did it, it just was another example to anyone who's remotely being serious watching this of what a fucking clown he was. Now, I kept my thoughts to myself about it until after the debate, but that's the truth. I'm more than happy to have him continue doing it. It just, every time he does it, shows what a fucking clown he is.
Fair enough. RTP spews out lies like the voice of Sauron. He has no real arguments and has to interrupt Rob's arguments. Everything that RTP accuses Rob of, he is the one who is guilty of. What an embarrassment.
Terrific.
Rob getting it in. Good show, Tomato. What type of tomato are you? I am an angry tomato. Rachel says, RTP, you have resting crybaby face. You look like you look like you plucked your eyebrows until you looked permanently surprised. You look like when AI makes an adult look like a baby. Stop streaming. Aw.
Rachel, I'd worry about your eyebrows that are about 15 years past its prime. They don't do thin eyebrows anymore. We're filling those out a little bit more. Let's not talk about eyebrows with what you've got there.
Fair enough. And since we spent a little more time on the dick measuring contest, I'll come back to the other green super chats a little later after we open the panel, but I want to at least get on and move the show along. If everybody's good, I will go ahead and rock that out. Everybody settled? All right, good. All right. Everybody knows the drill here. Colby, I think your cam went out. You were fine backstage, and then it suddenly went black. I'm going to pull you back off until you either get into avatar mode or put a face on the screen. I'll bring animatronics up. Okay. Everybody knows the rules. You all know what pisses me off. When you interrupt me or somebody else, I get really aggravated, and then I start yelling. I don't want to yell tonight. We've already had a shit show. I'm going to go ahead and let Brick, you were in line first. Go ahead and take it off.
Cool. I like the signs. I love them because Rob don't shut up. Rob don't shut up. This is a fact of the Panelverse wherever he's ever been. I've never seen him shut up.
You gonna let him cook? He's gonna cook.
Polite. That was my plan with the signs. Is rather than interrupt, I would just hold it up so we didn't have to argue about it. So I just thought
typical
like
leftist
a nice way
self-awareness.
It's got nothing to do with the left.
This is going to go over really well.
It was a literal, hey, you're talking too much. Let me respond. And that's why RTP said, I'm going to show you something, Rob. I'm going to actually teach you that you're actually doing something really stupid. You're walking right off the ledge. And Rob, here's the thing. If you allow the lefty to walk, he'll walk off the ledge. But you want to talk.
Who talked more this debate?
You.
You think? I talked at greater chunks?
Yeah. Ellie.
What would you do if someone times it and you're wrong?
Sorry?
What would you do if someone times it and you were wrong?
Someone times it?
What if someone goes through and times it and you're wrong?
Oh my God.
I'll admit
what if the numbers are different?
I'll admit that I'm wrong, but bro,
your opinion means nothing to me. The Copa, you talk too much.
Cool.
The signs are cool. Great.
It's not an opinion. I love the signs.
Great. So anyway, no matter what Kamala Harris would have done, we would be in a worse position now.
Resist. You had to respond back. That's my point. Even if
I
I'm
responded
wrong,
to the stupidity of it. I responded to the stupidity of it. That's okay.
Thing that I've noticed about you.
You had to respond to me. You had to respond to me. You couldn't let it go.
No, I don't have to respond to you. Go ahead.
Well, then shut up. See you, fuckface.
There seems to be a common denominator here.
Yeah, two fucking idiots that think those signs were both funny and a good strategy.
It's never you, is it, Rob?
So anyway, RTP.
Yeah.
I noticed that Rob said that you really didn't have any good points, that you really just kind of fumbled everything. It was kind of the genuine thing that he said, right? So tell me about those things that you agreed with him on, because I know there were some things that you actually agreed with him on during this debate so that we can understand how Rob was wrong.
I think this places we found agreement. I do think that Donald Trump's policies, as far as like shutting down the border and bringing less people in, I think that that's worked.
See?
Oh, wow. No shit.
Wrong, though,
he
right,
said
Rob?
some things. He said some things that
He's
agree
wrong,
with
though,
me.
Rob.
And so when I said that he didn't bring up any arguments that were wrong with me, that somehow proves that I was wrong. Wow, man. No wonder you were impressed with the signs with fucking logic
in my
like
opening
that.
statement. It was actually in there. It's crazy.
Great minds think alike. You guys are doing great.
The cope level is so fucking strong.
So Rob, I got a question for you. You guys didn't really talk about foreign policy at all.
Mhm.
And so like something simple that I think is important to understand is like even on the Western Hemisphere, something like seeing Latin American nations become less like the West, or perhaps developing in some ways their own opinions about things, and that's going to change the relationship. And so Donald Trump has been advertising these sort of like what I'd describe as micro wins. Like RTP didn't even have to say anything about that. It's almost like you're conceding before the point that there's no transparency. We don't know who, who's influential. Is this going to be a Marco Rubio thing one day?
I mean, the fact that I conceded because I said Trump was doing good in foreign policy and my opponent didn't respond, and the fact that I didn't respond to arguments he didn't make shows I concede, says everything you know about debate strategy. No, I think that Trump's foreign policy has been marginally better than the Biden-Harris administration and better than what Harris would have been. There's 5 or 6 wars that the people involved in them have stopped or agreed to stop, though they may go back later, but they said that Donald Trump helped them out in the negotiations they had. I think that Trump's doing a great job foreign policy-wide by negotiating impactful trade deals and other things of that nature, and even policies
That's
that I
too
initially
softball, Rob.
Please,
That's
let
way
me
too
finish.
softball. Yeah,
Last
okay.
point. Even things that I initially disagreed with, like his attacking Iran, I'm still not a big fan of how he did that, but I think that it actually ended up being not as bad as near as it could have been based on the results we've seen since then. So I don't know what you're trying to say, something about Latin America countries that are becoming less Western. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think when the world is in flux, I would define it as strong leadership is required, and Donald Trump appeared to invite crony leadership, and it's proven that there's a lack of transparency. Not only a lack of transparency, like do you actually know what the largest opportunities and perhaps risks to your own family or your community might be that come from a globalized world? If you can't answer that, then you're never going to convince me or win me over.
Yeah, I think right now, the globalized world, the thing that's most risk to my family are fucking terrible people within this own country that are pushing degenerate lefty bullshit trying to indoctrinate my children. I think that that's clearly the biggest threat. But what you're saying, I just want to comment on this. You're like, well, is it Rubio's plan? Is it someone else's? Who the fuck's plan was the foreign policy under human vegetable Joe Biden? Who was running the show there?
Donald,
as lefties were covering it up, by the way.
Joe Biden always had an agenda, and so when you talk about having an agenda, Rob, you understand this. It means we have something to talk about.
Yeah, millions of people crossing the southern border.
Hang on, Rob, you can't.
That's strength,
bro. You're
that's
not allowed to get away with
diplomacy.
That. Tell me, Rob asked you something specific. Who was setting foreign policy when Vegetable Biden was in office? Couldn't even remember where he was. Couldn't go out.
I don't know who Vegetable Biden is, Andrew.
Yeah, well, okay.
Well,
let me explain.
Who Biden is.
The guy,
obviously,
the guy who was completely unable to even make coherent sentences.
Office of the president, you mean, Andrew?
Yeah, that guy. When he was checked out, he was clearly out to lunch, and the left was all over the place saying, no, he has all of his cognitive faculties. And clearly that wasn't true.
Narrative.
Can you tell me who was setting policy then? It wasn't the president. Who was it?
So one example is you can read the Biden briefs. I know I look crazy right now, but you can read the Biden briefs on the White House website, Andrew, that demonstrate and show Joe Biden took a different approach to things like the Abraham Accords, which would be more inclusive of problems like stagnation in North African economies, like sub-Saharan Africa, and like having a more cosmopolitan view.
Can you repeat back the question I asked you?
I don't know. It's probably
you don't know the question. You don't even fucking know.
It was probably incoherent. You win, Andrew. There you go. I got kicked anyway, so why don't you go fuck yourself one more time, buddy?
So how was that foreign policy out of and cause one of the
Clearly, the
biggest
lefties
things.
are doing just great, and we would be doing even better, right?
What's
If
up? Yeah, we
Kamala
sure would be.
Harris was in office.
I agree. True that.
Rob, I have a
indeed.
question for you.
Sure. What's up, Apogee?
Completely
So at the
explain how
beginning
that
of
would
the
be the
debate-
case.
At the beginning of the debate, when you guys were arguing over the debt, do you understand why picking the year that a president starts and the year that the president ends is not an actual metric of the amount of debt that they create? That statutorily spending goes across presidential years into others. In fact, the entire first budgetary year of a president is from the previous president. Therefore,
So all the good
actually
stuff is your
measure
president's,
the debt,
and all the bad
they
stuff
are
is our
actually
president.
responsible for, and not what happens within the years of their president, because a lot of it is not their spending.
So what we could see, it's the best metric that we have, unless you would get to pointing out the year after versus the year previous, and even that's not going to be
the amount of debt that they created, right?
Let me finish, right? Like, it's going to be a better metric to look at the actual amount of deficit that was there, or the debt that was there when they came into office versus when they left, than would be to some nebulous, well, we're predicting what could happen through CBO scores, et cetera, in the future. Now, we're not one full year into Donald Trump this time. So would you admit then that any debt that's arisen right now under Donald Trump will show up eventually only in year 2? And so any debt that's accrued based on this year would be Joe Biden's debt?
Yeah, a lot of it in his first year is going to be previous spending.
Okay, so then you can see the problem. We don't have a full picture of that yet. But when we're looking at the full picture of his claim that Biden spent less than Trump, do you agree with that claim, by the way?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think that's going to be
all the
borne out to be.
metrics are that Trump added 8.4 trillion to the debt, and that Biden is somewhere close to 5.
Okay, prove to me that Trump added 8.4 trillion. What years are you looking at to show that? The first year of Biden?
Yeah,
and then
his first terms.
So you would say that you would look at
Like, he's
Trump's,
not the president anymore, so you can accumulate all the things that he enacted.
so just to be
signed,
clear,
and
you would say we
and
look
what
at
they
year
cost.
2, we look at year 2 of Trump into year 1 of Biden. That's the debt we should be looking at.
No, it's not by year; it's by what they did in office. Right?
I think that what
Get
you'll
that,
see
right?
that I think that what you'll see is right that a lot of
Get
this
that if he
spending.
signed something in year 4, it could affect the first year of the next president, right?
What we would see is that things that are being spent.
Just fucking agree to basic logic, bro. Come on.
It is true that if there are things that we're spending that would have continued to spend there forward, that would be things that would be considered part of their debt. But by the same token, then you wouldn't say that
using
Trump.
the year
Let
by
me
year,
finish.
you
Let me
actually proved my
finish.
point.
Let me finish. Then you're going to fall under the same trap. You said that Trump spent 8.3 billion. Prove it. None of that debt that he spent was from prior obligations that were made from Barack Obama or even George W. Bush in front of him.
Well, no, those are attributed to those presidents.
Okay, so then how can you
Separate
specifically
things.
say?
Well,
How could you specifically say that it was 8.3?
lines, laws that he signed, right?
So okay,
We
so point them
attribute
out.
things
So
like
where's the
tax
data
cut.
you're getting? Show me. You made a declarative statement. You said that he spent 8.3 trillion. Show me. Where's the data you're getting?
I'm not going to go.
In his mind.
That's what I thought. It's just I've heard
like,
lefties say. I've heard
that's
groups.
half this debate
Right.
has been like, pull out the documents.
You're the one who's
No,
saying
this is easy. This
what-
is easy shit to find. This is really easy shit to
If
find.
it's easy to find it. What you're going to do, I'll tell you what you'll find. You'll find some group.
You
that's
couldn't even
going to say-
understand the fucking debt and how
I
it's
do
been
understand
accumulated,
the
man.
debt. I do
No,
understand
you
the
don't.
debt.
You've proven it over and over
You
and
can
over
just
tonight
keep-
that you don't.
You could just keep saying no. You don't.
Okay, so
I do
find your fucking
understand-
find your source then, dude.
What you're going to do is you're going to provide some sort of like partisan group that's going to say, we predict that Trump spending would be very big and Biden spending would be very little. It's bullshit.
Wasn't the first
Sounds
one
about
where-
right, Rob.
Hold on, pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to step away for just a second. I'm going to put Abe in my spot. He's going to mitigate. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Just Abe, redirect if you need to. Use your big boy voice.
Yeah, Rob, why are you saying that like it's whatever he's going to pull up is from a hyper-partisan source? But if I recall correctly, the first source he pulled up in this debate was from a hyper-partisan source.
What was that source?
Was it wrong?
I was listening, so I heard someone.
Was it wrong?
No.
Because if not, then it's irrelevant.
It sounded like there
Was
a
it
lot of-
wrong?
Well, I think
Yes,
it was.
it
I think
was.
did
Yes,
turn out-
it was wrong.
It was not.
Ryan, hang on, real quick.
Hold
Ryan,
The source that
Ryan.
everybody is
Hold on,
citing
Andrew.
is the
No,
CFRB
Ryan, you're speaking through the wrong mic.
or CRFB. That's
thank
the
you.
source for
You're
everybody.
fucking welcome.
Thank you, Andrew. Hopefully, I can get more than 5 minutes with you at some point, but
What
that's
everybody
another.
keeps forcing. That's I think he's dropping.
So can I ask a question, RTP? What was when you say that Biden had an overall growth bigger than Trump's, then why did we see inflation spike so high under his term versus when we saw it under Trump's term and it didn't hardly spike at all?
So you cut out the first time. He had an overall what?
You were stating earlier in the debate that Biden had a better rise of growth whenever it came to gaining money for average people. How can you say that whenever Biden's inflation rate was over 9%?
Rob, do you know what he's referencing? I don't think that's how I said it. I'm not sure if I know what
I'm sorry. It was a little murky. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
if you could repeat it. I didn't hear it.
I think he's referencing.
I could be rephrasing it wrong. But whenever you were bringing up about the real growth wages increase, you stated that Joe Biden had a higher real growth wage increase than Trump did in his first term.
That's correct. You did say that.
He did.
So if you're saying he had a higher wage growth increase, how the fuck was his inflation rate over 9% whenever Donald Trump's first term never went over 2.2?
So what I cited was the average monthly gain. I could pull up those numbers to answer your question. I could look at the source again to figure out.
This is exactly.
And that's different from what they keep saying. You said, right? That's a different thing. That's a different metric.
No. I could clear this up. I can clear this up. This is what was said. He said wage growth was up, and he cited numbers that said wage growth. I said wage growth's irrelevant. What matters is real wage growth. And he said, yes, that's what I said, real wage growth. When I said pull it up because I knew that those numbers are inaccurate, he then changed and said, oh, no. I'm saying on average monthly it was up. I said, can you explain how if it was down over the full term of Biden's presidency, how on average it was up monthly? Then he changed what we mean by average. He said, oh, what I mean is most months it was up compared to most months it was down. But the initial number that he cited, like 2.2 to 2.7%, was clearly not saying some months it was up, some months it's down. He's lying. He moved the goalposts.
I didn't cite those numbers, and it's written down.
Yes, you did.
It was part of my opening statement. It's written down. Literally, it says average monthly gain 0.24 for Trump, average monthly gain 0.29 for Biden. Rob is lying. Rob didn't understand what I was saying.
That's literally making my point. That literally makes my point, you dumb bastard.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb piece of shit. Shut the fuck up for 12 seconds. Just shut the fuck up. It's not your turn.
You want me to put a sign up?
Yeah, it's written on my paper.
We were
you
done
go
with
look
the
at the
pick
edit
measuring,
history.
gentlemen.
It is what it is. Rob didn't understand what I was saying, and that's
He's
for the course.
He's too stupid. Real quick. Please. He's too stupid to realize he just proved my point. My point was this. The number he was citing was just wage growth, not real wage growth. That's what he cited. I said we shouldn't prefer that. We should prefer real wage growth. He then said, no, that is real wage growth. I said, no, I don't think. Prove it. Then he said it was average monthly. Okay, now he's back. Do you see how fucking ridiculous it is? Now he's back to the original argument. Show the source that shows that Biden's real wage growth was up like 2.4% month over month on average.
We can pull it again.
This is leftist debate. There's no positions. There's just principles.
I would
be the other way. There's no principles. There's just positions. When I need it for me here.
Over each other, I start reading money, and you all shut up and take a deep breath for a minute. Basil says this is a Christian nationalist channel. Sarah the Raging Tomato is a Doug Wilson plant. What's a Doug Wilson plant?
Doug Wilson? What?
To just give you That's the guy that Pete Hegseth just retweeted that was like, women shouldn't vote. That's Doug Wilson.
Base also says, I propose the following debate topic. Is Sarah the Raging Tomato a Christian nationalist puppet? Oh, all right. Have fun with that one, chat. I just wanted to ask RTP and Rob when the greasy orange tyrant will release the files unredacted.
When the courts allow, maybe?
He could release them unredacted now. We're talking about the grand jury testimony. You have to rely on the courts, but he could release everything now if he wanted to. He just doesn't want to do it for some reason.
I'm sure.
Why
didn't Biden want to do it?
Unless intelligence agencies warn.
I think Biden probably didn't release it because there's intelligence conflicts there, and Biden's kind of a cuck to Israel, just like Trump is, just like everybody is.
Do you think that's? Hang on. Do you think that's the reason, RTP, or do you think it's because Obama gave him such a sweetheart deal and made him an FBI informant?
Who?
Epstein.
That Biden made Epstein an
no,
FBI?
Obama
made. I don't know.
You don't know.
Let's see. So
I know that he was an FBI informant. Do I think that's why?
Hang on. When do you think, under whose administration was Epstein brought in as an FBI informant?
I think that was 2007. Is that right?
Whose administration?
That was 2007, right? I just want to make sure that's the right year.
W. Bush.
Can you just tell me the
It was around the
administration?
time 2007,
I think it was
2008.
Bush, wasn't it?
that made him an FBI informant, gave him the sweetheart deal?
I think it was in 2007.
Why don't you pull it up real quick? Pull it up.
When he got the sweetheart deal in Florida, that was 2007, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Pulling
Shocker,
that
I'm right
up,
again.
RTP dismantled Rob's talking points and conspiracy theories on the origins of Russia investigation. Thanks for educating us and hopefully his followers.
That's the best comment.
RTP, you look pretty soft. RTP's views are virgin views, like Mary, Immaculate Conception, I guess. That one already did. That's okay. Yeah, go ahead and respond.
Non-prosecution agreement was in 2007 under Obama, and then that awesome process.
Wait, who?
Or, I mean, under Bush. I meant Bush. Sorry, in 2007.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. But I was good. But then Acosta, the guy who gave him that sweetheart deal, then Trump
Right,
said,
so it was
"Hey,
Acosta
you should come
who did
work
it.
in my administration." And by the way, Pam Bondi, who oversaw it, you should work in my administration too.
Yeah.
And Dershowitz,
Bondi was the one who decided not to
Why
vote.
don't you go defend me on TV
So
all the
therefore,
time?
Kamala would have been a better president? That's the conclusion from
Wait,
that?
When to bring this up, you just basically
never
showed
brought
that Trump's
this up.
entire
Andrew
administration
brought
has
this
been
up.
all over Epstein for like over 10
Hang on.
years.
So I just want to make sure then. So before Obama, this guy's an FBI informant under Obama's administration, correct?
And Bush, yeah, and
So
Trump.
how come Obama didn't say anything about the fact that Epstein was working with the FBI in order to bring people to this island in order to blackmail them? Do you think?
I don't know.
Do you think that if it were the case that we found out that Obama knew that there was blackmail, this type of blackmail going on, that Biden would have some sort of like incentive in order to cover up this legacy? RTP.
Sure.
Yeah. So, do you think it stands to reason that's what happened?
I think that that's a possible reason.
Yeah. Well, could you
But
give me
but it's the
could you
same
give me
with
any
Trump
other
to me.
reason, like just from inductive
don't
reason?
really see-
Just from
Yeah,
inductive
because that would be
reasoning.
bad for his argument,
Well, I
Andrew.
think-
That would be bad for his argument.
Seems like we're shifting a little bit.
I don't know what's going on here.
I'm agreeing with
Now
them.
you
They don't
all
know what to do
know
with it.
better than to start doing
Well,
that.
I'm just asking. I'm just going to ask real quick, inductively. Could you come up with any other explanation other than that he did not want to release this because it would have made the Obama administration look really bad, thus making him look bad since he was the VP in that administration, and they were working on blackmail during Obama's administration, flying out various people to an island in order to sexually blackmail them.
Could I come up with other?
What would be a more
hypotheticals?
plausible explanation than that?
I think that's impossible to say, honestly. Like, we don't know
Yeah,
enough
exactly.
details. But I could say that there's. Well, I could offer different explanations, but it would be hard to say like which one is more likely, right? Like, how would we prove which one's more likely?
I think that you can demonstrate this pretty easy. The Obama administration was there for 2 terms. You agree?
Yeah.
And Epstein was running as an FBI informant during those 2 terms, flying people out to PDF File Island, right? During those 2 administrations under Obama's FBI. Why is it that they never released anything on Epstein?
Well, believe it or not, there's a history of our FBI and our intelligence agencies not keeping the president abreast of what's going on.
So you think that they hid it from Obama?
They could have.
So Trump has every reason not to trust the FBI?
What's that?
Trump has every reason not to trust the FBI because they
Sure.
hide things from him? Oh,
Sure.
okay. so now one last question for you.
I haven't made any claims about it.
I just have one last question for you.
Yeah.
You say that you're not a Democrat or a progressive.
Right.
What is your political affiliation?
I'm a registered Republican, but just because I live in an area where like Andy Biggs is my congressman, so if I want to vote, it's basically the primary is the only way I can have impact. I voted for Gary Johnson in 2020, and I voted for Harris this last time begrudgingly.
Yeah, that's not what I'm not asking you who you voted for. I'm just asking if you had to summarize your politics, what would the summarization be?
I don't know that you could. I think that I take
you
position,
can't summarize your politics.
I would say that I don't. There's not. See, you do this all the time. You think because you're an ideologue, everybody else is.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to give a summarization of your politics.
What is it that you think? I'm not Andrew. So what do you think about politics? Let's start there.
What do
That's
I
all he's
think
asking
about politics? I think.
Would you
they're
call yourself a
gross.
socialist,
No.
libertarian?
No.
What would you call yourself?
I wouldn't
Closest
call
to.
myself anything.
Retard.
Let me ask you this real quick. You voted for
Centrist.
Gary Johnson in 2020, and yet you're a horrible dissenter of trickle-down economics, so you voted for a libertarian?
Well, I used to be a Republican. Like, I worked on Romney's presidential campaign. I was a Republican most of my life.
Of course.
So I went from Republican
So you're just
to like
confused.
libertarian to, well, I'm not confused. It's just that I accept new data. And I
So
go
do I.
whatever argument is
Well,
correct.
hang on. Maybe we
So
can
if
try
I'm-
this a
if I'm
different
pro-
way.
I'm
Shut the
MAGA
fuck up,
atheist.
Andrew.
I'm not in any box.
When I
Hang on.
finish-
What if we just
I
ask
go-
this
Andrew,
way?
Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my answer. Thank
Dude,
you.
calm down. I just want to make
it's crazy.
sure.
I know, but just shut the fuck up for a second.
Yeah,
I'm
but
doing
I
it with a
just want
smile
the
on my
actual.
face.
It's politic
I'm doing it
fluid.
with a smile on my face.
It
Shut
was
the
such
fuck
a
up.
basic question.
Yeah,
You're not
identify-
answering.
I don't identify with any of these parties.
Okay,
I think
so
all of them are pretty flawed.
So you're at a party, and this like 25-year-old hottie toddy that you're interested in comes
I wouldn't be
over and
interested
sits
in a
down.
25-year-old.
Okay, and says, "Hey, man." Right, like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, 35, okay, 65, whatever you're interested in.
Now we're talking
Like the
65.
16, I mean.
the 65-year-old,
Stop that.
the 65-year-old geriatric comes in and
There we
sits
go.
down and says, "Hey, Sonny, can you explain what your politics are?" Your answer is, "Well, I don't fucking know," or do you have an actual answer?
My answer is you should watch my show. You can figure it out. You can judge for yourself.
Oh, okay, so you can't give a summarization for your
Nah,
actual.
I'm good.
No, I'm not an
if you
ideologue. I know
were-
this is very confusing.
That's not
with you.
ideology. That's just asking you what your political persuasion.
That's just
are.
ideas.
Align with an
Ideas
idea.
and
The
ideology
reason
are different
The reason
things.
that you guys all want to do this is because you have a hard time attacking arguments. But what you do. Really
Okay, so
well
make
is
an
looping
argument as to why
Shut up.
Kamala would be better.
Indian
you
Jesus,
loop
chill.
everything in. That's what you guys like to do. So you want to loop me in with other people that think like me rather than having a real.
I just want a
discussion.
summarization of your politics. That's all I'm asking
And
for.
while
I don't
you
think
think
we
about
can
the
do a quick
summarization of
summarization.
your politics, I would
Okay,
like
then
to
give us a
inform
long one.
everyone. Pardon me for just a moment.
Pass.
I'd like to tell everyone I am shutting down the tomato side and moving over to the gauntlet. Either go to the link that I'm dropping in the chat now or follow the raid. Thank you. Okay, back to you.
I can sum it up for him. Orange man bad.
Yep.
That's your politics. Just admit
Yes.
it. Say it with your chest.
So, but fine. Let's go a different direction then. Why do you think that Kamala would be better? Just your bottom line. Kamala would be better because.
Yeah, so I think that just if you look at either Yale Budget Lab or CBO scoring, just on the very fact that she would have reduced deficit spending and Trump increases deficit spending, just that alone is plenty for me.
So you believe that she would have kept every single promise that she made?
No, what I'm left to believe is that the
So
policy,
then what you actually mean to say?
You guys got to let me finish at some point. You didn't even let me answer that question before you went again. What I'm saying is that, and Rob and I agreed this at the beginning of the debate. All I can do is I can guess what she would have done. In order for her to accomplish her agenda, she would have also had to win the House. So we're living in a hypothetical world, but in a hypothetical world where she won in the same way that Trump did, yes, I would say that the policies, the tax policies specifically, she wanted to push through. Those were pretty popular with Democrats. Those would have been the policies. And then I look at the CBO scoring. I look at the Yale Budget Lab. I look at the Penn Wharton model. And all of them say that she would have reduced deficit spending. And all of them say Trump increases deficit spending. That's a win.
So just a quick question for you. Were these same economists, when they were discussing the first term of Trump before he got in, were they projecting doom and gloom by chance?
They were projecting he would increase deficit spending, and he did.
Were they making any sort of projections that the stock market would crash?
I'd have to go back and look at them. I'm not sure if they talked specifically about the stock market.
Well, why don't you name one real quick again, and I'll go
Yale
look it
Budget
up
Lab?
for you.
Yale Budget Lab.
While you're going through that, Basil says, Andrew, Craig, the flat earth guy, said he demolished you in a debate and can't wait to do it again in Nashville. Who's the bigger shill?
I saw that debate. Andrew won, and I'm an atheist.
I'm thrilled
Never
to know
forget.
Andrew's not a flat earther. That makes me happy.
Never forget. Radical Coder
Craig's
called
not a
Sarah
flat earther either.
Oh.
Yeah,
Never forget.
so,
Radical
I mean,
Coder.
now
called-
you just look dumb because you don't know. Just saying.
Yeah.
I look dumb 'cause I
Craig
don't know who
actually goes
Craig is?
against. Yeah, he
Sorry.
goes against flat earthers. Never forget, Radical Coder called Sarah a racist.
Surprise.
Andrew, what?
Right.
I very much approve.
Andrew Wilson, you look like a chubby guy. Would Jesus approve? RTP does not have a phallus to measure. There's no contest. Shots fired.
It's gonna look small. It's gonna look small compared to that nose. That's for sure.
Fair enough. RTP, the type of guy to open a bag of chips with some scissors. All right, that was pretty funny, actually. Luca says, based, Rob. RTP, founders of Yale Budget Office all worked in Biden administration. Is this optically a good source for a debate comparing Trump to him and Harris?
Who are the founders of the Yale Budget Office that worked in the Biden administration? Just let me know who they are. And no, that by itself would not be disqualifying. That's crazy.
Fair enough. 2 more and then we'll move on. RTP, bro, come on. We live in the same area. It's not some super far right Christian Mecca. A Dem is our governor. Stop.
I don't think I ever said that I live in a far-right Christian Mecca. I think I said that Andy Biggs was my congressman. I think is what I said.
That's fair, though.
And he
Fair
wins with like
enough.
70% of the vote. So it's just like my only chance is that during the primaries to vote.
That's fair.
Fair enough. The Tard Wrangler says, I've been slacking on my wrangling duties the last few weeks. My bad, Sarah. New job has been hellacious. Thank you, Tard Wrangler. I've been picking up.
If I can real quick, I guess this was bad form not to ask, but can you show me the CBO predictions of Kamala's plan? You said would decrease.
You can pull it up.
No, go ahead. Because I'm looking and it
No.
says the CB. I can't find it. I'm looking and it says this.
You need to look at the 2025 Biden budget, which is what she was her economic policy. So you're looking at the 2025 budget from Biden, and that's what they did the CBO score on. And because she said that those were her policies as well, that's the scoring I went by.
So just to be clear, when you were saying things about price controls for groceries, that doesn't include in that budget, right?
Correct.
You said her plan was going to be different. So how do you square that circle? You said you assume her economic plan would be different than Biden's, but now you're saying that the Congressional Budget Office said that her policies would lower 1.4, and you're admitting that her policies would be different than Biden.
Actually, just so you know,
just like that was a question for me, Andrew. I know this is confusing.
Yeah, I was just saying the
This is a
Yale
question-
alumni.
This is a
That is
question for
true.
me, real quick, let me answer this question, then you can.
Yeah,
go
he was
Andrew.
right.
We'll take turns. Yeah, I don't think that price controls on grocery stores, or I guess margin controls, were factored into the CBO budget. I think you'd have a hard case saying that like that somehow would radically change or even marginally change the CBO scoring. That's wild.
So the CBO predicted, it gave a prediction of what Biden's policies would be in 2025, and
No.
it said that it would lower deficits by $1.4 trillion.
Something like that.
Who is breathing like heavily into their mic? Somebody is like freakishly breathing and it's driving me up a wall. If you're not talking, please mute.
I'm reading that. Let's see. I'll look for this, but that's what you're saying, that that it said that it would lower the deficit.
Yeah. What was the number? Let me go back. Where was it? I don't remember the exact.
Now, you understand that
it was
the-
1 point something. I don't remember exactly what it
You
was.
understand that the deficit's different than the debt, correct?
Yes. Deficit spending
Okay,
is what I was
so
talking
then
about.
then it wasn't going to. It was still going to be deficit spending, and it wasn't going to lower the national debt anyway.
I said deficit spending, but it would lower the rate of increase. Like if you reduce deficit spending, it doesn't increase at the same rate, right? Right. Rob?
Okay,
Okay,
but,
cool.
No, I understand. I'm just making it clear that your argument isn't that they were going to lower the debt. You're not making that argument.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Anyway, yeah, that claim was correct on the Yale alumni.
phrase it less
It
quick.
is true that the Yale budget office is indeed stacked with former Biden officials. That is actually true. Did you know that?
Well, what he said.
I
was
didn't
the
know that until right now.
He said was the founders of the Yale budget lab were
No,
Biden
he
officials.
didn't say that. Pull up the super chat,
Sarah, will
Sarah.
you pull it again? It said the founders.
Yeah,
I'm
pull it
pretty
up. No, I don't think so.
The super chat.
Yeah.
This one. Founders of the Yale Budget Office.
Get fucked again, Andrew. Every time you and Rob both are the worst listeners I've ever debated. That's why it sucks to debate you because you never. Hear
You don't remember all the words?
So
well,
I just want to make
and founders and people who work in the administration are two different things. I answered honestly. I said, I don't know if the founders were in the Biden administration. So that's what he was supposed to look up, but he's not a good active listener, and either is Rob. That's why it's not fun to debate them, because they're just in their own world while you're talking.
It's not fun to debate because you don't do so well. And you were inaccurate in what you said over and over. Over and over again, you were inaccurate in what you were saying. You constantly move the goalposts, including even at these closing statements. Like once we get into open panel, you're too fucking stupid to realize that you're literally reversing your position back on sort of like the wage growth, real wage growth. You're literally bouncing back and forth and changing what you said over and over.
I would just ask though, doesn't it stand though that he is saying that this place is staffed with former Biden administration officials? Isn't that optically bad for you? I don't care if the point still stands.
The reason I chose the Yale budget lab is they were actually they were the most favorable to Trump. So that's why I didn't choose Wharton. That's why I didn't choose the CBO. The reason I chose Yale is because that gives you guys the most favorable numbers. So it is kind of a weird argument to say it's staffed by Biden folks, and yet they give Trump the most favorable numbers, right?
Yeah. So that wasn't the question, though.
Yeah.
So, can you repeat my question?
Yeah, your question was, does it stand the fact that they the people worked that are staffed, Biden staff runs Yale budget, does that mean that their numbers are fake? No. You can look at the numbers, but this is again,
would you accept that from former Trump? Would you accept that from former Trump staffers?
100%. If they're
100%.
No principles, just positions.
I would no, this is not. I would look at the math, you dipshit. I only care about the math. I don't
give a fuck. Hang on. Well, if that's hang on, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure I got this correct. You did the math yourself, or are you just citing sources?
No, I would do the math. I would say
you aren't doing any math. You're citing sources. You didn't do any math.
And what are you doing? You're smearing.
Oh, I'm asking you. Did you actually do math, or are you just citing sources?
No, I said if I wanted to know if these Biden officials were making up numbers, I would do the math. I didn't say I did the math. I said that's how I would find out.
Just said you did the math.
You did just say that.
He said, are you citing sources or did you do the math? And you said, I did the math.
I did the math.
So maybe you're not a good listener. I don't know. Maybe you're...
All right. Just for the record, backstage I have Zerzus, Ryan, Colby, and Grumple Stiltskin. If you want to see any of them up, please feel free to boot someone else. And then Abe, what do you got for us? You got a question?
I was going to ask, does RTP think that profit is made on margin or is it made on the cost?
I don't think profit is made on the margin. The cost is where you're setting your baseline. And I think I mentioned specifically that included labor. That was all in cost. So it wasn't just cost of good. It was also labor and expenses on top of that. So the margin is on top of all of that cost, right?
Well, the cost is the origination point. Margin is generally where profit is made. So when you stack the margin on top of whatever the product is, that's where your profit is made, not at the cost margin, not at the cost level.
No,
and by the way, actually, the chatter was also right.
Andrew,
the budget lab is founded by a bunch of he's actually right. The fucking it's true. It was founded by a bunch of fucking Biden administration fucks in 2024. Seriously, it's not a joke. Look it up right now.
You just weren't listening, Andrew.
I believe you. When he said it was founded by them, I said.
So you were making a pedantic argument that I got a word wrong?
That's what they do.
I didn't make a pedantic
you fucking loser. You fucking loser. You took the fat L on that one, bro. It was founded by him. He was right.
There's Andrew simultaneously jacking himself off and patting himself on the back again. It's what you guys all do. No, I just said when he said.
Yeah, because he just caught you being retarded.
Can I finish? When they said the founders of the Yale budget lab were Biden administration, I said, is that true? I don't even know if that's true.
No, you didn't say was that true?
Oh my God. Carter. Just take that out. Be like, all right, I didn't know. All right, I didn't know. I was asking, I didn't know. Now you guys are right. Just say that.
Let them go back and forth, dude. Your meta commentary is just making it harder to follow.
I will. That I did not say it wasn't true. Do you want to take that bet?
Well, no, what you said was, no, I don't think that's the case. With your bullshit.
Oh, I said
so
the question. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's a paraphrase. Yeah,
you never know. You don't.
May as well.
You just want to sit here and beat off to like, take a fat L.
Is it-
You're fucking
is
65
it like
years
a-
old, Andrew. You should be saying
Is it a
fat
full
L.
moon tonight?
Yeah,
What
do
is
you
going
think that
on?
optically it's bad for you that the founders, like the Super Chat asked, of the Yale Budget Committee are a bunch of former Biden
No,
administration?
I
No.
don't think so. I think only if you're like a little bitch like you, then now it's a little, you would care about
Everyone's a
optics.
little bitch. I didn't call you
Well,
any
you
names.
are. No, I called you that. I'm
Yeah, I know. You
fair.
can't help
Fair.
yourself.
Yeah, nobody's
Is it
called
because
me
you're,
names.
is it because you're bald?
Tonight.
Is it because you're bald?
I'm not bald. You can go look on my
Pull the
channel.
hair
I'm
off.
not
Pull
paying.
the hat off. Pull the hat off, Baldy. Come
You can
on.
go look on my
All
channel.
right,
Pull
you
the
guys-
hat
you guys
off,
are just
Baldy.
bullying each
Come
other. I
on.
want to talk about
Look on my
substance.
You got to pay.
Let me
extra
talk
for
about.
that,
Let me
Andrew.
ask about.
All right.
Okay.
I would much rather talk about money. Johnny says RTP's ideology is exactly that of the white supremacists he hates.
Oh.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Oh, sorry. That's a bad one. Sorry, didn't see that. RTP, last to Andrew, now Rob. You don't watch on YouTube. Andrew Wilson unearths a psychopath by the aristocratic utensil.
Yeah.
RTP couldn't be any more clueless. Yeah, did you see that? The Spoon did
Yeah, that
a
was
review
really
on
funny.
you.
He basically said that you were a psychopath who just looked at people as commodities.
Me? He made
Sounds like a leftist.
Yeah, you.
Oh, that's nice. Appreciate it.
So I think I'm about to get kicked, but I have a quick question of clarification. Like earlier, we were talking about the tariff policy and how Rob was comparing it to like just raising taxes on the 1%. Rob, don't you agree that like way more business owners who are not in the 1% of earners, who are like small business owners who just import goods from outside the country, are going to be more likely to be impacted by the tariffs, and also they are less likely to be able to absorb that, and they're going to have to pass it on to the consumer more so than like Amazon or Walmart, who are
Yes,
getting
it is
deals
true.
anyway.
It is true if the taxation was just on the top 1%. However, what we see is that tax cuts benefit those same middle class people as well. And so what you'll end up seeing is that there's going to be some winners and some losers. But because the status quo is unsustainable, particularly for U.S. manufacturing, it will be more wins for those people if Trump's policies work out as predicted. We've already seen that with the trade deals, with all the investment opportunities that are being put forth, with the fact that things like U.S. manufacturing of automobiles will now be under less reciprocal tariffs from places like Europe, which will open up that market. It also encourages, because of a baseline tariff, for companies that elsewise would have went to cheap labor countries like Mexico or China to build those products in the United States, because they know that their products won't be as competitive if people domestically have to pay those tariff prices. So they'll be outcompeted by people in the huge U.S. market that are producing those things back home.
And when you say
I guess all that's
successful
certainly
as
possible.
predicted,
But yeah, go ahead.
you mean, of course, by Trump, because there's virtually no economist that says this will be successful.
No, that's not true. You
Right.
are right that just like the first term, when all of these virtually no economists said his economy would do well, people like Paul Krugman that get all these prestigious awards,
Yeah,
they
the
were
stock
absolutely
market would
fucking
crash.
right. The stock market was going to crash
Did the
within
Yale
6
Budget
months.
Office
It
say
reached-
that, Andrew, like you claimed earlier? Did they say that?
I never claimed it.
You said,
I
did they
asked-
say it?
no,
And then you looked
no,
it
no,
up.
I just
Did
asked
they say
you.
it?
Yeah.
Did they say it, though?
They weren't even there to say it.
Who was the economist that said the stock market would crash, Andrew?
Krugman?
Okay. And am I
Paul Krugman?
relying on Krugman for any of my arguments?
Not just Krugman. There
No.
was many of them.
But the
The problem is they said this. They
I
said
bet
this.
you anything that some of these think tanks,
I relied on, did
I
any of
bet you
them
that some of
predict
these think tanks do actually probably have relations to Paul
probably.
Krugman's NGOs.
Probably, yeah.
You know, some of those large
Look,
corporations
I'll take a second to
Some
look
of
it up.
those-
Bet you that's true.
Thank
Not
you.
only that, Ryan, let me ask you a question real quick. As you asked Rob about consumers and prices going up for them, is it true that if the Trump tax cuts expire on corporations, that consumer prices will also go up because they're going to move those what they would have gotten in those tax breaks onto the consumer? Isn't that the case?
It's possible, yeah.
Possible or likely?
I'm not sure. I think it's possible.
You're
I
not
don't
sure?
know for sure.
I think it would be
definitely could
likely
happen, yeah.
using the same rationale. No, Coder, in all fairness, I think you
more
bring up a
likely with
good
a
point.
tariff, though,
It's
than
not
a
going to be
general
it's
tax,
not
right?
It's not going to be a one-to-one thing. You're absolutely right that like if,
Mm-hmm.
for example, if you just said, "Well, fuck it, we'll tax everyone that's a billionaire. We'll take half their worth." Yeah, they'll be able to pass that cost on to consumers in the industries they're in, but that's certainly not going to be as many industries as sort of small businesses that maybe have to pay through tariffs. Absolutely true. However, it's not just that simple. The tax cuts ended up benefiting almost all Americans, of course, the people that pay taxes will benefit more than those people that don't pay in taxes. But that sort of spurred the good economy that we saw under Trump until the pandemic hit. Those numbers were very good, and that's sort of the approach that's being used here. And by the way, RTP can't even keep his story straight.
Paul Krugman cites the Yale Budget Office. This is just a cursory search, but almost more than any other thing that he cites. I just want to point that out. In the last year, and yet he cited that more than almost anything else. Just pointing this out.
And yet,
a lot of the larger organizations that showed
they didn't predict that Trump would. They didn't predict that Trump would, or that Trump would destroy our economy. Did they?
They weren't. They didn't exist.
Your argument is that he cites them, and therefore they agree with him because he cites them?
No, that he would agree with them. The guy who cites them was the guy who was saying that Trump was going to literally destroy the entire stock market. It was going to crash in the first 6 months.
Yeah,
that's what Krugman said.
That's an indictment on Krugman, not on the Yale Budget Lab.
I agree. It's an indictment on Krugman. I'm just pointing out to you that this is the type of data that this guy cites, the same type you're citing.
No one thought that Trump was handed an unstable economy, though.
Like you,
yes. But that even makes it work. Like, people use this argument in the inverse, right? If the economy was doing very good under Trump, then the fact that it started to get to even increased highs, like, for example, wage growth going up from an already decent economy is very good. What Biden had was, because of the pandemic, he actually had an economy that was bottoming out. And so a lot of the numbers that you see there are actually really bad because he was unable to have good improvements, including things like inflation and job growth, etc., that you would have expected had that trend continued without something like the pandemic hitting. So the idea, like, this is always in the inverse. For example, if inflation's already 100% year over year, so milk used to cost $2 a gallon and now it costs $4 a gallon, you would expect that next year for there to be a break. If the inflation goes up 20% from that already high number, that's even worse. That's the sort of thing we're seeing. So when people say, actually, the economy was doing pretty good that Trump was handed, right, and he took it to even higher heights. Had the economy been doing poor, it would have been easy for him to get the exact same percentage increase numbers that we're talking about.
But Rob, how do you square that with the chart that we looked at, and was something you admitted in the debate, that like wage growth for the past 30 years has just been a graph that goes like this?
That's wage growth.
It almost seems like no matter what the president does, like real wages tend to go up, right?
Even here, you once more fuck up. Wage growth is different than real wage growth.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about what you cited. Real wage growth.
The study that you cited that said wage growth is basically just a straight line up. Is that real wage growth or regular wage growth?
It was a study. That was what you cited. You said real wages go up.
No. I said wages seem
wage growth?
I said that we should prefer real wage growth because wages will always tend to trend up. Very rarely are you going to see actual, imagine this. You're at your job, right? And they're like, oh, you've been here 3 years, so we're going to take $1 an hour away from you. It tends that jobs tend to give more and more money as money supply increases. The metric that we should use instead that's not a straight line up is real wage growth, which is wage growth, how much is being paid out, minus inflation. So the actual purchasing power.
Okay, so when you were citing that earlier, you were citing real wages, not real wages, just wages in general, right?
No, real
you didn't
wage
show
growth, bro.
But you said that the graph goes up like this, so I didn't know if you were talking about wages
No.
or real wages.
When I was talking, I said, you keep talking about wage growth. We shouldn't prefer that. We should prefer real wage growth. Because if we looked at a graph of wage growth, it would just basically be like a straight, a diagonal up. It might go up or it's never going to go down. That's why we shouldn't prefer it. Instead, we should be looking, what's interesting is how much can people's dollar get them? So if I'm making $1,000 a month, right, and things are relatively cheap, that might be okay. But if I make $1,100 a month, oh boy, I just made $100 more, but inflation went up 30%. Now I could buy less shit, less staples that I need to live. That's real wage growth. So that would mean my wage growth went down, even though my wages went up because of the high pressure of inflation. I could buy less shit.
So when we look at real wage growth and we compare that to output, when do we see, like, for a lot of years, like from the 50s on, those were pretty much together. When did we see them separate? When did you see, like, the real wage growth and output separate?
Define output. I'm not sure I know exactly what you're talking about.
They are saying, like, let me read exactly how they're.
Who's they?
Let's see. This is from Bureau of Labor and Statistics. They are saying output per hour is.
Google it, Rob. Google it.
The balance between. Let's see.
I mean, you asked that question like you knew what it meant. Like,
no,
you have to look it up.
Rob,
I don't know what the term output's referring to, so anyone could help you.
Rob, it's not a gotcha. I'm asking you a question.
I don't know what the term means. Why did you ask about the term if you don't know what it means either?
Well, because if you look at like real wages, it's kind of like this, right? And then it levels off about in the 80s, and we've had like some spikes, but the real leveling off took place about 82-ish. Is that fair?
I don't know. That might be about true. I would have to look it up. Let's look at the data.
What was a big change in America around 82?
Well, there was all sorts of changes that we saw.
What was the
for
biggest
example,
one? Tax policy-wise?
Well, I think that, would you admit that it wouldn't happen immediately, that it's probably something that would be generational that would affect this? I think that maybe real wage growth declining might have to do with women entering the workforce. That's probably something that massively devalued people's, that we needed two sources. I would say that's probably a big reason.
It's women, not it's not trickle down economics. Guys.
Ding ding ding.
It's women. It's anything but trickle down economics.
Well, I just want to point this out real quick, Rob. There's a couple things that maybe you need to know. There's RTP talks, hate your life. Capitalism is to blame. In this video, we dissect the pervasive impact of capitalism on everyday life, and we explore how capitalism is at the root of many societal issues, from job dissatisfaction to the slow pace of NFL games.
He's proud of himself.
He says,
that's a good argument.
And another one, this is 2024 universal health care. Hang on, bro. Hang on. Calm down. Calm down, bro.
That's a good argument.
Calm down. Universal health care, how it can lift Americans out of poverty. But he's not going to tell us, what his political ideology, he's not an ideologue, Rob. He's not an ideologue. This has nothing to do with his general positions, are not left-leaning or progressive. He's a Republican, Rob.
He doesn't have leftist in his name.
It's weird that you read the description of those videos rather than watching those videos. I think that's interesting. And what
it's almost like we're on a panel where we're talking to people and can't watch videos.
RTP, that's fair. That's fair. So I'll just ask you: Is capitalism to blame for why people hate their life?
Just real quick. That is an auto-generated caption through OpenScript. So that's why you should watch
worse for
the
you.
video. And
that's worse for you.
And what the video says is that.
So just answer the question then. We don't care about the video.
I'm answering.
He asked you a question.
He is answering. Jesus.
I'm not defending that. The video says, like, specifically what he mentioned in there, the long length of NFL games, that's due to capitalism.
Okay, so hang on. Hate your life.
Oh, no!
Hang on. Hate your life. Capitalism.
But there are parts of capitalism that I like. I think there are ways, like free market capitalism. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It has to operate in an actual free market. If you're operating in a market that doesn't
But what you actually said,
I like mixed economies. I don't think a socialist economy is ideal. I don't think a capitalist economy is ideal. I don't think there is one that we could even look at. I think everybody in this world knows that mixed economy is the best way to handle your economy, and yet we still, like dipshits, argue capitalism versus socialism. No, but there are no.
Yeah, because people like you argue for socialism. We all agree capitalism is great.
But RTP, this is
100% correct.
But it's a sliding scale, right?
So economy, it's socialist and capitalist.
Yeah, but it's a sliding scale.
Economy is both.
Yeah, but it would be a sliding scale. Which thing does it favor? Which thing does it favor towards? Well, I'm trying to, but you wouldn't. You cut me off before I could ask the question. Is it the case that you say we explore how capitalism is at the root of many societal issues? Job dissatisfaction, slow pace of NFL games, constraints on athletes, unchecked capitalism persists. What can be done about it? Hashtag social commentary, societal issues, right? So what societal issues particularly?
I don't know why you're asking me to defend something I didn't.
So why are you representing that under your name?
I'm just asking you what societal issues like job dissatisfaction, things like this, should we blame capitalism for?
I've explained that to you actually in our debate, but you don't listen.
I'm listening now.
Yeah, tying your medical care and your insurance to your job makes it so that there's a lot of people that are kind of forced to stick with the job rather than maybe going out and doing something on their own and starting their own business. Because if
there are other options for that,
if there are other options, but it's more difficult. And I think that capitalism clearly doesn't work when it comes to healthcare.
It's hard.
That's why we're the most expensive with terrible outcomes.
So, Sarah, I'd like to address the elephant in the room if
What do you mean?
can.
Wait. What do
like
you mean terrible outcomes? You mean terrible outcomes in medical care?
Yeah, we have our outcomes compared to other like rich countries are not
I
very
believe
good.
Caesar should have
Okay,
something.
outcomes for what? For what type
Andrew,
of medical
I've already
care?
debated this with you, and if you want to go back and watch our debate,
You
and
didn't
listen for
debate
the
with
very
me on
first time-
medical outcomes. What are you talking about?
Oh wait, never mind. That was the next debate. My bad. That was the other one on Raging Tomato. My bad. You can go watch that. I debated this on this channel. You can go rewatch it.
Oh, the healthcare one. It was
Yeah.
a Throwdown Thursday. It was an open panel debate. While I have the floor, I'm just going to get through a couple more.
But you're not an ideologue, right?
No.
No.
What's my ideology, Andrew?
I would say leftist. progressive.
Number one ranked leftist. I don't know.
Yeah. Who would know? Who would ever think?
That was
Who did the ranking?
That was to make you guys mad.
Basil
I was
says
gonna say Sarah
Wilson
did it.
was the Epstein suite deal negotiated by Alex Acosta. Any thoughts on that? No, I don't know what it is.
Alex Acosta was
Google-
Trump's Secretary of Labor who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal. And after
true.
he gave Epstein that sweetheart deal, Trump made him the Secretary of Labor because Trump's not trying
Yeah,
to cover
and then we
everything.
had 2 years of Obama, who this guy was operating as an FBI informant under, and then later Biden, who also released absolutely nothing on Epstein. In fact,
And
he was
Trump.
working hand in hand with the administration in order to blackmail political officials
Was
on
he
this
an FBI
island
informant
by
under Trump?
utilizing sex, right, with underage people. So if you blame Trump for this, you have to indict these other two administrations.
Well, actually, one of the things that people don't understand is that almost all of the charges, specifically these ones that Alex Acosta gave a sweetheart deal to, these all took place in Florida, not the island. Most of the
I understand that. No, nobody's disputing that. But how do you bring? You have to bring in. How do you get brought in as an FBI informant? Usually, what happens is you get charged with something, which could be a 15, 20-year sentence potentially. The FBI says we're going to cut you this deal, right? In exchange for this deal, you're going to do A, B, C, and D for us. That's how people become law enforcement assets.
Thank you for having me on. My name's Colby.
I think he was already an informant though before. I think him already being an informant is what got him that sweetheart deal. And I agree with you. I agree that I don't know why they didn't release it, but Trump also didn't when Trump was president. And Trump's whole base. You in 2016, you guys were around for QAnon. They were begging to release these files, and instead of releasing the files, he died under Trump's care. Then the video goes missing. So they're like, "Oh, we don't have the video. It's just gone. We have no idea where this video is. Oh, he died. Don't worry. Bill Barr took care of it." And then all of a sudden, the video exists. All of a sudden, so he dies
under Trump's care.
The video's not there.
Yeah,
and now
but
all
real
of a sudden
quick, RTP. If you had a list that could potentially blackmail all these powerful elites, why would you release the list?
I don't
Because
think
you release
there's
the list no longer has power.
I've never believed that there was a list.
Yeah, so all this is fee-fees, mafee-fees. I don't have any objective facts. I'm a borderline socialist, but I don't want to say it because basically socialism is retarded.
I didn't bring this up. You guys brought this up. I'm answering
did
your
bring it up.
questions.
You did
I
bring
brought
it
up
up.
Epstein.
Who was
Also,
talking? Who did
I-
I just respond to? Oh, yeah, you. So what are you talking about? It doesn't even take accountability.
That's
You are a
all left.
leftist.
So I
What
don't
are you
think
talking
Biden
about?
never ran on releasing those files, right? Like Trump explicitly kept saying he was going to release all these
Yeah, and
different
he's a
files.
dick.
And when he was
What
asked
does that
about
have to do
Epstein,
with-
he
All
What?
right.
Yes,
you
yeah, and he's
guys
a dick
are
for that.
all
List.
over each other, and then I'm just
They're
going to
all-
read some more super chats so you can all shut the fuck up for a minute. Google, did the founders of the Yale Budget Lab work in Biden administration? I believe Andrew did something along those lines. Basil, why'd you filter my Alex Costa super chat? I didn't, just kind of moving through them as quickly as I can, but they won't shut up. RTP, just say your ideology is anti-Trump because you justify flip-flopping. There are so many better to attack Trump without your TDS.
I'm pretty. Yeah, look, I'm complimentary of Trump when he does things when he does things well, and I'm critical when he doesn't. And some of the things are going to be because of how I view the world. I'm very comfortable saying that most of you in here are very happy with how he handled the border. I'm not, but for what you wanted, he did a great job.
Fair
Is
enough.
that TDS?
Damn, Sarah's a tyrant when it comes to super chats. We're nothing more than a dollar sign to her. Jeez, we have to simp to her. Love you, Sarah. Thank you, Saint,
Never
for
forget it.
fixing
Dollar
that
sign to me.
bad one. Oh yeah, that's right. Andrew lets me run this channel.
Thank you for that, Andrew.
It is very kind of me. Yes.
He's like Dude McScrook. Every time he goes to bed, he's got a pool of gold that he just dives into and he swims around.
Oh my goodness. Who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal? Was it the Palm Beach sheriff or the Southern District of Florida attorney? I don't know if this is anybody have a thought? I don't know.
I don't think it was the Palm Beach sheriffs. I think that was a state charge. I think the Palm Beach sheriff is where he was like in the county jail, which is crazy. Epstein got work release the whole time he was in jail. He was going home and abusing children while he was in prison. And then Trump said, let's make that guy the Secretary of Labor. And let's make Pam Bondi the Attorney General over our country. I'm so tired of people bringing up Epstein. Like Trump's whole cabinet isn't all over that.
Well,
that's crazy. Isn't it also real quick? Isn't it also true that Trump said in 2003 in a magazine that Epstein was a terrific guy who likes beautiful women almost as much as he does? Many of them on the younger side.
The reason why.
So now we're taking Trump at exactly his word,
right? The
right?
reason why you guys aren't impartial and you have Trump derangement syndrome is that the Democrats literally just put a guy in office who could not walk up a flight of stairs.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to this point also because Andrew was asking.
And then we're like, well, actually, Trump hired this one person that I don't even know his fucking name, but like, Trump's clearly the bad guy.
First of all, Trump stumbles all the time, but like, second of all, Andrew was mentioning.
You really want to make that comparison?
I'm sorry. Do all five of you need to respond because I started saying that? That's crazy.
That's cool. Go ahead and read super chats again. Oh my God, trying not to laugh. Thank you, BBB. RTP, prove that you aren't bald. Take off the hat, you wimp. I bet if you took it off, that hoodie, you would look like a corpse. Dude, put some weight on. Oh my.
I think you
not very nice.
Time I've never been accused of being too skinny before. That's a first.
I was gonna flex my hair, but I'm probably skinnier than him. So
put it back on, SB.
I'm probably the only person on this panel that was like a college athlete. Was anybody else a college athlete?
I was not.
Okay.
Triple B says, Sarah, I watch often. Tonight is epic. Love your composure. Always a pro. I've just lost patience for stupidity anymore. Here we go. RTP, what does trickle down economics mean? Also, what was the percentage of government revenue in relation to GDP before and after Reagan's trickle down policy? For bonus points, did real government, thank you, revenue grow more than average?
Trickle-down economics is supply-side economics. It's the idea that if you tax people less, specifically the richest folks, that money will trickle down. What was the percentage of government revenue in relation to the GDP? I'd have to look up. So I don't know the answer to that question. Did real government revenue grow more than average? I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure.
Let's say that it did. Then what?
Let's say that the percentage of government revenue in relation to, I don't think it would really matter. Like you see what's happened to wealth inequality. It's clear that the effects, what they claimed trickle-down economics would do and what it did do are not the same.
Can you define what do you mean by wealth inequality in this context?
Yeah.
What does that mean? And how does it impact people?
How does wealth inequality impact people?
How does it make a difference to you if somebody else is a Brazilianaire?
It doesn't necessarily mean like on a one-to-one. It's more in totality. It's the ability to access capital. It's safety blankets. You see that like the amount of people that have a savings has precipitously dropped. Home ownership is down, which is a nice safety blanket for people where they can access loans against the equity in their homes. So when you have less people who have wealth and the wealth is concentrated in one spot, just by design, our economy doesn't move as well. The money isn't moving around.
Why does Bernie Sanders why does Bernie Sanders want to make billionaires illegal, but he doesn't want to make poverty illegal?
Wait, can I say, so before I want to respond?
It used to be the millionaires and the billionaires.
Hang on. I want to shut the fuck up. When we talk about wealth inequality, like we're also talking about power inequality, right? We're talking about people who have the ability to influence government policy. So if we see these things getting worse for the people on the bottom and people are accumulating more and more wealth at the top, then they have more access to political capital, more access to power, more access to make the lives harder for people who have less leverage, right? So that's a problem. I'll see you all in 10 minutes, whatever.
Okay, thank you.
I don't even know what he was trying to say there.
Yeah, I think the problem is that there are a significant amount of people who, through compound interest, make more money than like basically any American could possibly do in a lifetime. They'll make it in a year. And I think that system isn't like paying you for your labor necessarily. I think it's a system that the more money you get, the more money you get, right? The easier it is to obtain money. And so
I
aspire to do that. Put your money to work so you don't have to work.
Hang on. Let me
your
respond to this.
So your wealth accelerates at a faster pace.
Yeah, but RTP, you just said that people don't have access to capital if they're at the lower rungs of society. That's true, right? That's not false. So at least they have access to less capital.
Is that connected?
Loans. But who the fuck loans them the money? Banks loan them the money, and where do they get that money from? They get it from the uber wealthy. So if this is the case, the uber wealthy aren't going to park their money in those banks to loan to those lower classes unless they get fucking interest, dude.
I don't think the uber wealthy are parking their money in banks.
Then how are they getting?
They invest their money.
Hang on,
they invest.
Hang on. How are they getting compound interest then?
Investments.
He thinks you mean they walk into Wells Fargo.
What is putting your money in a bank?
He thinks you mean that you walk into Wells Fargo and hand the teller a check. That's what he thinks.
He doesn't know what capitalism is, Andrew. He critiques he blames capitalism, but he does not know what capitalism is, Andrew.
So banks are getting their money from who again?
Banks get their money from everybody.
But they really
their money in a
but
bank,
not rich
Andrew.
people. Everybody except
and then they can
rich
loan
people
out more than they have.
fund
It's
the
called
banks.
fractional reserve banking.
And if poor people have no money, and rich people have the money, and they get them from people, they get it from.
If you were a bank and you wanted to incentivize rich people to park your money there so you could loan out 10x the amount of the money which was there, like he was just saying fractional reserve, for instance, would you give them a compound interest rate saying, hey, since we're loaning your money out, we're going to pay you interest against this money that we're loaning out? Wouldn't you do that as a banker?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't that in turn make that money at interest available to the lower classes, which is something you don't see in socialism? Isn't that the case?
I'm not outlawing banks.
No, but what I'm asking you is that you just got done saying that the uber rich are getting compound interest, which I agree, on the money that they're parking in banks, especially, which I agree that they are. But how does that hurt the underclass? That's where the underclass gets its money. It's access to capital.
I don't think that they should stop putting their money in banks.
Yeah, but how does the underclass get access to capital unless private banks are loaning it to them?
They would still have access to that.
No, how?
Do you think all I'm saying is that we raise
how the fuck would they get access to capital if it wasn't for rich people parking their money in banks? Tell me.
I don't think that rich people shouldn't exist. I think that they should.
Can you
still
answer my
exist.
fucking question? How does these lower class of people actually get access to money which they need loaned to them without rich people parking their money in banks, dude? How?
I didn't say it. What are you doing? You're asking
the Federal
me to
Reserve does part of
make
it.
that claim. What the fuck are you talking?
No,
Andrew,
you just keep saying.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. I'm advocating that you raise a minimum tax over $100 million. For net worth over $100 million, you have a minimum tax of 25%. I think you should take capital gains to 25%, and I think you should increase the income tax rate to 37%. Billionaires would still exist. Millionaires would still exist. They would still get compound interest. I'm not saying we eliminate them. You're asking me to say, like,
how are you measuring net worth?
Hang on. I think this is fair.
What happens if they're gone? I'm not saying they're gone.
So
I'm saying just tax them a little bit more.
That's fine. Let's say that we institute all of your taxation and capital gains tax. How does that give the lower class more access to capital?
It doesn't.
Then what the fuck, dude? Then your whole position's negated.
That's not my whole position.
Your position's negated.
Bro, read an economics book.
Class inequality bad because the lower classes can't get access to capital. And then you're like, well, we need to do A, B, and C, but it doesn't actually give the lower classes access to capital.
This is why nobody that follows you, Andrew, can ever argue your points, is because what you do, and you did this the last time we debated too, you took my entire argument and you said GDP bad because you didn't know what the fuck I said.
That's all you were saying.
You think that I'm making... No, it's not. And if you go watch it again, you'll see that I made multiple claims and you didn't address a single fucking one of them.
No, I granted them just to show you how absurd they were.
Okay, what were the other numbers I mentioned then, Andrew?
Well, your entire argument was that...
What was the other numbers? Not my entire argument. State the fucking numbers, Andrew.
That immigrants increase the gross domestic product of the United States, and also that they...
Wait, there's the GDP. What other numbers, Andrew?
What other numbers? What other ones?
Yeah, you said you knew them. What were they?
I don't think you really cited
so
any
Andrew
other ones.
No, he said he didn't say he knew them. He said he can grant them, and he can still show how bullshit your argument
only
is.
Heard the GDP, and all
Yeah.
of you have this opportunity to go back
Okay.
and watch that.
So what
debate,
were
and
they?
You'll see that
What were they?
Andrew
What were
didn't
they?
listen to
What
a
were they?
fucking
Well, what
word
were
I
they?
said,
What were they?
And he claimed that my entire argument was GDP. Just
It
like
was.
what he's doing right now, and this
Yeah,
is why
it
nobody
was.
that ever listens to you can get on a debate stage and win. It's because nothing you say makes any fucking sense, Andrew. You're just
Well, at
really
least you admit
confident.
you lost.
Yeah, true.
That's the first good thing you've done
Can
all
you
night.
help me?
Got him.
But can you help me
Did you hear what
out?
I
Can you
said,
help me
Rob?
out? What were
Did you
the
hear what
other
I said,
numbers?
Rob? What did I
Can you
just
tell
say,
me what
Rob?
the other numbers
That's
were?
why no one that gets on the debate stage with you can win.
What I just said is what.
Yes or
nobody
no?
can
Is
do.
that what you just said? Yes or no? Is that what you just said? That's why no one that could get in the debate stage with you can win.
From Andrew's
Yes.
audience? Yeah.
No. You
No,
didn't
that's not
say
what I
from
said.
Andrew's audience.
That's
You
what I'm
admitted
talking
you lost.
about. I
Fuck
said
face.
nobody
He's
from
backtracking.
Andrew's
He's
audience.
moonwalking to
Go
backtrack.
watch it again. You guys
With
none
one
of you
glove on,
listen.
rhinestones.
Nice.
Nobody listens at all. It's crazy. You guys all have the same problem.
Yes or no?
Well,
Did you just
maybe
not
it
say
is your
exactly
problem.
what I said?
I said nobody from Andrew's audience can repeat what he says or make his arguments. I've offered.
That's not what you
That's
said.
why no one else can
for
win
anybody.
against you.
I've offered $100 for any of Andrew's audience who's in my audience every
Shit.
day,
$100?
clipping clipping
Lip
content to send back to Andrew so that maybe he'll blow them. And I offer them every day $100 if you can come up to and explain to me how Andrew won that debate, and nobody ever does it. They stay in the chat.
$100, yeah.
I don't have time for that. I can't do that.
Nobody can be bothered.
Yeah,
They're-
I think
they
that
sit in my live for 3.5 hours. They literally comment for 3.5 hours straight.
Spurg, baby.
But they don't have
You doing
time
it.
to come up and chat. Is that what you're saying?
And RTP, how does that make you feel?
Seems like it makes you feel bad. Yeah.
Makes him want to write a sign.
right,
He wants to make a
I-
sign.
But
I
that's-
got on
but
late.
Actually,
Don't know
I
if
do want to know. I
Afghanistan
just
was
want to know
brought
real
up
quick.
yet in one
Oh,
moment.
Were these other
please,
numbers that you were
but-
citing?
Oh my
You
God!
can go watch the debate,
Gentlemen.
Andrew.
You just shouting him down.
Just tell me
You're
one.
just shouting him down. This is so stupid.
Just tell me one. What?
No, you go.
No,
go
this
pull
is
it
the
up.
You don't know?
stupidest
You
shit I've
don't
ever
remember?
seen.
You don't remember the
Like,
numbers
it's
you were
1,
citing?
3, 4, 5, 5. At least 5 of you just shouting him down. I told you, if you
Wow.
let him talk, if you really believe he's a leftist, which he said he's not, he'll
He is.
walk off the ledge.
Well,
He's
he
a
did.
centrist. He's a centrist.
No, he's a leftist.
No, he's an independent.
Oh, I'm
He's an
definitely-
independent.
Andrew's more
He's been
correct
talking,
here.
He's
I think
registered
Andrew's more
Republican.
correct.
He
Andrew's more
understands
correct.
the economy and he knows that it's socialist mixed with
Bro,
capitalism.
he doesn't even understand capitalism. Fuck the
Well,
economy. He
the
doesn't
thing
even
is-
understand
Right is
capitalism.
wanting people who are
Oh,
center to be
Lord.
left. That's
Well,
not the way it works.
Yeah,
My
when you
favorite part
say
is the
when
dumb
you
guys
say
that come up
when you
after.
say
If you're not
mixed
far right, all of a
yeah.
sudden you're left.
when you say mixed economy,
That's
though,
stupid. It is
right?
mixed
So,
economy.
socialism.
Hey.
The Declaration of Independence,
Yeah.
Independence is a socialist document.
1776, brother.
Is a
If you're not
social-
far right, wouldn't mean you're right.
It's a social contract.
Okay, calm down. Economic.
This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. You're
When
just
you-
shouting him down. You're
Break,
not really
take a
trying
breath.
to understand anything. You're
Breath.
not trying to talk to the man.
You know, Brick.
We are.
You know, Brick. What we should have did was hold sign-ups. You're very impressed with that. Right? You would have been real impressed
It's
then, right?
stupid. All I hear is,
That was a
man,
good
it's
move.
Stupid.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
stupid.
like your
Why must
position.
you guys?
You live in the
All right,
center.
Why are
it's
you
my
hurting his
turn.
feelings?
Everyone
Stupid.
can shut the
It's
fuck up
fucking
now
trash.
before I
I'm
start
literally a
getting
constitutionalist. I
agitated
do
because
wanna-
you're still talking. I know I'm not muted. I know I'm coming through loud and clear. I got on late. Don't know if Afghanistan was brought up yet, but if not, the evac alone is why we're better off with Trump than Kamala and Biden.
But, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was
Do you
just
have a
gonna
thought to
ask.
that one?
Well, no, I was just gonna ask the
Oh,
dude
then
how it
hold
was
it.
a socialist.
Then hold it.
The Constitutional Socialist. That's all.
Kissy Cat says, mine's bigger. Yes, all of this dick measuring on the screen. Shut up, Andrew. Sarah's our boss, and you are just a guess. We pay all sim taxes to her. At least she's prettier to look at. Put Ryan in the back. We already put him in the back. Teriak, you don't look too bright. Have you seen Trump walk down a
That's fair.
ramp?
That's fair.
That's fair.
The one
Still
time
does it
when
better
he
than
had
Biden.
it didn't have any railings and it was slippery, wet.
RTP, I vote GOP, but my Reagan bad and Trump bad because taxes. And Andrew, does he really want us to believe this tripe?
Worse than that, he said he voted for Gary
He had-
Johnson, a libertarian.
He had to ask Andrew for permission if he could have that opinion because everybody that follows Andrew Wilson is a fucking dipshit. They literally just beg for your attention all day long. They have no clue what the fuck you're saying.
You sound
You've
jealous.
got an arm. I'm not. They're in my live every day. They're giving me engagement. It's terrific.
Oh, I mean a teensy weensy fraction.
Jelly. We bet jelly. Bro, this far right bullshit.
You do seem kind of
It's
upsetty
really
spaghetti
stupid.
about it.
It's the dumbest shit I've ever
Peanut
seen.
butter jealous.
Get with it. It's far right bullshit.
Hey, can I ask Brick a question? You said,
Go
can you
ahead.
define? You defined socialism. You said the Constitution is a socialist.
It's a social document. Yes.
It's a social document.
That's not what you
Is
said.
it socialist?
It's socialist. Yes, it is 100%.
Define socialism. Define it.
Like as in the ideology?
Correct.
You mean like as in like the ism?
Yes.
Define what socialism
It's an
is.
ideology.
And
It's
that
an
means what?
ideology.
It's just an ideology. That's it. That's the definition of socialism. So it's no different than libertarianism, conservatism, etc. They're all just
Nazism.
ideologies.
Nazism is just an ideology, right?
That's national
Are you
socialism.
better at socialism if you have
It's even
nazism?
socialism. It's just national wars. Socialism. What's
It's just
wrong with
it's all
socialism?
ideology. Socialism, communism, fascism, libertarianism. It's all just ideologies. They're all the same.
It's a bullshit.
Wow, great argument, man. You're crushing it.
Goodbye,
You're a man,
Brick.
right?
Say
You're a man.
goodbye.
What you
Flawless
wanna be, a
argument there.
Great
capitalist?
argument.
Are you a man or a capitalist?
Not even the greatest
fucking
debaters at
dude.
Harvard could make
You
a
wanna
better
trade
argument
with
than that.
me? You want to barter? That's cool, but we're gonna use some money to do that. That's called socialism.
That's mercantilism.
That's stocks.
That's called
It's a federal
mercantilism.
stock dollar you're using. It's a federal stock dollar.
Oh my goodness.
Get it through your
What-
thick
what-
fucking
what
skull.
is- what does that have to do with
Alright.
socialism?
I'm a constitutionalist. I know.
It has nothing got to do with
Bro,
anything,
good
Andrew.
night,
This is just what
Brick.
Brick
You
does.
don't realize that.
Brick, you're going. Somebody booted.
It's fun to be in the middle of a circle jerk, just watching this happen. You guys just all beat each other
How
off
do you
while you're
think I feel
screaming.
To be
all
the biscuit?
time?
I think it's amazing.
If you're in the middle,
Every time-
then you're the biscuit.
Every time you
Definition,
talk to
yeah.
a
Who's
lefty,
gonna
they
eat
have
me?
to bring up like gay sex and shit every time. Your dick this, circle jerk that. RTP, no one's gonna fuck you here. You know, just so you know, I know you're single and all, but don't worry, none of us are gonna make any advances.
I would titty fuck you though, Rob. Got the
Would
meat
you?
for it.
Oh my god.
It's very nice of you to suggest something like that, but my guess is RTP,
throw a
your
little-
kids
throw a
wouldn't
little
be very
bit.
happy
He
with
would-
that, would they?
just
Well, they had-
kidding.
Would you buy him dinner first?
Okay, I'm
Give me
gonna
one.
bring it
RTP,
back
would you buy him dinner
around.
first?
It's my
I would
stop.
buy him
stop,
dinner first.
Stop,
I would. I
Stop,
think that's
stop,
fair.
stop. Is a consolidated executive branch running an extortion racket with businesses and sovereign nations, socialism or capitalism? Andrew, partisan clown shoe.
Yes, neither.
Okay. RTP, a college athlete. What'd you do? Swimsuit volleyball with the other girls?
I was a soccer player.
Oh, soccer.
I like the guy who clearly hasn't run in 30 years, laughing at an athlete right now.
No,
All right, Rob.
you're an athlete. That's how you would
Athlete?
consider yourself. You
Bro.
would consider
I was-
yourself
I
an
was a-
athlete.
I was also
The
an
only thing
all-state
you're good at
basketball
running
player.
from is fucking answering any questions in this debate.
If you want to
anyways.
flop dicks about being an athlete, I played hockey from when I was 6 until 18, then
That's
joined the Marine
dope.
Corps when I was
I
21 or
wrestled,
20. Let's return 20.
but,
All
you know.
right. All right. Wow.
Just-
Too much.
if you wanna-
dick
I mean, if you
going
wanna do that.
on. A ball
No, I just,
rage.
they brought it up, not me. I don't.
Hey, Baldy, loosen your hat before you faint from all the pressure on your head. RTP is a soy boy who hides in the closet waiting to come out when it's safe. And that was another kick for.
I show up here twice a month and I take on 8 people versus 1, but I'm afraid that makes a lot of sense.
I give you full credit for it.
Thank
RTP, why does the LGBTQ guys lisp? I don't know.
You didn't. By the way, you're not taking on 8 people. Some of the people here were on your side, and you lost handedly to just one both the last times you were here.
Yeah, give yourself another victory, Rob.
I mean, I don't have to give it to me. I earned it. Make a sign.
Hang on, real quick. I just want to ask a question. RTP, that's fair. Rob's giving himself too many victories. Did you win then, RTP?
I have said, if I'm sure that you guys have heard, because I say you don't win debates. There's really no way to win a debate.
You don't. That's true. I agree.
There's only
You would come to that conclusion.
Good one, Rob.
So you didn't win?
Another fucking no.
So
I
you
don't think you
didn't
win.
win?
I don't think you win debates.
Does anybody actually adhere to the rule that when super chats are being read, shut the fuck up?
No.
Thank you, sirs. Watching RTP Rage Cope made my night. Thanks, RTP.
You got
I
it.
follow Andrew. He still needs to brush his hair. Loves my fake money. Grifting motherfucker. And final one, and I'll kick it back to you guys for a while. RTP Bald Faux Show.
We need to take some bets for when this hat comes out. I'll get paid handsomely. I'm happy to take it off. But if any of you did an ounce of research, you could literally just go to my page from like a month ago, and you can see me canceling a show with a full head of hair.
RTP, before you get into the meta again and get everybody comparing dick sizes again, I keep hearing about this magical ghost, a dragon that eats up cash and drops off change for us. It's called trickle-down economics. How many of you are over 40 years old? I've been waiting for this dragon to drop cash on me ever since I was, at least able to have a job. I've been waiting. I'm 51 years old turning, and I've been waiting my entire life for this trickle down. And it's never trickled down. I keep hearing people say, "Oh yeah, give the rich the money. They're the one who dump in the economy." The rich are not the ones who dump in the economy. The rich buy from the rich. That's all the rich buy from. Who's in the shops? Who's in the little shops buying from the little shops? That's the little man. Who's going to the grocery store buying those grocery stores? That's the little man.
Okay,
it's never been. This trickle down has never worked.
Fine, please let me. If you don't mind, if I could ask you a
Just
question.
tell me what poor man he ever worked for.
Let me ask you this. Did you see a large transfer of wealth in like the last 5 years? Did you see something that led to a large transfer of wealth? Just curious.
Yes.
Not you. I'm talking to the person who Zerzy.
Well, that's a very big question. What are you referring to as a large transfer of wealth?
One of the largest transfers of wealth in our nation's history happened about 5 years ago. What was it?
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, okay. The coup, I guess, is what you're referring to.
Okay, so what you're telling me is when we had the trickle-down economics, when we had the socialist wet dream of command economy, where we told people they were non-essential, which meant that the little guy lost. We said that people, for example, running local hardware stores had to shut down, but the big box stores could stay. Then we gave stimmy dollars to each individual, and it led to one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class in the history of this country. Why? If we gave all this money to people at the bottom,
what I said about 40 years of trickle-down economics into an exact 4-year period where a pandemic was spread across America, affecting our country. That's not really going to erase 40 years or answer for 40 years of a failure of trickle-down economics.
I can answer to this.
There's a good answer. There's a good answer for this. The reason is because our economy is set up for money to trickle up. It goes up. And we were still under Trump's tax policy. We were like, Joe Biden is not a socialist. This was trickle down economics. We were still under Trump's Tax Cut and Jobs Act. The entire
Joe Biden doesn't know what he is.
The entire Biden presidency. And so when we injected wealth, we could see this is the great thing about it. Hold on, when you inject wealth, you inject all that money and you follow that money, where did that money wind up? In the hands of the wealthy. That means by design, our economy flows money up. By design.
What we saw as the more
right. So that would mean ultimately we would want to tax the bigger guys and give the little guys a little bit of break, so the little guys have more money to give to the bigger guys. Now, another issue that was brought up was
let me explain this. 1 sec. Let me clarify this as an Irishman, because my economy depends on you doing that. Because I would want you to do that, because what the corporations do is they go to a country like Ireland, do some sort of like trademark policy or trademark thing on the product, and then they do all the taxes in Ireland, and you don't see any tax. So if you reduce it down to 10%, you guaranteed get that 10%.
Right, you're arguing that trickle down is not going to work because they're going over to Ireland.
But what you do is when you raise that tax, 1 sec, to go back to your mistake, your socialist mistake, is when you raise that tax, the mom and pop shop, they can't do that. They're forced to pay that tax in Ireland, so you're screwing the very businesses you're claiming to help. This is how retarded socialism is.
And the point that I was making before other people jumped in was we saw socialist policies, right? Like sort of the affirmation of socialist policies, control of the economy, and what happened almost immediately, despite the fact we were told that these sort of command economies would benefit the independent business, benefit the lower class. It did the exact opposite. And RTP's like, that's because of Trump's tax cuts. Trump's tax cuts are why locking down the economy and sending stimmy checks to everyone led to a transfers of wealth.
It's
That's
shocking that you didn't-
nonsensical.
It's shocking that you didn't understand this. I said we were still under Trump's tax policy. And so when you injected money in both the Trump stimulus and the Biden stimulus, they reacted in the exact same way. The money funneled up, meaning, and we are still under trickle-down economics. Through Clinton, through Obama, through Biden, none of them changed that. We're still doing this Ronald Reagan experiment. And what we know is the money funnels up. It doesn't trickle down.
There's no
Wealth inequality
evidence.
Exacerbates every time we inject money into the economy. Wealth inequality goes up.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. If the tax rate was at the rate you wanted, then locking down the economy and giving stimmy checks to people would have not benefited the wealthy. It would have benefited the poor.
If it was where I wanted it, for sure.
So explain to me how your tax policy would have meant that locking down non-essential businesses, command control economy, right, and then sending stimmy checks to everyone wouldn't have resulted in that money ending up in the hands of the wealthy.
Yeah, so when you raise the top marginal tax rate, in my case, I would say over, say 20 million, we can pick an arbitrary number, but let's say income over 20 million, you're taxed at 70%. The only way to not be taxed at that rate is if you reinvest that in your workers. So if you pay your workers more money. So when you have, for example, like Amazon, if it was structured in a way that the workers of Amazon were sharing in the profits, then that wealth would have been more evenly distributed. It wouldn't have all gone to a small group of people.
They are sharing in the profits.
RTP, can you clarify? Are you talking about business taxes or personal income taxes, personal earned income taxes, or
So
business taxes? It sounds like you're conflating them.
Yeah. So you're right. Yeah. So the corporate tax rate, I would also would have went up to 28%. So you have both the income tax rate and then the corporate tax rate would be at 28%.
How are workers not participating in the benefits of the corporation if they're getting a paycheck? How
I didn't
is
say
it?
that.
No. Here's what you actually said. Your exact words were, "This trickles up." And if it was the case that we were able, you said that employees need to get a profit share. Am I wrong?
I said if the employees were in Amazon's case, if the employees had profit sharing,
They're getting profit sharing though.
The wealth, no, I'm talking about profit sharing, not wages.
That is profit sharing.
On top of their wages, if they were also getting profit sharing.
How is wages not profit sharing?
Instead of it being concentrated in the
Yeah,
hands
how
of a
are
few,
wages not
if it was
profit
more-
sharing?
If it was more equally distributed.
How are wages not profit
Then the
sharing?
wealth inequality would not have been so severe.
Yeah, how are
because
wages
it would have
not
been-
profit sharing?
Because it would have been more evenly distributed.
Yeah, how are wages
you
not profit
dumb
sharing though?
Fuck.
How are wages not profit sharing?
I said on top of wages, you would also have.
Yeah, but what's my
profit
question?
sharing.
What's my
Well,
question?
it's a straw man once again.
What's
'cause
my
you don't understand
question?
basic-
What's my
you don't
question?
understand basic
What's my
economics,
question? What's
Andrew.
my question?
You're an ideologue dipshit.
What's my fucking
And so
question?
You're now reframing this in a way that I didn't state.
all the
I'm gonna
add-ons.
state it in a
Just
way
not
that I stated.
profit
Answer the
sharing.
fucking
question.
People would have wages and they would also have
Yeah.
profit sharing.
How is
On
wages
top
not
of the
profit
wage-
sharing? How are wages not profit sharing?
I said on top of that.
Yeah, how are wages not profit sharing though?
Anybody else want to go?
Yeah, how are wages not profit sharing? No, I want you to answer my question.
No.
Are wages profit sharing?
Go fuck
Are
yourself,
wages
Andrew.
profit sharing?
Are wages profit sharing?
Answer the fucking
On top of
question.
that, I've already answered it. This is
No,
what they
yes
do.
or no?
For everybody
Yes or
else,
no?
Rob and Andrew are both dipshits who have to reframe questions.
Wha-
because they
how
can't-
do I
they can't
reframe my
explain,
own
like,
question?
Basic economics.
How can I reframe my
doesn't
own
know-
question?
Andrew
What do you-
legitimately doesn't know a fucking thing about policy. This is just a Christian nationalist ideologue who
you
is now
ever
stuck
going
on
to
a
answer
point
the
that
I'm glad
I'm
you
not
brought that.
making,
I'm glad you
and now
brought
he's
that
trying
up.
to back. Now he's trying to back me into a corner for a claim that I didn't make because
Bro,
he's too fucking stupid to understand.
Are
basic
wages
economics.
profit sharing or not?
What's an ad
Yes,
hom?
no. Answer question. Are wages profit sharing or not?
I've already answered your question, Andrew. Go fuck
Yes or
yourself.
no? Just yes or no, bro.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, he can't answer.
Creator can
Everyone
answer
else
that.
is stupid. He can't answer a basic question.
RTP Tux, let me ask you a different question. If it's true that
RTP
you want these tariffs, you don't like tariffs, right? I think that's fair. From
No,
getting
I'm okay
this-
with tariffs.
Okay, nonetheless, then you want to have this forced profit sharing of Amazon and charge them this high rate. Why, please, SB, please, why wouldn't Amazon just move their factories overseas where they don't have to do this then?
How are they going to access the U.S. market from overseas?
What? How would a
Boats.
multinational corporation access the U.S. market?
Boats.
Yeah, we still tax them. If you're in the U.S. market, you still get taxed.
Boats.
So now you're suggesting that the United States should tax foreign companies the same sort of taxation you're talking about taxing the domestic ones if they don't profit share?
We already do that. If a foreign company wants to operate in the United States, they have to set up operations in the United States and they have to pay taxes, and so do their employees.
That's not true. If Amazon, so wait. So I just want
taxes.
So I just want to be clear.
Wait,
Your argument is let me finish. I'm going to clarify, and then you can answer. So what you're saying is that there's some company that doesn't exist at all in the United States, and they want to sell products to the United States. All right, what's the taxes that they're paying?
It depends on how they sell those products. Like if they do it through a distributor, then the distributor will pay those taxes. But if they want to set up and operate their own business, like even if it's a business from overseas, if they want to operate inside the United States, they have to pay taxes the same way. It's the same corporate tax structure.
But we're talking about their production of making all this shit, the things Amazon does.
Well, Amazon doesn't make anything.
Clearly, it would be much cheaper for them to play employees overseas where they don't have to do this profit sharing and shit like that.
How would they pay like delivery drivers overseas?
I mean, the delivery drivers themselves would be one thing, but the mass manufacturing and shipping and shit like that could be done overseas. Do you deny that there are manufacturing centers in Amazon? They're like large places that they employ a lot of people?
So I would love if Amazon went overseas, because what that would do is that would
I got to get out of here, guys. Have a good night.
Create this vacuum, and you would have all these people who would fill the void from Amazon. People who actually run the company, who actually
Good to see you, Andrew.
company, and they might share in profits. I wish Amazon would go overseas. I wish these corporations that keep threatening to go overseas, I wish they fucking would, because that would make life better for all of us. Because it would create actual competition, and we could get rid of some of these giant monopolies. I wish that when these giant monopolies threatened to go overseas, if we cut their taxes, I wish we raised their taxes and they all fucking left.
And you also
so then just to be
China global.
Please. So just to be clear, then here's what would happen. Now you get out all the people you're talking about that you don't like, that you're going to tax all this money. Now they leave. So where are we getting our taxes to pay for all these social programs now?
What social programs?
Like presumably you're not going to massively cut social programs as well, are you?
Well, the social programs that I advocate for are paid for through
specific
taxes.
Hold on.
So, for example, one of the things that I'm a big fan of is Medicare for all, and you can go look and you can see how that's paid for. It's not just
by who?
It's not by the taxpayers.
Okay, so you're going to increase taxes on the average taxpayer as well.
Well, yeah. So it would increase taxes on the average taxpayer, but the average American is paying about $15,000 for healthcare now, and estimates show that they pay about $9,000. Why the fuck does it matter if it goes to a healthcare company or the government?
Without Amazon, it would raise all cost of living, right? All your
cost of living goes up because
Amazon raised my cost of living.
Because you'd be buying from more expensive mom and pop shops, for instance.
Who says?
I think
why wouldn't people just keep
commission and stock is directly profit sharing, but besides that, not.
Amazon largely isn't buying product. Amazon largely is like a drop shipper, right? Most of these people are already buying their own products and selling it on Amazon. So why would Amazon going overseas mean that I bought from mom and shop stores that were more expensive?
Who do you say? Man, shut the fuck up and let me answer the question. Do you believe that Amazon is not putting out smaller suppliers?
What?
Do you think Amazon is not taking market share from smaller distributors of goods?
Of course they are.
Of course they are. Right. And they're doing that because they're more cost effective for us, the end buyer. We get it faster, we get it cheaper, right?
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes.
Apparently you've never shopped at Walmart because that's the reason why Walmart
that's the thing.
is so
If Amazon left and everybody, because you're not going to take all the workers with you. All
Amazon.
these people already know how to run Amazon. You could run that as a co-op or a collective, and you could run Amazon just as efficiently, if not more efficiently than it is now.
You're missing the point.
And you would have a more even distribution of wealth. It would operate in
Amazon and Walmart have economies of scale that a co-op cannot achieve.
Well, why is that important to have equality of wealth?
Because sorry, never mind. That was for him.
What's that?
Why is it important to have equality of wealth?
Well, you're never going to have equality of wealth, but
artificially.
You have to have a system where the money more equally distributes. If you're going to set up an economy from scratch, you would never set up an economy where all of the money and all the resources funnel up. You would never, by design, you wouldn't do that.
But your entire premise is maybe based on an ideal that is maybe unrealistic.
What's unrealistic about my idea? We did it for 50 years in this country. We built the greatest
Who did
middle
it?
class.
America?
Yeah, when we had the strongest world middle class, the top marginal tax rate was like 70%.
And how did that middle class get depleted?
Wasn't that to pay for the war?
Economics. Reagan came in and he fucked it all up.
There was a whole lot of
I'm glad
debt
you're
that
talking
were-
about Reagan, because this is the reason I said that. First of all, I am not an Andrew fanboy. You think about that? I'm not. I'm not a Christian nationalist. If anybody knows me, anybody knows that I'm far from being a Christian nationalist. In fact, I'm very openly
Mr.
against
Mosman.
it. So here's the thing. You say you're a Republican. The reason why I made that comment, and I said to Andrew, yeah, isn't this kind of ridiculous, is because you want us to believe that you are these things, and yet you advocate a position that which most Republicans would be in favor for. So, which I don't care either way, because I'm not either Republican or Democrat. But
are you talking to me?
Want us to? Yeah, I'm talking to you, RTP, because you said you're a Republican.
No.
And every Republican
clear, I'm not a
candidate you seem to be slamming on.
No. I think you misunderstood. I'm not a Republican. I'm a registered Republican because I live in such a heavily Republican area that the only way for my vote to count is in the primaries. So I'm a registered Republican to vote against Andy Biggs. I am not a Republican. I don't claim to be a Republican like ideologically. I'm just registered as one.
Maybe you don't need Jesus.
Why don't you just?
He said he doesn't know what it is. We asked him. He said he didn't know.
Just because he didn't
Unless
reduce it down to a
RTP,
single
do you want
word.
to clarify now? You said before you didn't know what your political ideology was. Do you want to lay that out now?
I legitimately don't have a political ideology.
Exactly, Ryan. So
if I lose an
okay, what's wrong with that? What's wrong?
Nothing.
I'm okay with representing
Nothing
myself
is
as a
wrong
progressive.
with
But
that.
what's wrong
You
with not
said that
doing
that wasn't the case. I was listening before and knew that was the case.
Okay, I don't think you know what you were arguing with, but
listen,
I wanted to say one thing real
quick. It's going to be a
no, you can't, Emmett. I was going to say, just to answer the question that Andrew asked like 50 times, even though he ran away after asking it a bunch. Like, wages are not profit sharing. Like, definitionally, like wages are a cost of doing business. Over that. So, well, you didn't really. Andrew yelled about it for a while and then he left. But yeah, obviously wages are not profit sharing. But go ahead, Emmett. I'm sorry for interrupting. Useless.
You're not addressing.
Quiet.
What?
It's a very simple question. What do you think happens to GDP when you have inflation?
Sorry, he spoke. What happens to what when you have inflation?
GDP. When you have inflation.
I don't know. I don't. I'd have to. I don't know what the.
For example, if you go to places like Argentina that had like a 200% inflation rate, do you know why is it that the GDP was measured in dollars instead of Argentinian pesos?
Could you say that one more time? Sorry, I'm bad with accents. I'm so sorry. You say it again.
For example, if you have
Emmett doesn't have an accent.
Let's say that you live in a country like Argentina. Argentina had a 200% inflation rate annually, and they measure GDP in dollars instead of Argentinian pesos. Do you know why?
I assume because it's a more accurate view, because the Argentinian peso is with 200% inflation, that number would be significantly higher for GDP.
Okay, so if you are talking about GDP and you say GDP good because it go up and you have an inflation, is it actually good?
I've never made that claim.
No, I'm asking you. This is a question.
Oh,
is it actually good that GDP went up if you're having inflation?
I would say that the fact that GDP went up, if inflation went up, I would say that I'm more concerned about inflation, and I would not celebrate the GDP going up because of inflation.
Okay. So GDP would not be a correct metric to measure how good the economy is when you are having inflation, right?
No, and this is why I said with Andrew, like Andrew fixated on GDP when we first had our debate, but like I mentioned a bunch of numbers. The only thing I said about GDP is I cited figures of what they said would happen to the GDP if we were able to deport everybody here illegally. So it was one of like 15 points of what the effect on GDP would be, but more broadly, we were looking at the effect on local economies and removing that buying power and spending power from local economies and what that would do to local economies. The GDP was literally, of all the numbers I cited in that debate, the GDP was the one that I cared about the least, and it was the one I was least reliant on, but Andrew doesn't listen. And he's just like Rob. They sit there, they don't pay attention to what you say, and that's why their answer never really tends to match up with what you said. They're terrible active listeners.
Again, I could say that actually it's you that's a terrible active listener. You've misrepresented the data that you were presenting at the beginning of this debate over and over again. You constantly do that.
Bad active listener to misrepresent my
Because
own data.
Okay, I guess let me rephrase. It's not that you're a bad active listener, it's that you're bad faith. And so what you do is instead of saying, "Oh, that's not the data I was looking," you tell me, is it that you're bad faith or that you're a bad active listener when I said real wage growth and you kept citing wage growth numbers? Was it because you weren't listening to me, or was it because you're bad faith and you were misrepresenting it?
When
You tell me.
When you go back and watch this, you'll realize that you were wrong and you're just a bad listener.
I'm not wrong.
You keep thinking that what I said is like what you think I said is what I said. It's not.
What did you say again?
I can go back to my opening statement. It was.
Did you say wage growth or real wage growth when you said 2.2 to 2.7%?
Real average monthly gain.
Okay, so that's not real wage growth.
Real average monthly gain. We're talking about.
Okay, I would like to once more. I would like to see that data. That the average monthly real wage growth under Biden was 2.7%.
Then go look it up, bud.
Show it. You're lying. You're lying. You are absolutely lying. The data does not show that. You're
not going
lying.
down that route again. Just for the record, chat, you have exactly 14 minutes to finish that dono goal, or else I say fuck off and go to bed. Triple B says, Sarah, so much fun tonight. Thank you. Wilson, so you think you can run a 12-minute mile? Kissy Cat sending 10 just to say I love you. Thank you. Trickle-down economics was made up liberal leftist smear of basic economics. This is a LARP for business owners having capital to hire labor. Zeus sounds too much like Bullwinkle, so please put him in the back. This was earlier. And bring up Mosman. Emmett, hey, buddy, love the song about you. Big celebrity on panel right there. Second to Andrew. Sarah, look good. Thank you. Pegging's bad. Don't talk about that. Bye, Ryan. RTP, I guarantee you were that one kid who never played well with the other kids in the sandbox. When you lose, just take the L for fuck's sake. Insufferable. Man, they're always so brutal to you. RTP keeps doing it. It's not a heavily Republican area. In 2020, it voted majority for Biden. We live in a swing state. We have a Democratic governor, etc.
My district voted 70% for Andy Biggs. I don't know who this person is. I'm talking about Andy Biggs' district. He's talking about Maricopa County. I'm talking about my district and the reason I register as a Republican. This dipshit. He keeps giving you money to say the dumbest shit.
That's fair. Okay, so RTP just confirmed what we already knew, that he's a liar. He poses as a Republican, but isn't one. He just registered as one. That sounds like a deceiver, typical leftist bullshit.
No,
and I kick Brick in the
Sarah,
back.
do you think I pose as a Republican?
Wait, I'll stand up for you there. I'll have your back there. I'll have your back there. I've been mad at everything you've said, but there's a lot of states. I don't think it's every state, but some states where you have to be registered in that party to be part of the primary. And so what RTP is saying is that he's registered Republican so that he can influence the Republican primaries despite not being a Republican.
Sarcastic,
pretending to be a Republican.
If this is your best complaint, then you
trying to be good faith. Trying to be good faith.
I'm gonna actually jump down. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm gonna jump down. Thank you so much for having me on.
Emmett.
I'll go on, everyone.
Thanks, Emmett. RTP, I would still really like you to show that data, because all the data I looked at said real wage growth at best in Biden's best year was 1.4%. So where are you getting that the average was 2.2 to 2.7?
I told you can go to CFRB and you can look that up yourself.
What is the exact quote that it says? I'm going to look it up and I'm going to bring it on screen. And when you're a liar, will you admit that I'm a fucking liar that gaslit everyone from the very first data that I put out at the beginning of this?
Well,
will you admit that?
What's your question?
What is the exact quote that it says? So I could go to this document, this website. You're going to get.
I don't have an exact.
What do you mean? You're looking at it right now. You're looking at the webpage. Instead of just linking it, you're saying look it up yourself.
He's not doing the math, remember?
Rob, instead
of
guessing what I'm looking at, maybe a better way to have a conversation with a human being would to say, what are you looking at? Instead of guessing.
That's what we asked you. Link it. Link it.
So I'm looking at my outline, which I pulled from that study. So I can find the study. I'm more than happy to send it to you. But it's going to
link it now. Link it now. Let's look at it while there's an audience watching. Link it.
Rob, I don't have it. I'd be happy to pull it up and send it to you.
So how many other sources did you claim that you were looking at that you haven't had throughout this debate?
852.
And I mean, I get it. Maybe if I put it in the form of a sign, you would take the question more seriously. But I think that you're full of shit, and you know it.
Well,
you know that you're full
yeah.
of shit here.
Yeah, that's what it is, Rob.
You absolutely.
You know, if he's unable to pull up the data, wouldn't it just make sense to move this conversation forward to actually accept that? And then if he doesn't provide you the data, then go over and bust his balls on your channel about, hey, look, this guy promised me data and didn't give me it. We should probably just kind of move this
Thank
forward.
you, Cersei. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you, Cersei, for your suggestion. Wouldn't it be more productive for you to fuck right off? I don't care what your opinion is.
Is it a fair assessment?
Well, you're not moving the conversation forward.
I don't give a shit if you think that I'm moving or not.
For an hour
I don't give a shit if you think
hours.
I'm moving it forward or not.
Now, as far as the title, Kamala Harris,
I don't give a shit what you think. I don't give a shit whatsoever. Your opinion to me means nothing. The fact that we're talking about this data that was the start of the data he said, and he's incapable of proving it, and has gone back 4 or 5 times on what he's claiming and says.
Rob,
it's my turn now because nobody can figure out how I say it's my turn and they still talk. Kissy Cat saved all of you men in the chat. I'm absolutely concerned
You have your
that
murder face on. That's your murder.
yeah,
face. The cat.
yeah, it's been a night. Kissy Cat coming in with 10, 20, 30, and 40 to finish off the goal along with real Robert Flowers. Robert Flowers is here. And Witzius, I don't know why it does the at things anymore. Cool says only a person that has never won a debate would say you don't win or lose debates. I guess it's about the friends you made along the way. Grump singing the Emmett song. Is there an Emmett song?
Yes,
Emmett.
there is an Emmett song.
Oh my.
It's epic.
Okay. Sarah, please stack the last SC with
I'll
this one
DM it to you for
add.
offline.
I'm good. I won't watch it. This one
Okay.
had on to
I won't
Ryan's
then. No
time
biggie.
out. He turns Robert Flowers to Bobby Knuckles. Fair enough. I mean, it's a line at this point back there, so they typically have to wait that long anyways. Triple B right, Kissy Cat. There you go. All right.
Is
back
it
to you.
safe for me to break or to sum this whole debate up into would it be better to have a flat corporate tax rate? SP, you're so annoying. A flat corporate tax rate versus tariff. Isn't that really the gist of the whole argument?
No. I think that there's plenty of other things about why I would prefer Trump to Biden. And it's not clear that that's exactly what Kamala Harris was advocating. Was she advocating for a flat tax? I don't necessarily think. I think she was advocating for more of a progressive scaled tax. I don't think there was anything about a flat tax about her.
You're right. I misspoke. Not a flat corporate, but a corporate tax rate across the board. All corporate.
Well, and again, even there, her at first term with Biden there, they had tariffs and things of that nature. So no, it wouldn't be fair to say that it was literally tariffs or corporate tax that's progressive. Under Trump, we also have corporate taxes that are on a progressive scale. So no, the importance of this question, and like, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. Like, the importance of this data questions, because this is where the entire debate stems from. RTP keeps saying, you guys can't hear, you never listen, you are blah, 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 blah. He can't provide the very first person. He can't even provide. He can't provide a piece of data. What is the name of the organization, RTP? I'm going to look it up myself.
It is CFRB or CRFB.
Okay, I'm looking at it. Claims that the CFRB does not do things like keep data on real wage growth. That's what I'm reading as I look it up.
They cite data. They're not They don't collect the data. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it says that it just they don't do things like creating data.
Listen, Rob, I'll send it to you. I'll look for it. I'll find it.
You're not going to. You're not going to. I'll tell you right now what you're going to do. You're going to say when no one's watching.
In order for Rob to Rob's going to now tell me what I'm doing. You are such a little bitch. It is crazy. You can't take any answer from anybody.
Okay, then we'll see. We'll see.
If you write a paper in college, if you write a paper in college and you quote a source, and you don't quote that source, it won't get accepted.
It's easy to prove me wrong.
Rob didn't cite a single source from today. Not
That's
one
not true.
time
I
did he
started
cite
off
a
citing
single
sources.
source. In fact, the first source that he cited, he had to walk back. He's like, I don't even know where this is
Yeah, but we're
from.
talking about
That's
your
not true at
source.
all. I
It's
saw
your
every
claim.
source.
We're
It's
talking about
fine.
your
It's
claim.
fine. I will get it. The only reason I don't have this source is because I didn't link it in my outline, and now I'm going to have to go back through my research and find it. And when I find it, I'll be happy to send it to Rob.
Here's what's
But
going
what
to
I
happen.
didn't
So,
do is put a
yeah, but
hyperlink
it's
in
gonna
my
be
outline.
offline,
I get
which
it.
is the
I keep it.
Would you call that a
Never
source
gonna happen.
inequality?
So
Never
it's
gonna
not going to
happen.
happen. That
Did you
data
say
does
source
not exist.
inequality?
And what you're going to do when no one's
Source
watching
inequality.
is
That's
you'll
fair.
send something small and be like, oh, yeah, okay, a little
See?
mistake. When you were wrong,
Why don't
you're
you
even
stop
wrong here. You're
predicting
saying
and-
that I
why
didn't.
don't you just
You
stop
can't even help
predicting
yourself
shit,
with
Rob?
interrupting. You can't even stop interrupting here now, right? Like, that's what's
guess
going to
you're just
happen when no one's
predicting what I'm
watching.
gonna
See,
do.
yeah,
Who
you're
the
right.
fuck
I am
cares
predicting
about this?
because you know that you're wrong on the data. Everyone here knows.
you're wrong
Everybody
on the data.
knows. Like, I
Everybody
get it.
knows.
Hold up a
Guess what you're
sign.
gonna do?
Come on, you can do it. Hold up a sign. Go ahead.
I already
That's what
did.
you're best
I
at, right?
fucking
Holding up a
nailed it on
sign.
those signs, by the way.
Oh,
That
you
was-
did
that was
nail it,
good.
man. You did great.
I've gotten so
You know
many
that you're
compliments
wrong.
on those
You know that
signs.
you're wrong on the data. Every one of us know, and what you're going to do is say, "Oh, here it is. Read it yourself," and you're never going to address it because this is what someone like you does. You lie intentionally. You know that this doesn't say real wage growth was up on average at 2.4 to 2.7%. You know it. I showed the data. You know it. Everyone. Is there anyone here, Brick? Anyone on the left? Seriously. Your argument is you think that real wage growth was up on average of 2.2 to 2.7% under Joe Biden? That's the argument that the people defending you are going to make. Is there anyone in the world that believes that other than RTP right now? He can't admit,
Bro,
I
I'm not
probably
left.
misread it.
I'm not even fucking left. What the fuck are you
You're a
talking
socialist.
about?
What the fuck are you
I'm
talking
not
about? You're
socialist, bro.
defending
I'm
RTP.
center right. I know my fucking political ideology, bro.
You
I'm
said
center
that
right.
the Constitution is a socialist
Bro, yeah,
document.
no shit.
You're a
It's a social
constitutionalist.
document. Shut the fuck up.
Man, you tried to say that
Bro,
you were
you don't
defending
under-
RTP
Man,
and you're
people don't like
incapable
you very
of
much,
fucking
Rob.
even having a common sense. Is there anyone here? Is there
Yeah,
anyone
common
here that remotely
sense.
thinks that that's what that data is going to suggest?
Read
Anyone?
some fucking
Is there
common
anyone?
sense.
Is
You're
RTP
talking
the only
over
one?
everybody and- Hey, Rob Noir's got to be right. He's always fucking right. He
I
wins
am
everything.
right.
He's a winner.
It's not that I have to be right. It's that I am.
That's what happens when you say true things.
Calm down, Ric Flair.
On the tariffs,
Thank
I
you for the
keep hearing
compliment.
another fairy tale. I would say that these tariffs are going to bring businesses.
We're changing the subject. Great. Not interested.
Well,
Seriously,
you
you're not
guys are
moving the
kinda just
conversation
dick
forward on the
size
topic that we're
comparison.
talking about.
We're
You're
not
moving
really
the
changing the
conversation forward.
subject.
So
The tariffs
I'm just going to
were
go ahead and
definitely
interrupt you.
brought up
You're
just a
always
moment
moving
ago.
the conversation
When
forward.
we're talking about the tariffs, the claim was
I'm not
made
interested in what you're saying.
See,
And
you're
we
the one
interject
who's
and try to
doing
move
this,
the
Rob.
conversation in a different direction. I don't really.
All I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Awesome. That was a sick
All
video.
right.
Hmm.
Let's
Sorry,
stop
son.
being stupid. Let's just stop being stupid. Brick, you got it in the back too. Ryan still has his 20 back there.
But the tariffs were brought up. and it
Seriously, I'm
was
not
mentioned-
interested in what you have to say trying to move the conversation. You can get invited on as a guest and take the conversation in the way you want. I'm not
There you go,
interested
Rob.
in
Let it all
having
out,
you
Rob.
move
Well,
the
okay, the
conversation
title
in the
is
direction that
Kamala
you want it
Harris.
to.
I gotta
I
ask
don't
you a
give a shit
question
where
about
you want to
Kamala
move on.
Harris
I don't
then.
give a shit
I
where
would
you're trying
love
to
to
move on
talk
to the
about Kamala
conversation.
Harris.
You're just trying to
Completely
overtalk
irrelevant to
because you
where
don't
you're
want
moving.
to
It has
think.
nothing to do with moving on you over talking you. It has to do with your confidence that you get to decide the direction that these things go. We're talking about a specific point here. If RTP wants to address the fact that everyone understands that he was full of shit with the very first data point that he said, then we could move on from that.
Then after
He's
that, we
changed
talk
what
about
he
the
said
Well,
over
your
and over.
data
And
point,
you,
wait, your
Cersei, trying to
data
come in.
point, I
You're,
clearly
Cersei, I'm not
remember was a
interested in you
copy
trying
and
to-
paste
you,
from TikTok.
Cersei, your
That
talking
was
point
your
of
data
trying to
point.
move on to something.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
I've been waiting for 2 hours to
Hey,
get on this chat.
keep
Can I?
acting gay, and I will treat you to the delicious
Sarah.
fireman. Why are you fucking talking over me? Okay. Who am I booting? Someone please bring Flo back.
No harm, no
Apologize.
foul, sarcastic saint.
Who am I booting?
Literally
Uh,
everybody else.
Yeah, I am so done with all of you. Saint, tell me who you want me to boot, and I'll get him. All right. Go ahead, Colby. Yeah, sure. You've been waiting forever backstage. Whatever. Go ahead.
Thank you. we've covered so many topics throughout this whole debate itself. I don't even know what topic we're on exactly at this point. Rob brought up to fall back to RTP's first point. I don't remember what the first point was. The question I want to ask is RTP asked a specific in his closing statement of the debate. RTP brought up that with the tariff system, you said China would pick up the contracts of USAID. What did you mean by that? Because hold on. Because, let me just finish the question. Because USAID is what came out was that it was a money laundering scheme for the CIA and other dark projects to basically instill coup operations across the world, where we would use that money to overthrow other governments. Do you think China, the Communist Party, is going to come in and backtrack those contracts to then overthrow countries? And if that's the case, do you think they're going to instill communism into these other countries?
All right. Well, two things we have to be clear on. We did not find out that USAID was just money laundering. There were people who laundered money through USAID, but to say that blanketly it was a money laundering system is absolutely silly. Secondly, what China is doing is they're coming in and they're providing aid, specifically in these places where we did cut off aid. Obviously, if it's money laundering and these countries weren't getting aid, then there's nothing for China to come in and let me finish, please. Thank you, because it was a two-part question. Obviously, China is not going to be able to come in and replace money that country wasn't getting, nor would they even try to do that. But secondly, I would like to point out that there is nothing communist about China except for that they call themselves communists. They are a mixed economy, just like we are. There's not a significant. They're not. The one thing they for sure aren't.
So in other words,
communists.
they're socialists.
They're also not socialists. They have a mix of capitalism
every
and
mixed
socialism.
economy has to be a socialist if you're
Government
going
has
to involve any kind
ultimate
of state
control over the
into it.
market.
Okay, so they're socialists too, John?
Yeah, we do actually have
okay,
socialism in our country. Yeah.
And so the way the China economy is broken down, in most of the Chinese country, it is a strictly communist party.
No,
in certain
that's
of their
incorrect.
larger, hold on, let me finish. In certain of their larger cities like Shanghai and Beijing, they offer a communist portal for other countries to enter. The problem is once the other countries,
What's a communist portal?
Let me explain. When other countries' money comes in, it's very hard to get out. So once the United States companies invest into the Chinese economy, it's not like you can just pull your money back out.
But this would be China investing in other countries, not the other way around.
All sorts of customs has moved over to India like immediately in response to the tariffs. Like what you're saying is not accurate.
Also Argentina, and Vietnam.
Right. Yeah, other countries. But my point is that economic activity certainly does move out of China.
Like if we look at what China has done, China has
didn't just happen in the last 6 months, though. That happened years ago. That's been a slow process.
China in 2016, 20% of what China exported came to the United States. It's like before the tariffs, it was like 12%. It's probably lower now. China's been weaning themselves off of us while we rely more heavily on them. And now China's going to these other economies, which Trump is pissed off, and they're picking up all these deals. So if I'm a country, let's just say like I'm unbiased, and I'm looking at like, can I make a trade deal with the United States or China? And let's say it's sixes. Whatever the product is, let's say it's sixes. I can get the same price from either country. I'm going to go with China because they're stable. There is no stability in what Trump is doing. Yesterday, he's like, oh, I might keep the tariffs on with China. I might add tariffs. I don't know. And then he backs down. We're not a reliable trade partner anymore. And if you look at countries trading, like we are losing our standing as a reliable trade partner all around the world. And China is looking better.
That's right, because Obama has to bow to them and go like this, right?
Yeah, well, listen,
that's exactly right.
Hey, I'm going to head out.
Don't forget about Gavin Newsom.
I got to take the kid to.
Have a good night, Rob.
Yeah.
We'll
we'll see you guys.
Rob, I'd love to talk to you sometime.
Yeah. Reach out to me. Be happy to. See you guys.
So I can avoid that.
Would be the first to say the Trump tariffs have been very wishy-washy. He keeps flip-flopping. They're not set in stone, which makes it really hard to negotiate off of. So it's not like what he said 3 months ago is standing today. He's done breaks. He's reinstituted them. He's changed the percentages. It's all wishy-washy. But your argument saying that like the tariff policy is useless, and then also in the same breath,
I
you
don't think I made
compared
that
it-
argument. I'm not anti-tariffs. I think targeted tariffs are useful.
You do realize that I'm not for tariffs, but you do realize part of the reason why Trump talked about tariffs is because our economy before Trump ever got in was becoming less and less stabilized. And when you are in a situation where you allow a country to import everything to you and you export nothing to them or very little to nothing, they're going to have an advantage. It's going to destroy our economy. Now, that's not just on the politicians; that's also on us culturally,
Yeah,
right?
no, for sure.
Well, we don't just export. It's not just about exporting physical goods, right? Like we export, first of all, a lot of culture, but also like a lot of like non-man, like we don't. It's not just about physical goods, right? Like
Only
we
to
export
Africa.
a lot from America.
We export.
But then like a big
Okay.
problem.
I'm going to send you $10 to drop SB.
Is
Thank you. That guy's so annoying.
A big problem with like exporting to China, like what you were talking about, Ryan, is like we don't just export like products, we export ideas. Is China steals all of our patents because they don't have the same patent law, and we can't come in and like sue China. So that's a big problem with when it comes to like tech industries. Is we manufacture the products in China, and then 2 weeks later there's a knockoff Chinese product that is virtually the same. Because they don't have the same patent laws. So
How is that a tariff? How is that a national issue and not like Apple's issue, for instance?
Yeah.
If Apple is not secure with its trade secrets.
no, but it's not just Apple. It's like smaller companies too.
I know.
understand.
I'm just using an example. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm saying is that is not a national policy issue. That's an individual company's asset management.
That's fair. That's fair. I would agree with that. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Also, the USAID. I wanted to press you on like the whole idea that USAID was like a money laundering thing. Like, where do you get this information? Where did you learn that from?
It's
Like,
you know where they learned it from. Don't even do that. Why are you doing that?
I just wanted. I want to get the answer.
I'll answer.
No, he doesn't. He wants to debate the answer.
Why was 27?
I want to know what he wants. I'm asking him. You guys can. Go ahead. Go.
Why was $27,000
Shut the fuck. Is your name Colby Teriyaki? Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
not
talk about
asking you.
USAID.
I'll answer the
Yeah, why was
question.
$27,000 spent of taxpayers' money?
Since you all
no one's
suck,
talking to you.
RTP, bring up the data now. Everyone's asking for it. Bring it up. I'm sure we have time if you use the search function in your 800 plus sources.
What's the data that's in question?
This was with Rob. Rob was
What?
saying it. It was a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm literally looking through it right now. Basically, it was a study where they factored out COVID inflation to adjust for real wages, and that's where I came up with that number. It's again, it's like it's
God,
it's
sarcastic saint, you are such a crybaby bitch. Fuck yourself.
Maybe he just doesn't want to hear your
It's
I do-
Glock.
It has to
I
try
do
to.
think that a lot of people.
I was
I do
gonna
think
answer his
that.
question.
I do think though that Rob is focusing on this number because it's a number he feels is wrong. It's not central to my claim. Not even remotely central because it is a hypothetical number. You have to factor out inflation. You have to guess how much of that inflation was due to COVID. You have to determine when to factor out. It's not a super solid number, and it's not central to any of my claims. It was just a study that once they factored out the COVID inflation, like real wage growth was pretty similar. Like
All right,
0.04 away from each other.
I do have a second question to press to RTP. The original debate was about if Trump is better than Kamala. This is a hypothetical, so there's no like constructive answer. But my question to you, RTP, do you think they would have ran Kamala if Trump won the primary? Do you think
if there was a real primary by Democrats?
Oh well, there's never a real primary by Democrats. That's
fair.
That's a
That's
false
fair.
equivalency.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm saying if Trump wasn't the Republican nominee, and the first option was he was assassinated in Pennsylvania. The second option would be he was somehow beat by some sort of secondary Republican. Do you think Biden would have stepped down? In my opinion,
Like earlier?
Yeah, I'm talking about pre-election. I'm talking about the only reason they ran Kamala was because Trump won. I think if won the primary.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Wait,
Biden
real
stayed
quick.
in
So,
because he
real
thought
quick,
he could beat
I just want to
Trump.
clarify the question. Are you asking about Biden dropping out of the presidential race or stepping down as president?
I'm saying if Trump had never gotten the primary, I don't think Biden would have stepped down.
Step down from being the president or step down from the race?
Both. I think
He didn't step down. The DNC.
I think
No,
the opposite.
We all know that.
That's
Do you
my
have a
point.
shirt with a picture of your face on it?
I think if
Just to be
Biden,
clear, I think the opposite would have happened. I think Biden would have stepped down. Biden, when he ran, I think
agree.
people forget this. He said he was going to be a one-term president, and he was just a placeholder. But I think as it got closer and it became very clear that Trump was going to be the nominee, I think Biden and establishment Democrats said he beat him once, he'll beat him again, and that's why he hung on. And that's why you had the cover-up of his health. That's why you started giving him an early bedtime. Because they thought voters would just show up and vote for Biden, and then after
So it was
that,
okay to lie the one time as long as you lie again to cover it up.
No, dude, I fucking hate it. I think it was all terrible.
Here's
I don't
the
defend
dilemma.
that.
14.
And
Here's
I
the
don't think
dilemma.
And there couldn't be
I don't
any
think
of the
Kamala would have
fraud he
won.
was involved in either.
I don't think
yeah.
I
Kamala
just
would have
want
won
I just want to interrupt for just a brief moment that Almighty Nate spent a whole $100. Why? I don't know. Almighty
Thank
Nate.
you so much, Almighty Nate.
Shout out Almighty
He
Nate.
could have dropped a lot of other people at the same time.
But I also want to say that Ryan is protected for the next 100 minutes, and it is only 2:30. So if you
What
want
about the
to
dog?
boot
Is the dog
Ryan,
protected?
if you
Yes.
want to boot Ryan, you actually have to spend $100 to do so. Okay.
Ryan is.
Is it going to be
Ryan's-
prorated as time goes on?
All right, so
Not with $100 because it's $100 to boot someone, right? And it's a full boot for the night, and it takes $100 to bring them back up. But so we'll work the same way with the protection route there. It's a
Yeah,
full
just so
100
everybody's
to
clear
boot.
on it. Just clarifying.
It's
All good.
easy, yeah.
If I could real quick, I just wanted to ask one last question, and then I'm going to drop off because this is really the question I wanted to address to RTP.
Love seeing you, Mosman.
What's that? Oh, hold on.
Love seeing you, Mosman, you sexy bitch.
Yeah, I moved now, but yeah. So, my question, because you said you were neither capitalist or communist, which I'm that way too. However, I would argue that whenever you involve the state in either, you don't really get either. So, so how would you, besides mixing the economies, how could you a purity check that, right? Because I hope we would all agree that China and the USSR really aren't pure communist states. They're not true, they're a mix, a hybrid and whatnot. But how do you think that works if you really do believe there's a third way, or if you just believe the Democrat Party is the way?
I'm not sure what your question is. Sorry, can you reframe
I'm trying to
that?
figure out if you say you think we should have both socialism and capitalism, or there's a good economy would be a mix of those things. And I would argue that you can't have anything. You can't have a true pure socialism or a true pure capitalism with any governmental system. So, how do you suggest doing that? Do you believe that you would have a purity with a government system, especially given all the bad examples that we have of government systems corrupting those economic forms or those economic systems? And then the next part would be, if that's the case, what would be your prescription for that?
No, I don't think that anybody has ever shown on any scale that you can have total free market capitalism or socialism. It fails every time. I think that where I like capitalism is on a local level, when it's an actual free market, when there's actual competition. I don't like it when it's expanded on a federal level, and I think that that's where you have to have the government come in and add as a check to keep things more free. But no, I don't think, especially at scale here in 330 million, I don't think there's any way.
And you said you were, I think you said you were atheistic on last panel. I'm just curious if you've ever heard of distributism, or it's a part of Catholic social. It's part of Catholic social doctrine.
I have not heard of distributism. No,
I think you might be interested in checking that out. It's not redistribution, but
this could be an email. Why don't you believe that capitalism can scale?
I said I don't think I've ever seen it scale.
I mean, but what fundamentally would break down at scale?
I think that fundamental places we've seen where it breaks down at scale is that in order to expand, you have to have access to capital, and generally speaking, these smaller companies don't have that same access. And then it seems to be kind of like the same people keep getting that access to capital. I could be sold on it if you wanted to sell me a way that you could scale it, but I've just never seen it happen.
No, I kind of have to
Real
back
quick
up
though, just to explain, like, how do you explain the success of Argentina? Because they basically went anarcho-capitalism. He was like the state. I wiped my ass with the state.
Yeah, I don't know about Argentina.
Before you go, Flo, Valhalla sent a full hundo to say, yeah, bye, Ryan. So here's what I'm going to do. If somebody wants to negate that, it would take another 100 to keep Ryan from leaving, and it would be a leave for the evening. So you can't buy him back after he's out of here. Well, you can, but you have to send a full 100 to bring him back up. Okay. So I'm going to give it 2 minutes, Ryan. So go ahead and cam back down and mute up. We're going to give it a couple minutes. And if somebody wants to buy you back up, then we will leave you up here. And if they don't, we will let you do closing statements and you can say goodbye for the evening. Okay.
So fundamentally,
I just want to say that I'm like,
John, why are you sliding off your camera, bro?
well, this floor is really slick.
This floor?
Yeah.
It's
Are
gravity.
you sitting on your floor?
Huh?
You're
No, I'm
sitting on your
not. No, I'm sitting
floor
on a
is
chair. But I gotta
Oh.
be careful of this chair because we just put
Why
in
is
new
your camera
hardwood
angled
flooring
down?
and
He just moved. He's setting stuff up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
He's in an alleyway right now. He's just chilling in an alleyway.
I'm in the living room because I
remember
can't put
trying
my
to
office.
He had to fight
everything.
3 hobos for this exact spot. Give him a break.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
All
Let's
right.
fucking go, Almighty Nate.
Nate has not only matched Valhalla,
Oh my
but
God.
he also added another hundo. So Ryan, you are safe for an extra $100. So it would take another 100 to be able to boot you back. Okay.
Sarah, you got to pick up my debate con ticket.
But RTP, I was just
Almighty
going to say
God,
this because
200.
I don't know or really follow your channel, but it sounds like you might be interested in things.
Bro,
like,
email him. Get the fuck out of here with your droopy ass floor.
subsidiarism, and I just
I like this book. I have a book recommendation.
No. I just want to.
God damn it, John.
Okay, Dusty, cool off. But I just wanted to know if you'd be ever interested in that or not. But,
Holy fuck.
I'd have to read.
If you're legitimately interested in that, or if you're just trying to
turn him down on principle,
say all the things that are cool to say because Trump's in office now. So.
Are you talking about the whatever it was that you?
I'm talking about
brought
the
up?
principle of subsidiarism, which would always promote the local top bottom up.
This is insane.
I'll read about it.
Everybody,
I'll read it. I'm open to reading about it, John. I'll let you know.
What I was
So
going to say
as a completely as a separate thing, it wasn't really talked about much tonight at all. I don't think it was touched on at all. Do you guys think that Kamala would have cut
hold on,
10% of Medicare over the next 10 years?
Hold that thought. Let me finish out this thought, which was why you can't scale capitalism, right? Because if these economic principles work at a local level, if they work at, say, a national level, the principles should hold at broad scale, right? Unless there's something about the actual system that breaks that scale.
That's kind of what I wanted to say to that same point was I kind of agree with RTP at the scale we're at this point. I completely agree with capitalism on a fundamental scale, but where we're at now is we have such a level of a corporation class and also a level of corruption, which we can't deny.
Thank you for addressing literally nothing and a question that wasn't addressed to you at all.
That was epic.
First of all, Dusty, this is a panel. He asked the question to the panel, and I was
asked it specifically to RTP. You're right; it is a panel. Yeah. You can talk up, and your response conveyed no useful information at all, even if it was.
You cut me off in the middle.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
All right,
that was the end of the rant.
So,
yeah,
I get the Billy Madison quote.
I got another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I want Medicaid. 10% cuts over 10 years is crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
So hold on. Sorry. Hold on, Colleen. I'll hit it back. So VD Cars says, nah, get Ryan out of here. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. You got a couple minutes. We'll let Ryan stay camped down. He'll stay quiet, and we'll give a few minutes if somebody wants to match again. That works out right math-wise, right? Like this one locked him in for the night. This one said no. And then this one said yes plus another 100, right? And so here came the 100. So that math's right?
That brings it back to 0, so he should be just normal again if it's just back 100.
No, but he was kicked for 10 minutes originally. So
yeah, he was already
So he should
off.
be back to like the 10-minute.
He was already
so
off.
Almighty spent 300, and the other guy did 200, right? So there's still isn't there $100? Wait.
Yo, come super chat my channel. Yo, what y'all?
I know this is where it gets confusing because Ryan was
With what you just said, it
backstage.
sounds like it all cancels out.
That's what
Minus the 10. If we're talking about capitalism, I feel like Ryan should have.
Each side for $200 more, and let's move on with it.
So just put another $100 up, and then Ryan's out.
Well, this one guaranteed him to stay on for the night. This one. Okay. So we're on the panel, solid, locked in. He can't get booted. This one negates that, which actually that would have brought him back to
Which that brings him back to normal, not
zero.
Your brain is fried.
Right? I know my brain is so fried.
One penny behind because that's only 99.
I'm not worried about that penny.
And there was a 200, so
Okay, well, all
BD.
right. Well, BD Cars said, "Fuck it."
Yeah,
all right.
I think he had to do that
Problem's
anyway.
solved.
But yeah,
That's-
I'll
okay.
calm down for a minute in case something else happens.
Okay, we're gonna leave it there. So now it's the boot, and then so we'll give a couple minutes if somebody wants to revive. We will. If not, we'll let Ryan do his closing statements. Okay.
So Flow State was asking a question, I think, to RTP, and I don't believe our RTP got a chance to answer. I would like to hear what RTP's answer was.
Was the answer about scale of capitalism?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I think.
What was the question?
Why it couldn't scale, right? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I think what I said is I haven't seen it scale. I've seen no evidence. My main issue with capitalism scaling is that I think that there are often, especially in America where we have a lot of rural areas, there are places that capitalism like leaves holes. I think a good example is like what my mom Donnie is advocating for, where you have like government run grocery stores. This happened in Florida, in rural Florida. I think in northern rural Florida. I can't remember the name of the town. But basically, the town was too small that the people operating the grocery store couldn't make money doing it. And so the grocery store left. And the town had no real choice. They just said, we're going to have to do something. So they operate their grocery store at a break even. There's no profit there. But the prices have been low. And it was a place where capitalism wasn't going to fill the void because there wasn't enough margin there for them to make sense of having a grocery store there. So that's a place where the community
Capitalism does fill the void.
So you're saying like
Not every
Amazon-
locality
one
can
sec,
support
one
a
sec, one
grocery
sec, one
store.
sec.
That's a business.
Amazon is a perfect example of how capitalism addresses that need on a global scale.
But
Because you can buy anything on Amazon.
That's not wrong.
And they'd be able to
Question would be, why
deliver
would you
drones.
bother to save something that doesn't seem? Not everything is viable.
Yes,
because the people still need food in that city.
There's a lot of really small towns that don't even have a gas station.
There's
little
like
off
towns,
the highway towns.
Towns die all the time, right? This
But
is a
like-
natural thing in society.
That's what I'm saying.
But he has
So
a right to a
capitalism-
grocery store.
Capitalism leaves those holes, and your choices are either let those cities die or fill that void with something else. And what they chose to do,
No,
because they didn't want
RTP,
the city to die, is they chose
RTP,
to
the problem is
have
your
this-
premise. The
real quick, can I
foundational
just finish?
premise is that
Can I just finish
you
real
think
quick?
everybody has a right to everything, right?
No, it's not a right.
Utopia.
No, this wasn't a right. This was a choice by the city.
Thank you so much,
They
Kitsy
had-
Cat.
They had the right to leave. They could have left. They could have done anything. The city, a bunch of Republicans came together and said, "We want to live here still." And we actually, if we operate this grocery store and we're not worried about turning a profit, we can make this work. They did the math. It's run by the city. It's been really, really successful. And that wouldn't work where I'm at in Phoenix because like there are places that are going to undercut, but there are voids where capitalism doesn't fill the role.
It doesn't. No, that absolutely doesn't matter. A lot of rural people drive 45 minutes an hour to get to a grocery store.
No, that's
if they're not growing their own.
Because
not what he's
capitalism
saying. It's
can't put a grocery store there.
It's not a void. They don't.
Why is that a problem?
Patreon break for Kissy Cat because she spent $100 to not only keep Ryan on screen but also get some puppy love. We love puppy. Hi, Umbreon.
Yes,
Hi,
he says hi,
buddy.
everybody. Thank you all.
Mm,
Thank you.
so
Thank you so
cute.
much for the fight over Ryan's staying power. I'm always so flattered when I see the back and forth. It is really encouraging.
But then it doesn't save me from the 5 minutes in the back. I think we can handle 5. I think we can handle 5 backstage.
So we're bouncing across like multiple topics here. So this all started with talking about free market capitalism and how it would scale. The problem, in my opinion, with free market capitalism on a large scale basis is there's too much barriers to entry for small businesses to extrapolate across the country. So,
but that's false because that's not imposed by free. That's
interrupting me.
That's not a free market capitalism imposition. That's a government imposition.
Exactly. Let me finish my statements. Bro.
All right. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is a direct quote from RTP earlier in the debate. He said, "I'm for capitalism. I'm against free market capitalism, but not all markets." I forget how you phrased it, but basically you kind of contradicted yourself. You basically said you're for capitalism, but not all markets are free capitalism.
Correct.
Which
Yeah.
I think,
So some
I think what you're trying to refer to
some
is
markets,
that
some
scale,
markets don't operate in like healthcare, for example, is a perfect example because. Like there's no limit to how much you will pay to save somebody in your family. So the cap is artificial. It doesn't operate the same way it would. Like if I want to buy a soda, I'm not going to pay $50 for a fucking soda. Right? Like there's a limit to what I'll pay.
I'm talking about like
that's
actual, actual barriers to entry though. Of like if you're trying to start a robotics company, you don't just have to buy all the inputs now. You have to get leads to all the patents and copyrights. There's a lot of barriers to entry to just start a business now.
Right.
So that's why we're not in a free market capitalist
Well,
environment.
no, we're not. Right.
We're not.
Right.
Nobody's arguing that.
Yeah. And then to what he was saying about grocery stores, that's a different volume because grocery stores are a necessity because that's not
no, they're not.
That's a misvalue. Having a grocery store within 5 minutes of you is not a right.
Not 5 minutes.
I never said 5 minutes.
No,
but
no one said 5 minutes.
But still, you don't need a.
Yeah,
you don't need a grocery store, but you need a hub where you can get food.
No one said 5 minutes. Yeah.
Just real quick, I want to be clear on the grocery store.
Grocery stores are a necessity. Is that
let
not?
me just
Can
let me
we
clear
all
this
agree
up.
on that? Can we all agree on that?
But I'm not saying that it's
No,
necessary, Dustin.
I don't agree on that at all.
I'm saying that there was a need. There was a need. The people said, "This is what we want. We want a grocery store here." I accept that it's not a right. I accept that it's not even necessarily need. They could go somewhere else. But the town said, this is what we want. And capitalism didn't fill that role, so they had to choose a social program. And that's what I'm saying. Like, having that ability to choose is a good thing. I think that was good.
How is that an indictment of capitalism?
But
I don't think it's an indictment of capitalism. I'm saying that
it's not
that's why I'm a proponent of a mixed economy, because sometimes capitalism won't fill that role, and you may have a social program that can fill that role, and that's great.
That's a key word.
How do social programs work?
Society gets together, they put down a little doctrine.
It steals from
we
all
give the government money,
society, right?
If it is a community,
well, yeah, they steal the money from us and then give it to other people who didn't work.
This
is getting completely sidetracked. He's getting completely sidetracked. What Ortiz trying to say is like the blame that there wasn't a shop there before is capitalism, and because a social program was able to provide that niche, and like capitalists quote unquote weren't able to address it. Like the whole idea of having the free market is that these niches are going to be addressed. So you don't have all this regulation and all this kind of shit. If I have the capital, I can take that risk. But because I take that risk, I also take the reward. But if I'm competitive, I'm going to offer competitive salaries and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
So this whole like government oversight is unnecessary because capitalism itself is a decentralized system. It's a concept.
Yes.
Rather
so
than
RTP,
so it can't be corrupted. Whereas
what do you
socialism
think?
is like, I want to regulate this, so it's like it's going to be corrupted because that man's going to want it to different direction.
Yeah.
Rick actually said it.
So RTP, I'm kind of trying to get at the idea that a social program needed to come in and fill this because the town wasn't getting food. So for a counterfactual, what do you think would have happened if that program wasn't implemented? Would all those people just die or?
Well, can I guess? Because I don't know like how close, but my
sure.
guess is
I'm asking what you think. Yeah,
there was probably a grocery store within an hour, and that people would have traveled. I'm guessing that there may have been somebody who created a business that delivered groceries, but ultimately the town said,
"No, that's how it works when you're rural.
It's preferable for us to do this rather than go through the rigmarole of driving 45 minutes."
I would say if it's rural,
it's not a rigmarole; it's just part of your life, dude.
it would probably lean more on like a farmer.
I think it's important for people to be able to get groceries. I don't know, like if we need some policy to make sure that people have access to groceries, I don't see why it's such a big deal.
But that's begging the question: do we need a program to make sure people get groceries?
If people don't have access to them, then yeah, probably.
There's lots of parts of the world where you don't.
It shows to live there.
Hold
on. Wait, can I ask you a question, Indian Jesus? Why does it have
you
to be a need? Why
live in
can't
the wilderness? You have to deal with the consequences of
why
living.
can't it be a want? Like it seems to me that the opposition here is the idea of a social program. These are Republican voters who chose to do something collectively as a city. They chose to use their taxpayer money. It was a choice for them to collectively take that money and have
nothing wrong with that.
Sample doesn't demonstrate anything as far as
fine. But the question is to me. So there's nothing wrong with that. What I'm taking issue with is, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it seems like you're saying that this was a necessary program in this particular town. Because they would have starved or had to do this or that.
No,
and I'm just trying to make the point that, okay, it could be a good thing that these people wanted. But again, maybe I'm confused. But it sounds like you're saying.
I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm saying it was more effective. They actually chose the most effective thing for them, the most simple thing for them, and that thing happened.
They chose to spend their money
and
on
that
the thing
happened to not be capitalism, which is fine. Like I don't have a problem with them doing that. Just the same way I don't have a problem with if somebody that lived there had decided like I'm going to take over the grocery store and I'm going to have less workers and I'm going to operate on thin margins. I wouldn't have had a problem with that either.
That's completely. So I guess
that sounds very reasonable. It's not a dogmatic attachment to either one. Like it seems like some other people.
So yeah, I'm very confused then. If whoever is going against that notion of what RTP just said, he said some other dumb stuff, but just specifically about the grocery store. What is the opposition?
So RTP, if I may, because if an economy tanks, typically what happens is crime goes up. There's a reason for that, right? So if we're talking about people losing their homes, becoming homeless, right? We're talking about people can't go to the grocery store because there's no grocery store nearby. What's going to happen is they're going to walk over to their neighbor's house and they're going to break in to eat.
No, that's not. That's
what happens.
Maybe not directly, but
economic support for the town leaves or dies. The town leaves with it. There's no reason for people to still be living in an economy that's non-existent.
All right, hold on, guys. Everyone, take a breath. We're talking about three different points here. I believe
and none of them have to do with Trump or Kamala,
and none of them demonstrate capitalism at scale either.
Exactly.
True.
If you want to live rural, things are going to be more spread out. That's part of the package.
Okay, but this is what I don't understand because I'm talking about choices that they're making. Should they not be allowed to make those choices?
I agree. More choices for people is better, right? And if the people in this town choose to do that, fine. That's fine.
Well, we're talking about three different things. Briggs.
Actually, me and RTP are talking about the same fucking thing.
I think so. I think you and I are the
y'all
same
keep interrupting.
I lost it. Anyways, more choices and less coercion is good, right? And the freer a capitalist economy is, that the less coercion.
I agree.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
I agree completely. Yeah.
Okay, so it would be desirable to have as much free market as is possible because that reduces coercion. So then at scale, I still think that even if there's a stupid town in Florida that wants to have Casey's taxpayer funded, it doesn't matter. Still, the objective should be at scale, free market capitalism, understanding that there will be exceptions to the rule. Right.
I don't know if free market capitalism would remove coercion, and the reason why I say that is that it seems like it would push a society that would have, like, let's say, Powder Dusty, the most powerful company, and he's aligned with like Teriyok, and he's aligned with, let's say, Colby and RTP. And now Ryan, this little guy, wants to get in, and they don't want to trade with him. So they've actually reduced the ability, not reduced, that none of them will trade. They just flat out won't trade because of the alliances that they have made within their businesses.
You're not looking at the perspective of the consumer. The reason why the consumer is giving that person that money voluntarily is because they see value in that product, and that person are like buy like the free markets, allowing the free markets to do. You're going to drive innovation.
Have you ever heard of the general store?
It's a necessity. It's not always to drive innovation. Sometimes people put their money in businesses because they have to.
No, but the what is it like? The harsh truth that you won't face that Flo keeps pointing out was like, if this village cannot survive based on its own, like
It doesn't
that's basically
Then it
nature telling
dies.
you it's like
Yeah.
you need to go close to the city, you need to do something else to survive.
And not trading with somebody is not coercion, right?
That's-
If you
Exactly.
want to enter a market selling widgets, but you can't sell widgets unless I will trade with you, and I don't want to trade with you, I don't have to trade with you, right? And there's
the coercion.
Man, that's
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The coercion I was talking about is like the coercion of Teriak, who only has a product that you want. And you won't sell with Ryan because Teriak will refuse to sell with you, helping your company get larger. So you decide not to work with Ryan in order to keep Teriak's product, which you absolutely
Do you know
need.
what happens in that situation?
Yeah, because he has
Do you know what
leverage
happens-
over you, right?
Do you know what happens in that situation? Someone else comes in who's willing to work with everybody, and then they get all the money.
but hold on.
There you
Yeah,
go.
to that point.
And if they don't, then
The
I'm
market
fucked, right?
decides.
The
Teriak's-
invisible
exactly.
hand.
I'm fucked because
So the
Teriak
free
is trying
market
to
It
fuck
was
one
kind of
second,
what
sec-
happened that destroyed the general
Let me explain the
store.
moral of the story, because some people miss the moral story. The moral story here is free market itself will enforce maximum cooperation.
Yes, but that's not what RTP
Perhaps.
brought up. That's not what RTP brought up at all. That's why I said we're debating three different things. It's because
No,
RTP.
you're debating the third
Let
thing.
me finish my point. No, it's because RTP brought up a
I'll
rural.
agree. I have no clue what Colby's talking about.
Yeah, nobody does. I liked where Zerzu was going,
Let me-
and I
let me
want to
finish
hear
with
more about that. I mean, Colby thinks that USAID was like this huge laundering operation. So I'm not taking much of what he says very seriously, to be honest.
But that is basically what crippled the general store, was the fact that they would refuse to even sell products as simple as eggs to an individual within the community because they're standing within the community. And often the employees of the general store would work on borrowed money so that they could then pay their bills, which were higher than the money they were borrowing, and they ended up being seriously in debt, which is why we decided to stop doing the free trade general store type
Where's the coercion?
marketing.
But so what RTP is talking
Well, when
about.
somebody's not giving me eggs, they pretty much have power over me.
Not fucking coercion. Google the word.
Also, with
RTP is talking about, we brought up
property
a
rights,
rural
trespass
grocery store where-
also comes into play. Did you know
Bro,
that?
can you not go onto Amazon and buy eggs right now and get it delivered to your house? Like, what are we talking
buy
about?
a lot of
Like, they
things on
have
Amazon.
power
I'm an
over me because my
Amazon
local
beast.
shop won't sell me eggs. What the fuck you talking about?
You can get eggs that'll hatch into chickens delivered to your house right now.
Wait, hang on. If I'm not allowed, if whatever
Been a thing for a long time.
if whatever business is refusing to engage with me, right, and they have they have some sort of like monopoly on this sort of thing, is that what we're talking about? Like, I can't access this thing without doing business with them, and they won't do business with me. I'm just fucked, right? I have to do whatever they would want me to do to be able to access it. Like, at the end of
Absolutely.
the day, right?
Right.
Like,
You
I
would
would
be.
basically be like,
don't have to.
they could enslave me if they wanted to.
Ryan, the
Well,
concept-
I mean, you could move, of course, but that's. I mean, we could also say that about Texas with the flooding
Yeah, but what you're
and
talking about
the
is a
problem
monopoly.
with the
The monopolies don't
snowstorm that
exist.
knocked out all the power.
Because you feel
it's
like
a really horrible idea to say
doesn't
that.
entitle you to it. You understand that?
Yeah, but
Flo, bring your
Okay, that's
mic
fine, but
down
I
and
like
put
I
on
like all
TV.
this like moral philosophizing. I just want to eat fucking food. Like, I'm hungry.
I got a dick you can eat, motherfucker.
Yeah, but I don't want to eat. I want to eat a cheeseburger, not your dick. Right? And so now I'm being coerced into eating his dick so I can get a bite of a cheeseburger.
There's really no
100%
nutritional value.
Ryan,
in
why
that.
does everybody else have to adjust to what you want to do?
Perfect.
Because I don't want to die. I don't want to die, bitch.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire.
This message is sponsored in part by.
thank you, sir.
That was a good question.
You never
That
know
was
who the
some
message is
gay
from.
I have
ass
never
shit.
heard somebody say thank
Stop
you, a
it.
dude say thank
Stop
you for the firefighter. So
Yeah.
that was pretty cool.
Because it got all you to
I
shut the
never
fuck
met
up.
tits, man.
I still haven't been able to finish the point because Dusty keeps cutting me off.
Another happy dick customer.
So
I heard
My-
somebody else is taking over.
yeah,
Only if I'm forced
there
to.
you go. You got the real boss of the house in the.
Wait, did she just get up off her knees? Caldy says this is from the Monopoly against Ryan. Shh.
Pretty sure I stole a
buddy.
buffer. Sorry, Caldy.
There's a key point.
Hey, Caldy.
Lumping in with the RTP socialized grocery store point, which is that he brought up a rural county that lost their corporate grocery store that moved. So a community-based project started where they started a grocery store. That's different than everything y'all are talking about. Y'all are debating of supply and demand and other
economic.
We never once mentioned supply and demand. Like what we're
No,
talking about,
yes.
what we would say is that
Stop
even if
inter-
that social program, what
Right.
me and Flo were saying is, even
There-
without that social program, you would have started have seen mom and pop shop, all these farmers on stuff trying to
That's the
to
Tarek, you
address
keep
this
interrupting.
need.
So that's the point. They started that mom and pop. That's what the mom and pop was. So it's in that essence. I mean, yeah, in a fully rural county, you can get eggs, vegetables, fruits, probably flour, milk.
You're the only one still confused. You know that.
Yes.
Neighbors trade with each other and barter, and like a lot of
main
rural
objective
people
here-
make their
the
own
main
stuff
objective
too.
here
But
is capitalism.
Rumble,
What would have
Rumble, you
addressed
had a
the-
good
what
question
would have addressed
so
this need?
Ryan, about
Those
why.
people are the ones that are not missing my, not getting my point. I'm saying there's a difference between a tax-funded, socialized grocery store versus what RTP is talking about, which is a community-based, almost like a farmer's market with a storefront.
You're right. I'll ask it again because you did bring up a good point. Why, Ryan? Why is everybody else required to adjust around where you want to live and the conveniences that you want to have?
You keep bringing up because
why does
I
the
want
world need
this,
to
I want
manipulate
that.
itself?
We do that
Be
right now
convenient
with like
for
the
you?
postal service. That's how we do the postal service, right?
No,
Like,
but
we-
you
like,
specifically.
we-
Why is it what you want?
If
Obviously, we
I'm
all
an American
want what we want.
citizen, then yeah, we have.
But
we
we're all
deliver to,
American
like, really.
citizens.
Oh my
That's
God!
what- hold on,
fuck
you're missing the
down,
question.
dude.
You're missing the question. You're missing the question.
No, I'm not.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Let him answer.
I'm engaging with the question actually. Like we
But you're
do,
saying
we do
you
this
want
with the
what you
postal
want as
system
an
already.
American
We deliver
citizen.
mail
That's
even
not
when.
the que-
Shut the fuck up, dude.
All right, you go, and then I'll answer the question.
All right.
I'll ask you the
What is,
question, and then
mail.
we'll talk about things that you are not talking about.
Shut up. RTP, you sent this to me. What were you
Oh, this is just what I sent to Rob. So this is how we got that 2.5 or 0.25 real wage growth per month. What you have here is this is the wage growth tracker. You're going to take Biden's actual nominal wage growth, which is between 0.44 and 0.5, depending on where you're at here, and then you're going to give it a 2.5% inflation. So if you remove the inflation caused by COVID and you take the average inflation, which is about 2.5%, that's where you get the point between 0.23 and 0.29 real wage growth per month. Just so that everybody
It's only
here
a real-
knows. Just so that everybody here knows, that's what I was citing. I was saying if you take these numbers from Biden and you apply average inflation rather than the inflation caused by COVID, that's where you get those numbers. Again, not very central to my claim, but I just want to throw it out there because Rob said I wouldn't do this. Rob said I would lie about it, that I would never send this. I've now sent it. I've explained the math to him. Again, it's not a compelling argument. It's not a compelling argument for anything other
You need
than
multiple things to get a full picture, though.
Can you explain the
Just
graph?
just that chart.
It was
isn't-
never going to be a full picture. I was just adjusting for average inflation.
So even if
That was it.
I was gonna say, even if I back it up to 2008, like rate it to 2019 mark. So you're saying basically it would be kind of making like a straight line go like a incline almost if you kept that 2.5 instead of all like avoiding this part. I guess was it this part you were talking about from COVID?
Yeah,
my
what I was saying is that the inflation was caused by COVID, and the only way that you can really factor that out, and it's all going to be hypothetical, is you can take the nominal wage growth and apply an average inflation rate, which is 2.5. So if you take the nominal wage growth and you apply an average inflation, that's where you get between 0.23 and 0.29. So that's where I got those numbers.
How is 7.2? Like under Biden, 7 was like norm for the first 2 years, if I recall.
Yeah, what I was saying is that those
2020 and 2021, 2022. Is that not right? Am I off on that?
I don't know if you
It's
were here during
around
that part.
7 average for both of those.
Yeah, the argument
My
was
bad.
that,
Please continue.
that inflation wasn't caused by Biden; it was caused by a global pandemic. And so I'm saying if you remove that and you take the nominal wage gains under Biden and you apply what our normal inflation rate is, which is 2.5, that's how you get those wage growth. Again, it's a hypothetical number. That's assuming that none of the inflation was caused by Biden. That's just saying like average inflation. That's why I kept telling Rob, like, this is not. I don't know why we're harping on this. It wasn't like a central point, but he said I wouldn't do it. I found it. Here it is. I sent it to Sarah and I sent it to Rob. But just so everybody here knows, like, I don't cite.
Well, yeah, if you're using a hypothetical number, it's like, how can you argue with a hypothetical number?
Exactly.
He said the average. He said it was the
average. Talk about it
average.
as much as we did. I agree.
Yeah, he said factor in the 2.5 inflation on average.
Right. That was labor statistics too, right? As your source.
He said take Biden's. I'll read it. Take
This is the
Biden's
Atlanta Fed.
actual nominal wage growth figures from the trackers, which places nominal growth between 0.44% and 0.5% recently. For inflation, a 2.5 annual rate converts to roughly 0.21 monthly. 0.44% to 0.5% nominal wage growth per month minus 0.21% inflation per month. It equals about 0.23% to 0.29% real wage growth per month.
You have to take into account, okay, the inflation, the quoted inflation rate, the CPI, then the labor, unemployment and labor participation rates, and I like to include the Baltic Dry Fred chart index.
I don't think you understand what my
as a
argument
really
was.
good indicator of how the economy is doing. And
I don't think
you got to take
understand
all,
what
like,
my-
you got to
I
kind of
don't,
more
I
complete
don't think you
picture.
understand what my argument was.
I'm
What
not
I was
familiar
trying
with
to
It's
do.
dry goods that ship from Asia, essentially.
We were just trying to normalize the monthly wage growth, and I was trying to normalize it between Trump and Biden, and I tried to factor out COVID. I tried to factor that out of Trump and factor that out of Biden, and so that's why we had to choose like a standard 2.5% inflation rate. So I agree with you. This wouldn't tell a whole picture. I agree when you say that, like, if you want to look at a complete economic picture, this isn't it. But I wasn't trying to say it was a complete economic picture. This was just one data point that Rob took exception to.
Yeah, and it was actually really frustrating because it seemed like he kept kind of pulling you to a different claim and like asserting that you made a different claim. But I'm pretty sure that was like the thing you were holding to like the entire conversation. And then when everyone else came on, like with Andrew and everyone, they started like asserting it as well. They're all in unison, like saying like, no, you meant this. You said, I think, I don't know if any of the people who are still here did that, but it was really, it was kind of gaslighting really. And really quite frustrating.
And as far as the data point, I think the data point was gave a lot more meat to the substance so that we could talk about it than a simple, TikTok post. That copy pasted TikTok post was a little classy.
No, all the news comes from TikTok. Do you not participate in convenient reality these days? I mean, that's how it works.
I was unaware of that, sir.
I think a lot of people get their news from Twitter, unfortunately.
Hey, Sarah, I got to take off. It's late.
Or it was Twitter. Yeah, correct. Sorry.
I always appreciate your guys' panels, though. Good meeting all of you. Good to see you again, Ryan. And
RTP, your
RTP, good to meet you.
Subscribe to me, by the way.
I disagree with a lot of you, but
all right. Now that Rob's not here,
just get down on the ad homs a little bit, and it would be a good time.
That's fair. I do want to know, honest, were the signs funny or no?
No, I love the signs.
I'm pro signs.
Maybe if you did it once.
Shut up. Signs are funny, but during closing statements, it was disrespectful.
Well, I wasn't worried about being respectful to Rob at that point.
Yeah, that's
But realistic. I think if you just use it once, that will be good. If you just throwing it up, then it gets old.
I used it too much. All right,
I can say this.
I thought they were.
I mean, if Rob does the tactics, sorry.
No, you really didn't use them a whole lot, actually.
Yeah.
No,
but Rob does those tactics a lot.
I don't think it was overused. But I will say, I think during closing statements, it would be considered to be very disrespectful.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I mean, Rob said some disrespectful stuff in that closing statement too. Like
he did go very personal on my child.
Shots.
Overall, you're getting a thumbs up. You're getting a thumbs up.
Thanks, Jesse. All right, guys.
RTP, you said you're headed out.
Yeah, I got to get going. I appreciate it. It was fun hanging out.
Goodbye,
Keep it sexy, man. Good to meet you.
One-on-one, bro. I'm gonna hit you up.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Hit me up on Twitter if you guys want to talk.
Didn't take his hat off.
We'll do it.
Yeah,
my hat's off to you, sir.
You got to pay extra for that.
That's right.
No, you don't have to. Just it's a choice.
All right. See ya.
Hi, RTP.